working, you're going to buy it personally. And beans with obealata. And then his favorite childhood memory is growing up in Jos.
Thank you. I think I'll do two last one. So let me see. Okay. I see like you're still sharing a lot, so I'll love for you to still share what you learned about your partner.
What I've learned about my partner.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Victor, and I met with Emmanuel and Eniola. And I think the first thing I learned about them is they are UI students. And one of them loves amala, like apula. Yeah, not just amala. She said apula. And the other, just any food. And our best place to live is Lagos. And I think that's all I've learned just now. She's about to start a business. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. So, excuse me. I think that's one. What did you say? My name? Yeah, I met two people. Should I mention both of them? Should I mention both of them? Okay, I met Eniola and Emmanuel. And they're both UI students. And yeah, Emmanuel is a graphic artist. Eniola is about to start a business. And I think Eniola's favorite place to live is Lagos. She loves amala, abula. And Emmanuel, any food, because for him, we didn't go there. We had stopped there. That's all, yeah. We're still in the process.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Shegun, and my partner here name's Ayolua. She's a consultant and auditor. Our best food is anything swallow, like hamala with abula, or pounded yam with a 4 euro, as she said. And she stays in Ibadan. And by my right side, Olamide is a photographer and graphic artist, which is in Italy. We are on the same. We are doing the same thing, and I think that is all.
Thank you very much. It's been great getting to know you guys, and I hope you got to learn a lot about your partners. Yeah, my name is Praise Banali, and I hope you get to learn a lot today and get to enjoy your time here. Thank you.
Please, once I point at you, you step out quickly. Enjoy participation. enjoy participation. Let's enjoy participating. If you are laughing, you are giggling, your hand is not on your head, I'm going to call you out. Benga, be checking those that are still making noise for me now. Yeah. You can be calling me right now. Somebody. Thank you. Please clap for him as he's coming out. Thank you. Macho. Oga, eye ṣàlàyé ẹ má bọ̀. Àlàyé ti pọ̀jù jàre. Media people don't disturb. Baba kan dey ṣàlàyé the beg. I'm a media guy. The guy almost say I'm a journalist. Please come and line up here. You see, I don't know if Praise explained the ground rules to you properly, but once we do this, there's no status. So either you are a speaker, a convener, host, journalist, whatever. Once you do like this, it means everybody must do it and everybody must be silent. Guys, you are disturbing. If you don't do this and you are not silent, you are either going to buy us pizza or you are going to come to the front to entertain us, or you are going to sell your phone so that we can use it to pay for the extra hall that your fellow people have occupied downstairs. So which one do you prefer? Did I tell you to laugh? Why are you laughing? The guy say I no laugh, and he still dey laugh. You are a politician. So you guys are going to follow me the way I'm doing. Watch. You say Atami and do Atami. And so voice has to be like, you know anything? Hands on face. Hands on face. Hands down. Hands down. Hands on Gentlemen, my name is Bankole-Akintujoye. I'm the convener of the Lagos SME BootCamp, and now Ibadan SME BootCamp. I hope the clapping is not because we said there's light refreshment. Because by the time they give you 4 puff, don't come and beat me. But I can assure you, you guys are going to have a swell time, right? We have some of the most amazing speakers to teach you practical. This is not aspire to perspire. Some people like aspire to perspire events. They are downstairs, so they like aspire to perspire. They just saw poster. They don't even know the event. They just started calling, we must be there. It's not that you're a guy and the Akalabi, we must be there. This is not a perspire to aspire to desire your fire event. If your desire is retired, you better go home and collect this. This is not where you will get this. Here, we are going to teach you practical tips. If you have looked at the agenda on the website, you would have seen that everything has to do with effective tips, practical guide to managing small businesses. So, if you don't have a small business, or you are not an aspiring business owner, or you are not managing your mother's business for her, or your neighbor's own when he's busy, I don't know how you are going to connect with this event too. You know? You are still owing me a Jujuja, you this journalist guy. If you like, do. So, what I need you guys to do now, right? Bring out your phones. Everybody, bring out your phone. Do your phone like this. Don't be shy. Don't be ashamed of your phone. Raise it up, no matter the brand. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. What's happening? Why is it you want to cover your phone brand? Don't worry, we don't do telephone racism. We don't just on phone type. We are equal opportunities organizers. So you're going to use your Twitter and your Instagram. You are going to take a selfie. Do your hand like this. So, okay. Those of us still using Twitter, we know ourselves. If you are not using Instagram, look at them. You don't want to pay for VPN. You don't want to use data. Nigeria, Ibadan people. Man, God, I don't understand. Do like this. See, follow me, because some people don't know how to do selfie. They know themselves. They are here. All the over 50, over 40 people. Selfie. Bring my phone. Yes, I know. See. This is not how to take selfie. If I see me in that type of, I will block you. If I don't block you, call me bastard. Boss, is it you are taking selfie or the babe? I said take selfie. The guy called the lady beside. What's going on here? Now, you are going to do your phone like this so that it captures you with the people at your back and it captures your name tag, right? Fine. Selfie, right? Can you see my selfie? Can you see my? Don't worry. Selfies on your phone will come out like white TV. It's not a problem. Mr. Ayomide, please take selfie. Fantastic, fantabulous. I'm enjoying these people. Unfortunately, the people downstairs cannot join us. What is all this now? Now, when you take your selfie, let me see your selfie. Do your phone like this. I want to see your selfies. Do your phone like this. Now video you they show me, madam. Confirm. Yes. People like say, nah, people where they carry first class, now then sit down for this font. Correct. Yeah. Now, you are going to your selfie on your preferred social media platform. If you use Twitter with us, the way we use them, use Twitter. If not, use Instagram and Facebook, right? And you are going to write, I am live at the. This is not for the business planning session. Now, why is this what I'm looking at? Chegun. This is not what they should be. Please type what they should be writing there. I am live at the hashtag Ibadan SME BootCamp with Bankole and the Lagos SME team. Don't worry. Are you paying data for word count again? Oh my God, you. This Buhari is a wicked man. This is not the right one. Apologies, my people. You see, these things are not easy. See, you are encouraged to network. If you have not made friends with those beside you, today is a very long day. If you have not made friends with those beside you, I don't know how you want to learn, because some people, even if you break their skull, the teaching cannot enter. The only people that can teach them is the person beside them. It's called peer-to-peer learning. So if you now look at the person beside you, you say the person is not fine enough, you are not going to engage the person. Why are you raising your hand up? I never ask question now. Your phone don't die. You want to use my power bank? After all these things, you still want to collect more. People kill me now. Put for safe on my head. Sir, this is what you're going to write. I am live at Ibadan SME with Ayo Bankole and the Lagos SME BootCamp team. Put your handle there now. Are you following me? Oh yeah, now let's type. If you cannot write, you can beg the person beside you to help you to. If you cannot read and write, please quickly. So depends on which platform you are using. Don't post here too. My name is Bankole 1E on Twitter and double E on Instagram. So depends on where you are using. You will see our handle though. Are you ready? Everybody's going to Twitter once. Are you ready? Is there exam? These small things that we say you should write again. Is there exam? They should give me water before I choke. No, post story and everything. In fact, God bless you, MD. You've done story. Do post too. We want post. How much you pay? Mark that guy. What? What's that? And that's what I said. So it depends on. Is this Instagram? Yeah. So Instagram is double E. That's Twitter and yeah. This works. Is this Instagram? Yeah, that's it. Lagos SME BootCamp team. You will see it. You have to use the hashtag. Is the tag. Yeah, I'm sorry, the handle. Are we done? Hello. Now you can post. If I don't see your tag, I'm going to find you and I'm going to chase you. I am that vindictive. I'm a wicked man. I'm looking for all of you's name. Why they carry this and follow me like gun? These were in perilous times. Shogun, did I give you the pointer? That's it. Okay. Have we posted? So now there's another. No. Where's my ground rules now? Huh? After what? Okay, is Slim ready? Okay, so we are going to have my partner. His name is Sheon. Sheon lives and works in Texas. So you see that beautiful website, the registration, the agenda, is managed from abroad. Our Zoom platform, our Twitter handle, so we are not breaking any law. Even my Twitter account is managed from Texas. So if you arrest me, I will tell you, say, my partner is in Texas handling my account. I've been a brother. So he's going to take us. Shagun, I want to scroll. Shagun, I need to scroll. What's going on? No. Okay. Where's the video? So we're going to play. Sound man, please. I can't die young. If this thing will not work, something should not give me a heart attack. Let me just use my voice like that. Can you hear me? We are protecting them now. Oh, that's true. So we're going to play this 5-minute video to welcome all of us, and then we'll take it from there. Please, I've told you guys, once we do this, everybody does it, including speakers. You can't be talking when we are doing this because it distracts others. Okay, hands down, please, hands down. Please play Slim's video.
unseen face and the co-convener for Lagos. Here. My name is Oluwaseun Slim, the unseen face and the co-convener for Lagos SME BootCamp initiative. We are the organizers of this Ibadan SME. I really want to welcome you all to this maiden event at Ibadan. Thank you so much, Ibadan people. Really appreciate the over 2,000 people who actually sent in their applications, to be part of. To over 50 people sending their applications for the business pitch. I really want to thank you all too. You guys submitted very wonderful pitches, and then I'm very sure the panel who are reviewing the last 8 who are meant to present today are doing a good job. And I wish all 3 who are going to win prizes courtesy of Piggyvest, one of our financial partners. Wish you all the best, and make sure that my advice is make sure that you channel those funds into your businesses grow. Don't look at something else, using that funds for something else outside your business. And to all our speakers, I welcome you all and thank you for accepting to speak at this meeting event in Ibadan. We really appreciate you. We really appreciate the effort you put into it. And please don't forget to give us feedback on how to improve on our processes in any way after the event. To all our attendees, you are welcome to the world of learning about innovative, creative, business growth. And then there's a lot of things that awaits you, being part of our community. Because as our mission is to, the Lagos SME Initiative Bootcamp Initiative mission is to equip small businesses, with effective solutions for better growth in their businesses. And our commitment to small businesses in Nigeria is a perfect match, ensuring the growth of medium and small scale enterprises through capacity building and improving lives. We are so glad you're not part of a growing community of small business owners, creating, collaborating, and connecting. Whether you are attending this event to create or expand something of your, or you just want to connect with other attendees and business professionals and speakers, we always have something for you. Just make sure that you're making the right connections. Make sure you're aligned everything that happens for your businesses, and even whether you have one runner currently or you're planning to start a new business, probably the end of the year in the nearest future. Because as Walt Disney said, remember, all dreams can come true if we all have the courage, to pursue them. So I have your dreams and everything. And to our partners, the beginning one, Piggyvest, thank you so much, for the opportunity. We're really grateful for, for the support and for partnering with us. And then we look forward to doing more with you, in the coming ones, in coming editions. And to UI Reconnect Group, thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate your effort too. And to all our other partners, our other partners, DUTUM Group, Sprinte Media, and the likes, WebTV, Proshare. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I'm in Dallas, so I'll definitely be catching up through WebTV. So, guys, those of you who are attending, who have friends who couldn't register, make sure you share the link. The team is going to share the link to you for the online version. So let all your friends, let them watch from our channels. We thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys coming around. And I look forward to meeting every other person in the future. And then I wish you all the best as you listen today. And make sure, like I said, make sure you have the key things that's going to help you ask you valuable questions using Slido. The application, they will send you the link over there also. So where you can ask interactive questions too. So once again, my name is Oluwaseun Slim, the unseen face and co-convener of Lagos SME BootCamp. I welcome you to Ibadan SME BootCamp #1, version 1, season 1. Thank you so much and have a good one. Bye.
So we're trying to get chairs. That's the new crisis on ground now. Mr. T, we're in Ibadan. Get your people to get us things, chairs or whatever it is that if it's from your, you go and pack their office chairs. So we should continue, right? If you are still excited, say Ajujuja. If you don't say it, I'm going to call you out to come and say it in front. Say Ajujuja. These people, una like, not only fear, they make una do things. You see, Napoleon said there are 2 ways to make people do things for you. What are the 2 ways? Eh? What did he say? So pay me now. Why are you here? Where's the guy? Bring him out. Bring him out. He has to pay. Eh? Is it the same guy? You don't beg. So there are 2 ways. Eh? Number 1 is interest. Number 2 is fear. Eh? If you like saying now fear, they work for this class. You don't like fear. So I'm going to set ground rules, right? The first is that there are no phones. Your phones have to be on silent. If it's on vibrate, it should be in your pockets. If you know that your bone is like stone, and if it vibrates, do brrr, please don't put it in your pockets. Hold it in your hand so that the vibrates will not disturb us. They are broadcasting this live on WebTV, so your phones are going to disrupt the broadcast, right? If they ring out. Other people are streaming online. We have a lot of people streaming online, so you don't want to disrupt their sessions, right? Okay, thank you. If you want to pick a call, please just walk out very quietly. Make as minimal disruptions as possible. The restrooms are there. The only person allowed not to use face mask is me because I'm not coming close to you. But please, everybody wear your face mask. If you don't wear your face mask, I'm going to have to politely ask you to leave the hall, right? So please wear your face mask. What are the other ground rules? You guys not put it online, up there. If you do not do this, I already said that, you're going to buy us pizza, or you are going to go home, or you are going to do entertainment for us outside, right? If you get tired of the event, right, that's also okay. You can take a walk around, and come back. Or you can go home and continue streaming online. We've catered for all the possible scenarios. We are planners, right? So that's about all. At every point in time, we are going to be doing drum rolls. Drum roll is different from clapping. This is a very fancy event, right? Clapping at times sounds like church. And you say, clap for you, but when we say drum rolls, right? So for example, we're going to give drum rolls for all our partners that have supported us to put this together, right? And I'm going to show you. Anytime I call the first person's name, can you see me? This is what you do. Once I call the first person's name, you do this. Follow me. They are not doing that in the back. Let me go and chase them. They are not doing that in the back. You see them, fear. It's okay. See, madam, if you go and do drum roll with that baby, if anything happens to that baby, I'm not even saying it's you that is the mother. Now, drum rolls for Piggyvest. Piggyvest has been amazing. They've been supporting us since 2019, and they've been fantastic. Unfortunately, they couldn't come because something personal happened to the marketing officer, so he couldn't make it, but he will be with us online. Drum rolls for DUTUM Group. The MD is here. Please give him a drum. MD, stand up. No drum roll yourself now. Ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka, ding, ding. In a live party, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Thank you, thank you. But maybe we should continue. Maybe the MD will give us more money. Yeah. You see all these branding things that you see here, right? These banners, the anything you see, you know, we've got a lot of solid feedback with our designs and all those things, right? You know who did them? Sprinte Media. The MD is here. Please give them drum rolls, drum rolls. You see, you know when we say career jam molue jam career. This man, me and him went to UI. He's a doctor, a vet doctor. Baba say money no day for cow and dogs. After he don't spend like 6-7 years for vet doctor, the nurture Alsatians and bulldogs. Baba can't they do design now? Make go help us. Go wash out penny. Abi bother. As in, maybe one of them. They say one of them don't bite you. Now why your head long? You see all these cameras that you see, WebTV, all the digital footprints that you see, our press release is done for free by Proshare and WebTV. Please help me give drum rolls for Mr. Femi. Mr. Femi Aoyemi is the chairman of Proshare and the entire Proshare team. Please give them drum rolls, solid drum rolls. Ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka. Is your energy level low? You want water? That's okay, that's okay. Now, you see all my team, my volunteers, we're still going to do drum rolls for them later because all of them are not here, right? Please, any of you that are here, please, stand up for recognition. Please help me give them a very, please let me call them, let me call some of them, so you can give them drum rolls for me. Fantastic guys. Please, can you guys come in? Volunteers, please come in. Just a minute. Come in, sir. Come. Just a moment. Please, let me to give them drum rolls, please. Drum rolls for them. They've been fantastic. And say thank you, guys. No, you can do it. So, now, I'm going to talk you through the vision. The vision is very simple, so I'm not going to go very long, right? We started this in 2018. The major catalyst for me, for doing this, there are two things. I mean, I've said it all over the place, so it's not new. Two major inflection points for me. One of my old colleagues is here, when we were in KPMG. I used to work in KPMG and PwC. And in those days, in those firms, in fact, where KPMG was fair enough, when I went to the other side, right, the minimum we were doing then for consulting, for business advisory services, was about $80,000 fees, right? So it didn't make sense to me that the MSMEs, the small businesses that need these professional services the most, cannot afford it, right? So we then decided, okay, how can we set up something that can teach people all of these things at no cost or low cost, right? Another inflection point was the fact that after my mom retired, just shortly after, my dad passed. And then it was very tough, for us. And my mom was managing that very small business, right? Less than 100K that she was using to go from Ghana to Nigeria. And you know what that means? That means she can't even sleep in a hotel or something, And then she will come back every night. She'll be writing the notes. She'll be doing accounting of 2,500, 1,500, 2,000, 5,000. So I then realized that, look, that small business that somebody has, that your neighbor's aboki shop, or that shoemaker, or that Instagram shoe that you are doing, that you are selling, may be a child's hope of education or even survival. And this is not just perspire to perspire talk, it's the fact. MSMEs provide 90%, no, 84, 86% of the total employment, of the total jobs in this country. Yeah, 84%. You know, and unfortunately, we have a government, are there government people here? Maybe GSS no cash me. We have a government that thinks upside down. Literally, they think upside down. So the FX policies are designed to benefit the big boys, right? The Dangotes and the Exxons, they are the ones that benefit from most of these things. The whatever, think of all the policies, they give waivers for the big boys. And when they come up with these policies, the MSMEs suffer the most because the big boys have sufficient cash flow position to absorb some of these shocks. Maybe losses here and there, but they will survive. But what happens to the MSMEs? They die. They don't even, there's no shock, anything. Once something happens, the business has ended. I've moved on to looking for a job. Please help me. Uncle, please send me 50,000. Because there's a problem, right? So we need to help them as quickly as possible. And the biggest problem they have is usually not that they can't do the job, which is what I call the technical capability. They have the technical skills. I may be fantastic in building programming language. I may be fantastic in making shoes. I may be fantastic in doing wig or in coming up with ideas for whatever. But I don't know how to manage a business. There are two different things. So I don't understand principles of accounting. I don't understand how to brand myself. I don't understand how to leverage digital platforms and so many other things like that. And those are the things that make businesses, that make or break businesses. So that's the summary of the vision. That's what we are here to learn. Those management capabilities. So Edememe is a very brilliant accounting professional in PMG. She's going to effective accounting tools that we can use and to understand, to manage your business and understand taxes. Mr. Excellent man in construction, right? And DUTUM Ibadan company. He's going to tell us how we can leverage networking. Primarily, we'll come to talk about how you can use digital content. I will teach you about business planning, how you can develop business plans, what should be in it and all of that, you know, and on and on and on, right? So it's going to be a packed session, right? And that is what the vision is all about. And we hope that in a few years' time, we would have reached as many people as possible. At least as of today now, I think we've reached about 6,000 MSMEs that we supported. Hopefully, we're able to get to 100,000 and small, the basin will keep going. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the long and short of the vision. Welcome to Ibadan SME BootCamp 2021. Please give a drum roll for our first speaker, Dr. Deoludele, the CEO of Sprinte Media.
Thank you, everybody. As it has been said, my name is Dr. Deoludele. Okay, I said I study veterinary medicine. Okay, that's true. But now I find myself in media field. So I'm the general manager of Sprinte Media Company. It's actually my company, but I'm building myself. You know, when they come and stand with CEOs, like, you know, all those CEOs, Dangote and all that, do I have enough experience and all that to stand with them? So because of that, I told myself, I'll grow in my company. I actually started as a graphic designer in my own company. So right now, I've grown to the point, oh, sorry, let me remove this. So right now, I've grown to the point of a general manager because right now I have some managers working with me. So at least I don't think I've done bad. Anyway, I'm here to share my story, my business growth story from University of Ibadan days up to this point. And we are extracting some lessons that some students and some business people could actually get from that. If you're a student, can I see your, can you just wave? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for coming. All right, as AY said, that SME contributes what? 84% of the employment in Nigeria. In fact, SME contributes 48% of the national GDP. That means for you to be here as an SME person, you are an important person to Nigeria. You are not only here for yourself, you are here also for the development of this country. Because if you are contributing 40% to the national GDP, I think you are very important to this country. Let's have a round of applause for doing that. So, my journey started like this. You know, when I was a student, Sapa held me. Sapa hugged me. You know, someone on Twitter defined Sapa as strong absence of purchasing ability. So even when I wanted to buy food, no money, I did not have the purchasing ability. So because of that, you know, the business didn't start like, okay, I wanted to help Nigeria. No. The business started like, man, I was broke. Where is the money coming from? So because of that, I had to start looking inward, checking what could I do, and eventually 2 things helped me. One of those things, association with like minds. I had a friend, Femi Oboye. You can want to be a business person, and the people you are associating with are maybe Yahoo boys, people going to club and all that. They are not like minds. You have to associate with like minds. Okay, so Femi Oboye was a business-minded person. Okay, so I associated with him, with my friend. We talk about business and all that. He had already learned how to do graphic designs and printing. So he was the one that showed me. I said, oh boy, I like this thing, you know, because he connected with the artistic nature of me. Okay, so what could we do? Okay, he showed me how to do graphics and all that. I started learning, improving. Interestingly, if Femi Oboye will have to come and do graphics, now if he wants to do anything graphics and printing, he will have to consult me, because I've grown far beyond what he taught me. So by associating with Femi Oboye, I was able to learn that, okay, I like this thing, I could do this, and that's how I started. Then, I belonged to an organization when I was a student, okay? So they gave me a task to be the publicity secretary. So when I was that, I was looking for a way to do an excellent job for my organization. So by that, I was trying my hands on some things, and I did the first one. I printed it out at Mokola then in Ibadan. So when I did that job, somebody saw it. The person said, could you help us to do this? I said, yes. As I did that, I think the first job I did, I made 1,000. I said, this is something. So like that, because of what I did for that person, other people too saw me. Before I started that in 500 level, and I was to leave the school in 600 level. So within one academic session, I became a celebrity. I was printing for students, and I made money. In fact, I disgraced Sapa. Before I left school, I was already making money. So, you know, I had a computer then I was using, and I was sent to Bayelsa to serve. Oh, I didn't tell you, my business is based in Bayelsa. So since I went to serve, I didn't come back because I saw a business opportunity, oil producing states. So that's how I started the business. Then, okay. Startup. How did I get startup to start this business? Honesty was my startup. Somebody sent me to buy something in Computer Village, and he saw how honest I was in that transaction. He linked me to another person. The person gave me money to buy him a laptop. I bought the person a laptop. While we were talking, the person said he wanted to do some books. He handed over the new laptop to me. High-spec laptop for me to do his book. I asked him, would I be able to do some other designs on the laptop? He said, you are free. That book project took me 3 months to do. You see, if I was not honest in the first transaction, I might not have been able to get that man. Now, as a business person, okay, some of you need money to push your business forward. Some of you need money to start your business. There are things you could do. In Sprint Media, I always tell them, before we spend money, we spend two things. We spend goodwill and we spend strategy. There was a time somebody gave us a job, multi-million naira job. And the guy said that the only way you do this job, because I have some other people that could do it, is that you will deliver the job and I'm not going to pay you a dime. It's until you deliver, that's when I'll pay you. But over time that I've been doing the business, I've been building goodwill. When you are a business person, don't be going about messing up everything. You're disappointing this, disappointing that. You have to build goodwill in your business because one day you have to leverage on that. I just called my vendors. Say, I needed paper, I needed this, I needed that, and all that. I did not pay a dime to get that multi-million naira job done because over time, I built goodwill with them. Eventually, I got that job done and that person paid. You can see, you can start your business without having that money if you can leverage on some other things. Sometimes you might have to leverage on your reputation. So when you go to borrow money from your friend, this is not business money now. When you go to borrow money from your friend and you don't return it, just know that you are messing up with your goodwill. Because one day you might need that friend to help you, to give you money for that business. But don't forget, you've messed up that goodwill. You did not pay back. But when you pay back, if you tell them that I'll pay back on this day, you pay back on that day. You are securing your goodwill. One day you might have to leverage on that. Another thing we spend in Sprint Media before money is strategy. If like for people doing cake business now, if I ask you, what do you need to start your cake business? You tell me, I need mixers, I need this, okay, and everything is about 2.5 million. Don't forget, you don't need 2.5 million. What you actually need in the real sense are mixers, oven, and all that. Those are the real things you need, not the money. Money is just a medium for you to secure those things. So if you don't have that, what you could do is you could leverage on strategy. You could meet somebody that has all those things. Okay, sorry. I'm good at baking cake and all that, but I don't have all the equipment. What if when I have a job, I bake with your things and I pay you this amount? That's using strategy to leverage. You don't have that 2.5 million right now, but you need to start. So you leverage on strategy. The last thing you should think of spending is money. Because money is a medium to getting things done. That thing that you want to get done is more important than the money. Okay? So, it's not moving. Okay. Now, go big from the word go. When you are starting your business and when you are managing your business, manage it as a blue chip company. Don't start your business like a Janle Coco business, that one local business. No. You have to go big from the word go. From the beginning, you have to go big. You have to check how blue chips companies are being managed, and you intend to manage your business the way they are managing their business, because it's not until you grow big that you begin to manage that business. Okay, now, how I started, I chose a very good name because I knew where I was going. I chose Sprint Media, okay? I wasn't even thinking of Sprint Network in US, okay? I just wanted print in it, and so I added S, I added E. I asked myself, what's the meaning of this name? I said, no, it does not mean anything. Because when I've added E, even on the E, there's something on top. Oh, they didn't have it. There's something on top. It looks like Dutch word. Okay? So, after I added the name together, I said, this thing did not mean anything. Then an idea came. I said, whatever I do over the years will be the one to define what this name actually is. And over time, they've associated this name with excellence. Sometimes, we do excellent job to the point that people in Lagos will send jobs from us in Lagos, in Bayelsa, for us to do in Bayelsa. That means I'm doing capital flights from Lagos to Bayelsa State. Okay? So I chose a very good name. Don't go and choose Ajanle Coco Enterprise. When you know that the kind of people you want to be dealing with, they are big people. Choose a name that people can easily relate with. Then another thing I did was, I got a solid business plan. Get a solid business plan, the way you do your business model, vision, this and that. Okay, how you're going to do funding. I hope AY will be able to assist you with business plan. AY, do giveaway. You do business plan. So maybe you should just pick some 5 people, do free business plan, do giveaway. Okay, it's good at that. Then register your company. There are some companies you can never deal with without your company being registered. Because they will never pay into personal accounts. They will pay into a company's account. So in 2008, say, I have another company. The name of the company is Next Norm Company Nigeria Limited. Okay, so that company, I sat in my office. I called the guy that will register it. I wired the money to him. I even called, when the documents are out, I called the account officer, the bank account officer, to come to my office. Okay, this is the document, open account for me. But when in 2008, I didn't have such resources to do all those things. So I had to use strategy, as I told you before. I made inquiry enough about CAC. I registered Sprinte Media Company with just less than 5,000 naira. A lot of people will not know that Sprinte Media Company is a business name. I thought of that. I knew the kind of people I would be dealing with. And I realized that if you are registering a business name, you can use a company. Because if I say Sprinte Media Enterprise, everybody will quickly know this is a business name. That's why I had to register Next Norm Nigeria Limited so I could do some other jobs too. So you have to register your company because it is the capacity you have that will determine the kind of things you can take, the share you can take out of the market. Because if you're expecting them to pay to personal accounts, even if you are running, I look at this, my shoe. I ordered it from Ajebo Market. I'm not trying to market them or anything, but when their receipt came, I saw, when they sent me where I would send money, I saw that that company was registered. It wasn't because you are running Instagram business does not mean that you should not register it. Register the company. Then you have to tweak your organogram. Okay? You have to understand the roles that you play. When you are starting the business, you'll be the all-in-all. This is just a simple chart of an organogram. You'll be the MD, you'll be the accountant, I was all in all. I was the production assistant, I was the production manager, I was the graphic designer because we are just starting. But the moment I started making like 60, 70,000, I've hired somebody that could pay 10,000. Don't be greedy as a businessman. You are making millions. You're still not hiring, putting all the stress on yourself. So you have to tweak your organogram. Now you are making money. You can now add, you can give almost 4 rows to the person to be. And when you are starting, they will not have much to. So they can do 4 rows. You are doing the remaining rows. Okay? When you see that the business is growing, okay, you can hire someone again to do 3 rows. When other people do 2 rows, you are doing 3 rows. And you grow like that. Don't start a business and pack several people except you are sure that business. See, understand the fact that you are doing business in Nigeria. Honorable Akinalabi will come and tell you what it means to do business in Nigeria. There was a time someone linked me to a job in Liberia. I did the job. Okay, so I was just to convey it to Nigeria, and I was to use Air Nigeria to move that job. I paid Air Nigeria about almost 1.9 million to move that job to Liberia. What is hard in moving the job through your plane and deliver the next day, worst 1 week? Air Nigeria was now taking the job 2 bags today. It took a month. It was frustrating. Even if the Liberia contact had gotten their job very fast, though they still called me for more and all that, we still did some things, but it was frustrating. I had to be begging out. Was it my fault? My country's fault. So I could not do business with another country and move things out of Nigeria. The only thing we could do easily is for container to land easily. Bam. So, okay. So you have to understand. And as a business person, you have to when you are starting, you have to wear all these caps. When you are starting, you'll be the technician, you'll be the manager, you'll be the entrepreneur, you'll be everything. But as you are growing, you have to be dropping some caps. If I try to read E-Meet Manager, is a book by Michael Garber, okay? It talks about who is a technician, who is a manager and all that. Technicians are the people that handle the technical parts of the business. Doctors, nurses, engineers, lawyers, they are technicians when it comes to business. We are not talking of career or professional. We are talking of business. When it comes to business, they are technicians. That's why if you check John Hopkins, their CMD is an administrator, he's not a doctor. That somebody is a doctor does not mean he's automatically a business person, except the person is business inclined. They are two different things. You have to understand that, even to grow in your business. So, manager, you have to understand when you're a manager, trying to make sure that you keep the status quo and all that. And you have to understand this. And you have to be changing this cap when you are starting. But when you are growing, you have to quickly drop technician work. Because if you are, right now, I don't do graphic design. In fact, I hardly do graphic design. Because I have people that I'm paying to do that. I can't sit down to be doing graphic design. I have my managerial work to do. I have to connect with clients. I have to create new things. As in we have to do. I have to connect with some big clients. I can't be sitting down and be doing graphics. In fact, in my office, this thing you want me to do you think someone else can do it? If someone else can do it, let the person do it so that I can be free. Because as I told them that as long as I'm free, I'll keep generating jobs for this company. But if I'm not free, if I'm getting how do you want to go and generate job from outside when you are sitting down doing the technical work? Immediately you are growing. Even if you are earning 100,000 as profit, you can quickly get somebody that you can be paying 20,000. But one thing I do, at the time when I was paying that low, I wasn't thinking of only paying salary. I tried to teach them things that money will not give them. Because paying 20,000 is ridiculous in this economy. You have to understand that. Okay, so what's happening? It's not working. Okay, now we've talked about you go big from the word go because you actually want to create a big company. Then another thing, you have to be outstanding in what you do. Don't let your client prefer another person to you. You have to be outstanding. You have to go all the way. There are sometimes I will have to fly from, I'll go to Port Harcourt first, I'll fly to Lagos to come for capacity building seminar. Just to make sure. In fact, there was a time I had to go all the way to Dubai or to be able to achieve excellence in the kind of things I'm doing. I met different presses and all that, connected with several people in Dubai, just because I was crazy about excellence. The truth is, if they have reason to patronize another person, why should they come to you? So you have to constantly give your clients reasons to consistently patronize you. So you have to be outstanding in what you do. Be the best at what you do, connect with people in your field, find mentors and all that. Then consistently work to deliver goods and services that add value to your clients or their business. I've done jobs, good jobs that I got referral for because the job was excellent. And it's very good for business. When you do an excellent job, somebody will say it and they'll say, okay, I know a guy that can do something for you. They will refer you. Because of that, I've done job in Bayelsa. Some people consider Bayelsa as a local place, but right there in Bayelsa, there's something about impact. There's nothing like global impact without a local impact. You have to make an impact in your locality first before they can recognize you on a global scale. So from Bayelsa, I've done job for people in US, UK, job that they will carry from Nigeria and take it there. I've done several jobs. And one thing about jobs is this. When you do a job or you deliver some goods and somebody is asking, who did this? Or where did you get this? Just know that you've been in business for long. And when we are doing jobs for clients, what we do is, if you have to make 500,000 in your job, we can reduce that profit to like 300,000. We put this 200,000 more into your job to make it look like, wow, because we are not only interested in making money from you. Remember, a friend of a rich man is a rich man too. We are interested in converting people in your circle, even to our clients. Sometimes, in fact, at a time, we stop even printing banner, as in front of, or we are putting something that people can identify that this is our company. Because with referral, we were getting busy. One day they were disturbing me, let's change this. I said, okay. Is there a time you come to the office and there's no job to do? Don't worry about it. Because referral does magic. As long as people are asking, who did this? That's the kind of way you should do your job. Excellently. Regardless of what you are doing, you must be excellent in what you are doing. Another thing I'll talk about in our story is untapped business catalyst is relationship. If you have to go very far in business, you have to pay attention to relationship. You know, Richard Branson said, succeeding in business is about making connection. Business is all about relationship. How well you build them determines how well they build your business. I did an excellent job first, okay, for a couple. So one woman in a church saw that job. She said I should do bags for the church. I did bag for the church, okay. After that, the woman actually was working in Zenith then. Later, the woman crossed to a government agency. NNPC kind of government agency. You understand that kind of company. When an opportunity came for someone to do a job, you just remember, I know Sprinte Media, they can undo it. That's how I entered. And one thing is, before she got to that place, I had connected with her. Hello, madam, how are you doing? How's everything and all that? Building relationship. The person that's supposed to be governor of Bayelsa State, he came to my office once, and that was the only thing. The way I connected with that man that day, we built relationship afterward. I've done job. In fact, when he came, and one thing you should note as a businessman is, if somebody is giving you business of like 5,000, don't discredit that kind of job. Do it the way you would do million naira worth of job, because in that job could link you to deals, multi-million naira deals. So don't discriminate any of this one is 5,000 naira job. You know, there are some cake people. When they give them, how much is it? My boy or my girl, go and do it. Okay, this one is 300. They will be the one to do that. Forgetting that one day, someone giving you 10,000 naira cake will grow to be able to give you multi-million naira kind of cake. You have to notice that. And that's why you have to work on as a business person, your interpersonal skill, you really have to work on it. When you work on it, it will help to connect with people. It will help you to connect with people. You connect with them, you build relationship. So Tariq connected me. Okay, so Tariq connected me. Right now, I'm doing multi-million naira job for that agency, different departments. Tariq has even left corporate communication, but I still do job for them. I do job for different. When I meet, in fact, the way I built myself is, when I'm meeting you, as far as business is concerned, I'm connecting you for future purpose. I'm connecting you for that. Now, you know, I said I did a job in Liberia. It's because it's true relationship. A job of $40,000. I've not been to. In fact, they said I should come. I could not even go there. A job of $40,000 came from Liberia, just through relationship. I was doing a job for a man, Daddy McKay. The man just, this guy is very good and all that. So when he got to Liberia, somebody wanted to do something. He said, I know somebody that could do that. Let me try to hasten up so that I can. Okay. The stumbling block is a springboard. There was a time, we've been challenging Sprinte Media, but I won't be able to talk about, but let me talk about one striking one. You know, there is this business secret that you enjoy when you are doing your business. Imagine somebody going on the radio to expose the secrets. You know, your competition. Let me use flyer for an example. Maybe you print flyer for like 10,000, you had 5,000 your profits, then graphics 3,000. Okay. If you are not doing graphics, you're making like 5,000 naira profits. Somebody now goes to the radio and starts shouting, flyer is 10,000, it's 10,000. Do you think everybody will not know how much they do flyer? So people now, so how much do you do your flyer? It's 10,000. How much is that person do? Is it not 10,000 the person is doing it? Business secret revealed. We had to innovate. You know, you will meet several challenges that will make you quit business, but don't buy it. Eventually, what did we do? We innovated. We had to sit ourselves down. What are the jobs that we can do and these people cannot do? And when information came to me, and I was able to leverage on that information. Do you know that Côte d'Ivoire, contributes over 40% to the world supply of cocoa? But if you check the chocolate industry, their annual income, they make about $22 billion. Do you know the percentage of that money that Côte d'Ivoire makes? 3 to 6%. Who makes more? We export crude oil. The people that refine it, they make more than us. So I realized from that people that sell refined products, they make more than people that go crude. So we discovered that that person is going crude. Let's refine our thing. What can they not just get? Just walking in and printing something like that. Okay, they can't get Jota, they can't get box, they can't get this, they can't. We focused on those things. And we looked at it that popularity is not the same thing as wealth. Why should we deal with one? See, to pay office rent of 1 million. Do you know how many flyers of 5,000 naira profit you do? 200. This is Yoruba. But that's the job that we can, that's the amount we can do. Why do you want to go and deal with 200 people to make 1 million? When you make that a deal, that's why we focused on premium clients. We just focus on premium clients that can patronize us like 3 to 6 times every year. We can get about 20 of this one. As we are finishing your project, in fact, we told ourselves that, why should we be doing all this working? People have convinced me, even if we buying diesel or petrol and all that, can you be doing photocopy? And I said, we are not into that. No, we are not into that. Why? Because we don't want to waste energy. Deal with premium, we do projects. Forget that. We're not doing graphic design. We went beyond doing graphic design and printing. We saw ourselves as project managers. We start to do projects. Even before I left Bienagua, we were about yearbook, about 5 top schools. And we select. This year we said we don't want to do more than 5 yearbooks. In fact, I told them, I can't wait for us to get this yearbook out because we want to switch to Bayelsa State calendar projects. We do projects. We don't do you working. No. Why should I stress myself as in working with several people when I can work with one person and get more than what I can get from several people? So we defined that. We innovated. And when we innovated, we got value for that. Another thing that you have to do, let me talk about this. When you are giving proposals, you have to identify who is a decision maker. That somebody is the managing director does not mean that he's a decision maker as far as the job you want to do for them is concerned. You have to consistently hit on the decision maker. The decision maker might just be chief operating officer. The managing director will not have any vested interest in who does the job. What he cares about is the job being done. If the CEO goes back to the MD and tells the MD that, sir, this is the person that can do this job, and that's the decision maker. It's not the MD, whereas you are sitting with the MD, hey, sir, I can do. No, look at the decision maker. That's the story of our Bayelsa State calendar. Last year, this new government, let's do Bayelsa State calendar for them. And there was a commissioner, there was a speechwriter, there was a permanent secretary, and there was the wife of the governor. What did we do? We looked at it. The wife of the governor will be the key decision maker because when governor wants to approve this job, okay, multi-million naira kind of calendar, he will not consider the commissioner. They will settle that issue on their bed. So we saw that this wife of the governor will be the decision maker. But the speechwriter happens to be the brother to the wife of the governor. Okay, let's influence the speechwriter so that we can get the wife of the governor. That's how we got the calendar. The governor went to Dubai. The former commissioner of information, he went all the way to Dubai to tell governor, okay, you know what? In fact, there are some things I can't say. He told some things he told governor some things. And governor said, because of that, okay, I'll give you a calendar. Governor got back to Bayelsa. Calendar matter. I just called the commissioner. Okay, attend to this one with this particular person. Let the person do the calendar. I just called the speechwriter. Speechwriter called the wife. The wife called the governor. What is happening? Oh, sorry. We got the calendar. Sorry. You have to build quality team. Again, let me say this one and I will end. Why on your journey of doing business, don't leave your health behind? All those burning midnight candles, don't damage your liver, your kidney, everything. Like 4 years ago, I did a test and they said I was pre-hypertensive. You don't want to make money and at the end of the day, you're not in millions. 50 years, you're not 50 years, but your health is no longer with you. Your kidney has been abandoned in your 30s. No. As much as you are doing business, you want your business to grow, please take care of your health because good health is the true wealth. Thank you.
Which kind of microphone? 98 microphone. This microphone don't expire. Una no go green leave am. There's what we call depreciation. You suppose don't fully depreciate these assets. Now, doctor, God save you. Say you come up veto. You for they beg people we get dog about. Now local dog you for they inject. Under Buhari, people know they buy pet again now. When you hear say person buy dog last, then they chop the dogs when they buy now for street. Then they chop the dogs. You can sit somewhere in front. How did we enjoy that session? Drum rolls for Dr. Deolu. Drum rolls, drum rolls, drum rolls. Then don't forget drum rolls. Ibadan people, don't forget. I mean, that was an excellent session. How many people are from here? Oh, fantastic. You know, because we brought in Dr. Deolu specifically for those who are student entrepreneurs. There are lots of people that started their businesses from school. In fact, Piggyvest guys, you know, 3 of them met each other in Convener University. Convener University, those guys are doing amazing stuff. Tremendous, you know, products of people, you know. I don't know, you'll be seeing you, this will be the farm see you. Maybe I'll see you backyard, you go. You now old woman now, you go don't finish for see you that year. Maybe I did just 2 or something. You know, see, may God help us, may we get money. Quality education for the kids is very important. Because people think education is about learning. It's just about reading and learning and exams. No. Is the white man established an institution and called it please come on, sir. Please come on, sir. You are looking at the roof. So the white man established that institution. They call it university. You know what university is? It's supposed to be a micro city that trains you for the universe. Don't leave me, don't leave me. Thank you, my fans. Thank you all. You know, but Nigeria twisted the thing. Then twist them to putting the universe problem on your head. So when you are going to university, you know you are going to collect the problem of the universe. You think I'm joking? You don't ever try school abroad before. You go know say a problem in our education. Big problem. I mean, ordinarily, a university is supposed to even be maximum 40% learning, 60% other things. The networking, the alumni, access to the alumni base, the research, access to the town and gown, the professionals, access to internship opportunities, so many things. Even this thing where we teach you for here, somehow you suppose not pick something. When Nigeria was going to, now first we use everything for Nigeria. When Nigeria wanted to introduce entrepreneurship to, they made it compulsory again for GS 101. Somebody, teacher will now carry textbook to come and be teaching you entrepreneurship. We get problem for this country. Big problem. Anyway, see, make you know, be like, say, whose session are we going next? Okay, so something happened to Mr. Gbenga last night, yesterday, and he couldn't make it today, but he's available online now for us. I mean, at great personal sacrifice is online for us to still do this And we're going to connect with him now on Zoom. Mr. Gbenga is going to be teaching us about how you can effectively manage people for greater efficiency. He's a fantastic man. He's the group head of HR in Consolidated Hallmark. He's also an entrepreneur. He's run small and medium enterprises in HR consulting and all that. Yeah, are we ready, Shagun? Okay. So please give it up for Mr. Gbenga Totoyi.
All right, good afternoon. All. I just want some information that you can hear me clearly. Hello. Oh, great. Thank you so much. I caught a bit of the introductions. Thank you so much, Ayo. Thank you to the entire team. I hear I'm missing a lot by not being in Ibadan physically, but we'll find a way to make that up somehow. It's a pleasure to be here, and having been involved in programs and conferences in the past, I have a clear understanding of how much this must have taken Ayo and his team. And so before I jump into it, if we can, I guess we've been clapping for a while since we started, but if you can, I'd like us to please just put our hands together and appreciate Ayo for his vision and everyone that has worked with him behind the scene. If we can, please just go ahead and put our hands together for him. All right. I'll just jump into it, believing that the network is good and everyone can hear me. I've been asked to address in 20 minutes thereabouts, to address the people side of things. And I'm careful to say people because I know for a number of people, the moment you say HR, it's like our mind just closes up and we are just looking at those guys who hire and fire, people who pay our salaries or withhold our salaries and things like that. So, but over time, we've come to realize that, you know, when we use the word people, it's a bit more encompassing, right? And I believe in this hall today, I'm not speaking to HR people or HR professionals, as it were. So I really just want to get to the heart of it. All right, permit me, I intentionally did not want to share slides because from experience, in the last few days, I just started against that. When we have conferences like this, when there are a number of speakers, I've come to realize that sometimes it becomes an information overload, right? So I will narrow down on one thing that I figure every business owner here should go on with, and it's something you can immediately begin to put into practice to help you with whatever challenges you are having with people and all of that, okay? But I will build up to it, so permit me to just read a few of my thoughts, and perhaps as we go, if there are questions, I can take them, okay? So this is what I like to say. Seated in this hall, I understand the number is huge, are business owners who are largely in 3 phases of their business, or by extension, you'll be in the 4th stage. And I'll read it through so you can place yourself. A number of us that are in this program will largely be startup entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs whose businesses are in startup phase. And in startup phase comes with many things. You're either still testing your product and service and validating the propositions you have in your mind and trying to figure out if it's something that the market needs or something. Or yes, you understand the problem statement you're trying to solve, but you created something and you're just in the market. You're trying to grind it through. There's sales today, there's no sales tomorrow. You're just in that phase. You're not sure even though deep down in your heart, there's some gut feeling that you're doing the right thing. But that's startup phase. And trust me, it takes a different level of understanding to manage people at that phase. If you're here and you're there, you're in that phase, one of the many people-related issues you will have is that, the business is in your head. You clearly know what it is you're trying to do, but you'll have a challenge of communicating what's in your head to the people that you lead. Or even at the stage of hiring, you will be, and when you are communicating, you're like, can these people just get it? Are they dumb? Are they? No, the challenge is that it's in your head. You have not taken the discipline to distill the vision into something that people can read. And by the way, some of the things I'm sharing today are things I've picked up from years of consulting and years of trying and failing at a few businesses myself. So startup phase, one clear challenge you will have with people is with communication. You're even at the point of recruitment, for instance, employees will come to you and say, okay, you are the one wanting to ask them, tell us about yourself. But trust me, guys, they are looking at you and asking you to also tell them about yourself as a business. And that's where I believe part of the many things that Ayo and his team offers with Caladium will be able to help you, where you need to distill your vision into documents that people can go through to properly understand what's in your head and what you are trying to do as a business. So there's the startup phase. Income is not sure, revenue is, you're literally praying and fasting for it sometimes. And yes, there'll be inconsistency around some of the things you want to do, salary payments and things like that. But that's the reality. And a number of us are in that phase. For some, it's 1 year. For some, it's 3 years. It's 5 years. It depends. But some of us are in the growth phase. We have tested our product. We have tested the market. We have validated our business model. We have already customers who buy from us and pay for our services. We have a bit of level of structure. And you have grown beyond. Oh, by the way, one clear thing in startup phase also is that you are largely the MD, CEO, accountant, HR. You are running the business all by yourself, and you are fine, right? But in the growth phase, you already have 1, 2, 3 people who are working with you and whom you can commit some level of work to, right? And like I said, you have started generating some sort of revenue in a steady way. Your pricing model is solid. Marketing is up and running and things like that. But then there is the phase or third stage, which is scale up, where you are trying to scale your business or you are in expansion. You are probably creating multiple products. You are beginning to get customers based on referrals, or you are getting customers outside of your physical location. So you are based in Ibadan, but you are getting businesses from Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, or you are based in Lagos, but you have customers reaching out to you from America and from everywhere in the world. That's a critical part of growth and growth phase and your startup or scale up. Or you are in Nigeria, you've covered Nigeria, but you're now like, okay, you know what? There are other businesses to achieve in Africa. One of our sponsors today clearly is in that phase. They've gone past growth, they are clearly in scale up. And I'm referring to Piggyvest. Now in their head is, how do we cover Africa? How do we take this business, to other parts of the world, right? So all that is there, and again, I'm re-emphasizing, it takes a level of orientation, of capacity. It takes different level of people to work with you at that phase. But my point today is to address the entrepreneurs and ask us to begin to make the switch ourselves, right? And I'll get into it shortly. Just let me mention the fourth phase. The fourth phase is the established phase, where you've been in business 7, 10 years, 15 years. You're probably quoted on the stock exchange. You've raised money from private equity people, or you've spoken with venture capitalists. You are established. As an entrepreneur, you can wake up in the morning without lifting a finger. Money is coming in because there's some set of processes and all of that in place. And there are many businesses that is in that phase now. One thing I want to state very clearly is that while it takes only guts or your technical competence to start any business, you require much more than that to enter into the growth phase and beyond. I'll take that again. Whilst it takes guts, happenstance, opportunities, and your technical competence. So, for instance, you are a designer. I know one person that is in this program, the Ayodele. He makes clothes. You're a designer. You know what it is to cut the cloth to material, to make the clothes, to measure the customer, and you can sit behind the machine yourself and make the clothes, right? All that is in startup phase. And that takes you knowing how to make clothes. Or you're here, you do makeup, you're here, you buy and sell, whatever it is you do, you can do it by yourself. And you started a business with pure guts, or you had some money, or some doors just opened. That all that is in startup phase. The moment your business requires you working with other people to get things done, you have somewhat moved into growth phase. Now, the point is, you now need much more than your individual gut, drive, and competence that is, ab initio the core to the business for you to grow the business. And this is one point I really just want to slow down to emphasize. And I will share some examples. Permit me to use you as an example. So if you go back to the days you started your firm, you could talk to the customer yourself, you could get the proposal done yourself, you could decide on pricing, you could send it. Or if you consider training, you can speak to the customer, develop the training slides, go to class yourself, and deliver the course, right? But imagine that revenue is now growing and you now move from serving one customer or having one client demand on you per week to having 10, 20. I'm sure wherever Bankole is smiling, and people who are in your line of business who are in the hall, they are smiling, right? So all of a sudden, whatever that competence was that allowed you to do all of that and service one customer or two per time, the moment you start generating requests from multiple clients, or you desire to start earning from multiple from multiple channels. So if you have a business and you have multiple products, the moment that begins to happen simultaneously, which is good, you realize that you cannot deal if you don't have people. Now, the challenge though is you must have people at a certain level of competence. And that's the other thing about the difference between startup and growth phase. In startup phase, you probably hired your girlfriend, hired your boyfriend, hired your schoolmate, hired one dude who just lives on your street, who just helps you to get things done. You probably even use your driver as your delivery person, or you just did many things by happenstance. But this is the problem I have realized. You can't successfully, and I mean you can't, successfully switch from startup mode to growth mode, which we all desire as entrepreneurs, without working with other people. And soon you realize that it takes a different level of skill set to getting things done through people than you getting it done yourself. Again, the immediate problem you will have is communicating the vision and the strategy to your people and helping them to get it. Now, the average person would tell you, and some entrepreneurs, you found yourself here, and by the way, if you are in this hall and you are about to either slap one of your staff or shout on them because they couldn't get what you were trying to say to them, raise your hand. Unfortunately, I can't see, so I don't know if someone can help me to achieve that. If you're in the hall, you're listening to me, and you have had to slap someone or shout your people down, and not because you really wanted to do it, but they just didn't get you. Or by the way, the customer was now calling you back. You have sat down with the staff, you've talked them through what they should do, and they nodded and said they got you. But the customer is now calling you and saying, what is happening here? This is not what I ordered, or this is not what I asked for. If you're in the hall, please, anyone can please help me confirm. I'm sure there will be 1, 2 hands raised up, because it's pure frustration. The moment you want to start getting things done through other people and they don't get it. Now, the immediate temptation is you as an entrepreneur will say, these people are daft. They don't get you. They with Nigerian University. We start all that. But uncle, auntie, in my simple understanding of business communication, communication is not effective for one reason. In fact, communication only becomes effective when the intention behind the message is clearly understood by the person receiving the message. So if you're communicating to me and I struggle to do what it is you intend for me to do, the problem is not primarily on my side, it is first on your side, because communication only becomes effective when you can choose the words and the medium to convey your message in a way that helps me to understand what you're saying. And I know some of you right now are arguing with me, but it is the truth, right? There is the challenge of capacity on the other side. I'm not arguing, but primarily the responsibility is first with you to communicate. And then that's also where you will begin to realize as an entrepreneur that, okay, you know what, this guy who started off the business with me 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and we're just buddies, you know, I'm beginning to realize this guy just does not have the competence. So whilst you could have hired for many other reasons, largely emotional, when you were starting up, as you enter growth phase, you realize you need to begin to prioritize competence, right? So as you move in between these phases, or you are required to, you'll be required to learn, adapt, and manage other people, or else you won't grow. You would just not grow. Your growth will be stunted. If by adventure you do this by happenstance or opportunities just come on you. So for instance, now you are in Ibadan and you just get a big contract from the government. You have to train 5 parastatals within 5 months. It means you are deploying 3 different programs for 500 people, and so per week your program is running in 5 locations all over Ibadan simultaneously. All of a sudden, it's no longer about your skill and competence as a trainer. It is now about your competence, your understanding of, and your competence at managing people. Even this program alone, and if anyone does not know, I can tell you that, for instance, it hasn't been just about Hayo. It's been Hayo working with a team of people who have had to communicate his intentions and his plans for this vision without him being the one communicating it. So I guess that's the point. So you if you don't do it, if you don't pull yourself back as an entrepreneur and look away from the competence that is core to running that business to the other competence of understanding and managing people, you will crash the business. I promise you, you will crash the business, or you will crash yourself, because you will just run out of capacity to do it. Okay? That's important. It's important that you begin to pull back. See, a startup phase, some people just work with you because they are willing, they like you, they like your idea, they're around you. But as you move into growth phase and the rest, 3 things are now very critical. 3 things are now very critical. Number 1, you need to begin to focus on competence. You need to begin to look away from relationships, associations, and start hiring for competence. So if, for instance, you have 5 people and you are paying, for want of other words, 80,000 naira, you would know that your business is now entering growth phase when with the 5 and that you are paying, 80,000 times 5 is about, that's how much again? That's 400,000, right? You will realize all of a sudden that, you know what, I think I'm better off reducing these 5 people to 2 people, and I'm paying them, each of them, I'm paying them 180,000 naira each, or I'm paying them 200,000 naira each. And in some cases, you can promote within the existing 4 or 5 people, or in some cases, you will have to honestly have a conversation about exiting some of them and bringing in new people. And that's also where we get it wrong as entrepreneurs, because we get emotionally caught up in this is my guy now, and this and that. And you have to make some of those major changes. If I can throw some jabs here, it's public knowledge if you follow football. For instance, if and this is the context, if we go by just the results of the last 2 weeks, the Premiership starting, there's a whole conversation around, hey, wait a minute, Arsenal has spent much more than a lot of the top teams in England, but the results are not at par with some others who perhaps the phase that they are in hired some. So you can see that there's a conversation around competence. Can you get the job done, or do you just want to grow in organization? And this is where you have to be smart. When you are doing interviews, people will tell you, oh, hire me, I want to grow, I will learn and grow in your organization. That is applicable at growth at startup stage. It's okay. But when you are in growth stage, or you are scaling, or you are in established stage, you no longer look for people, and this doesn't sound HRish. You are no longer looking for people who are telling you they give them an opportunity to learn with you. You are paying for competence. People must come in and get the job done, or at least be able to get the job done. So you as an entrepreneur must understand that switch and have the grit to be able to make such decisions, okay? The second thing you want to be looking for in people as you switch in between these roles is you are looking for capacity. Now, in my dictionary, the difference between competence and capacity sometimes is hard to see, but it's there. And there are two things that define capacity: character and technology. And I will explain that. So you imagine you work in a, so the average person here, you'll be involved in sales and you have to work with Excel, for instance. So some will tell you, I can, give me time, I'll learn Excel. And it's okay if you are dealing with data points where you are just entering data for 5 people, 10 people. So someone who doesn't know Excel, you are patient enough, the person can do 3 hours to put up a proper Excel and, give you some analysis and all of that. But if you're in growth phase, you are needing to deal with data from 100 customers, 200 customers from multiple locations. So you are looking for someone who, that task just needs 5 minutes. Someone with character, someone who is in your startup phase with you, just loyal, just willing, may take 3 hours to do it. But when you are in growth phase, you need someone with competence that can get it done in 3 minutes, in 30 minutes. Because you are going to have multiple customers coming at you. So imagine that you have sales in 10 locations, right? And you are dealing with Nigerian breweries, Guinness, and all of that. And the finance people there are asking you to send your invoice. Can you begin to imagine what I'm talking about now? So you have a 30 million naira invoice, not a 300,000 naira invoice, but you have to process maybe sales entries from 10,000 customers. So at that point, you need competence, you need character that comes from over time of applying themselves, and you need people who have capacity tied to the use of technology. So at that point, you are needing someone who knows how to use an ERP, or who knows how to use some invoicing tool. Not the person is not writing receipts. I hope I'm making sense. So you need capacity, which is a step above capacity. You need capacity, which is a step above competence. And the last thing you need is this. And again, I'm speaking to entrepreneurs here. The founder or your line managers now need to begin to look away from the core competence required to do the job to the competence of talent management or understanding people. And this is where I'll wrap it up. I say I've got 2 minutes more. This is where I'll wrap it up. Just to really knock it, break it down to you. So stop looking at people who work with you as employees. Look at them as people. And I will use the Maslow's hierarchy of needs to explain what I'm trying to say. So, for instance, recruitment is not just about you hiring and paying people salary to get a job done. Recruitment in its core is about you selling and marketing your company. And when you are hiring people and you ask things around age, the stage of life they are in and all of that, what you are trying to do is place them in the natural Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So you have a better understanding of what they need as employees and what you need as a business, such that you can create some sort of alignment. I would like to honor the demands, and my time is up. But what I'm trying to emphasize today, as entrepreneurs trying to grow our business through the different phases, you need to, just as you have the competence to do what you do that is central to your business, you need to go pick up skill, which is you go start learning how people think, how people behave, and that way you can learn how to better manage them as employees and I work with you. Thank you so much for your time. I hope I have been able to at least address something that I think is critical for entrepreneurs in our time. Okay, thank you so much. That'll be it from me. If there's any question or anything you want me to address, I can do that. But thank you.
When I on these lights now, I won't see when people are sleeping. Thank you. Mr. Gbenga, we are taking questions with an app. We are going to share the app now. Please share where people can upload their questions. So we'll probably come back to you for the questions later to manage time. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing this. We are really grateful.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
I mean, are we having a great time? If you're having a great time, say yeah. Ibadan SME BootCamp is trending right now on Twitter and on Instagram. You made it happen, didn't you? Now, we're going to take, is Josh ready? Okay. So we're going to take Josh. Josh is the co-founder in Piggyvest and the chief marketing. How many of you have Piggyvest accounts? Confirm. In fact, we should have added Piggyvest link to registration. That if you don't have Piggyvest, we did it for one of our partners. If you don't have Piggyvest link, you can't join. But Piggyvest are nice people, so they don't need that. So for the next few minutes, Josh is going to be taking us on how to leverage tech for your business and also prepare it for funding. Josh too is doing this at great personal sacrifice, but we have to thank Josh especially for making this happen, for supporting. This is the second time he's speaking, for supporting Lagos SME BootCamp team. Thank you so much, Josh. So for the next 15 minutes or so, Josh is going to go on live.
Hi everyone. I don't know if anyone can hear me. And someone confirmed that they can hear me.
We can hear you, Josh.
Perfecto. Hi everyone. My name is Joshua. I'm co-founder and CMO of Piggyvest. I'm so sorry I couldn't make it down to Ibadan. It's been a whole lot here. I discussed some of it with Mr. Ayo. Interestingly enough, Mr. Ayo has known the team since for a very, very long time. I'll say since around 2011, when we're still building social networks. Yeah, it's been a very interesting journey to see that. Okay, almost 10 years from that time till now, I'm the one speaking at one of his events, trying to encourage MSMEs. I think it's a very interesting thing that he's doing with Caladium Consulting, and I'm thankful for initiatives like this that help, that help businesses. I feel like SMEs are the bedrock of an economy, and Nigeria as a whole is a service economy. Everyone is selling something to someone, right? So even if you have a 9-to-5, you would also try to look out for one or two things you like to engage in. And interestingly, Instagram has been a very, very huge tool for a lot of Nigerian SMEs. And today, the topic I have before me pretty much talks about how MSMEs can leverage tech to grow their business and access funding. Yeah, so business in Nigeria is, and again, I'm sorry I don't have any slides. I don't know, I just like to tell stories. I think it works for me that way, and I feel like sometimes slides like the speaker that went before me can be a lot, right? So I hope everyone can hear me and just pay attention to things and say, right. So Business in Nigeria is very tough, no doubt. But then, having run Piggyvest for the last 5 years, there are some things I have learned, right? I'm just here to tell you things I have personally learned, right? I'm not here to tell you, it's really not, one shoe fits all, right? But I feel like there are some things that are very, very key that I've seen. So I've seen it work, and I know it can also work for your business, right? So, like I'm saying, Nigeria is very, very tough. But there are just a few things that you need to hack to be able to grow your business and then access funding. For us, our story started in 2016, or rather 2015 December, where we pretty much saw a tweet where someone was able to save up 365,000 naira from putting aside 1K in the box. It was very interesting for us, and then we decided to automate the entire process because, it takes a lot of discipline to actually put 1,000 naira every day in the box for 365 days. That requires a lot of discipline. But then we understand that discipline is something that is not very common with people, and not everyone can meet up to that. So we decided to basically automate the process. In automating the process, we also did understand that we were not trying to be a bank, right? We're just trying to provide a service of discipline and accountability. So in business, it's always very important for you to understand what you're selling as a business. If you understand what you're selling as a business, it makes it easier for you to communicate, right? Like the previous speaker also spoke about. So you need to have a very, very clear understanding of what you want to achieve in your business. Sometimes in the beginning, it might not be very clear. For us, we didn't even figure it out from the beginning. So no one really knows what they are doing. Everyone is just trying to figure it out as they go on. But then there are some things that you might need to engage in to help you shape your business or shape your business story or shape your communication to be able to help you grow. For us, we started out in the beginning, and then we had the privilege of having mentors in the space. One of our Egbons, his name is Olumide Shoyombo. He believed in us very, very early enough, gave us, money. Even Mr. Ayo here also gave us some money in the beginning. So there's been a lot of, mentorship and, people helping to shape your story. And that's what has happened to us. So we launched in 2016, just a simple product at the time. It was just, we automatically remove money from your account every day, every week, or every month, and then we give it back to you after 3 months. That was the simple product. What were we trying to sell there? Discipline. It's just, we know you have a bank account. We understand you save money, your fixed deposit, treasury bills. But at the same time, there's a reason why people still have colos under their beds. There's a reason why people still engage in a job in their offices or, churches, whatever it is. So there is the need to have a separate place where you keep some money, not really all of it, just some money. So that's exactly where we're playing on, just having a separate place where you can keep some money and you're sure that the money is safe and you're also sure that the money is growing. That's pretty much what Piggyvest is about. And then we launched that into the market, and then it was fairly successful. I remember us having only about 375 active users for the entire year of 2016 when we launched, and we're able to help our users save 21 million naira. It was a very big deal for us because, having people trust you with 21 million naira was, very, very interesting for us. And then we continued. So we joined accelerator programs, venture. We had something called Village Capital at the time. It was an international accelerator. We joined that. It helped, really, really, really helped. So, I would say in the very early stages of your businesses, it's very, very okay to speak to mentors. It's very, very okay to speak to people who can help you shape your business because you might not really know how. And that's why people like Caladium Consulting exists. That's why programs like this exist. They exist to help you as a business grow. So this is very, very, I'm just trying to point out the need for some of these things and why you should take them very, very seriously, right? Because it actually helped us in the beginning, right? So we continued, and then next year, we had another accelerator. We were not particularly for funding, and that's one thing I want to point out. What we were looking for product market fit. And that's just because before 2016, remember I said we started this journey in 2011, thereabout, which means we had 5 years before Piggyvest, right? And during those 5 years, we're launching and failing at several other businesses. If we hadn't launched and failed at these other businesses, I'm not sure we would have been able to build the capacity to continue to run, right? Also, I feel like every business has a secret ingredient. It's very, very personal to you, but it's just something that that this is just something that helps you go. For us, the secret was our team composition, right? So the Piggyvest team is a very unique team, and every time someone tries to poach any of us, it's like, if you poach one person, you have to actually poach all of us, because only one person cannot go and do whatever it is for your company. So we're a team of people with very unique skill sets, and we're able to identify this very, very early on, even in school, right? So all of my co-founders, we have a team of 7 co-founders, pretty much founding team, seven of us. And we all went to Convener University. Again, what kind of friends do you keep? What kind of company do you keep? What kind of conversations do you have? How committed, are you and your friends, in trying to build certain things? So we kept our bond, for a very, very long time, even after we failed severally. Some of us would have said, oh, okay, I'm going abroad, or there's nothing to do again. I'm going to go and do my master's. But I think that we decided to stick together because we knew that we could do something here in the Nigerian tech space, and not only that, we felt like we had the skill set to do it. Again, in Nigeria's market today, the difference, talent is a competitive advantage, I would say, right? So when you're building your business, it's always very important for you to recognize talent when you see them. And don't be afraid to share some parts of your business with someone who you think is very talented enough to help you run the business, right? So talent, I would say, always is a competitive advantage here in Nigeria, right? So the difference between one bank and another bank might just be in the talent they have. Or the difference between one small business and the other small business might just be in the talent they have. Talent is very, very diverse. It could be a sales skill, it could be technical skills, it could be digital marketing skills, it could be hiring skills, it could be management skills. At every level of your business, there are certain skills that are very important. And for us, we started out together without having gone to business schools, or none of us even worked in a bank, right? But here we are today, helping over 3 million people manage their finances. We've all had to learn, as we continue to build, and we've all had to grow, right? So in 2017, we had a partnership. Again, in certain times or aspects of your business, you have to also recognize what you need to do to your business to get to the next level. For us, at the time, we started out, and then we knew that everyone just wanted to see the trust factor, right? For your business to grow, you need to understand, that's why, in the early stages, I always advise people, as the owner of your business, you need to be very in tune with your customer support team, right? That is where all the data flows through. That is how you understand the next step or the next thing to do. There's a lot of insights that come from just speaking to your customers. So very early on, the business required trust, and we figured out a partnership that helped us grow, from helping our users save 21 million to over about 700 million in the following year. That really, really helped us. And with that, again, like I said, we weren't really looking for funding. We're just trying to get to a point where the business itself makes money. And we realized that very early on, because investors will not give you money in Nigeria for an idea except they believe in you and accept their family. So very early on, we got family and friends to believe in us. But when it started to get to, real growth phase, you need proper investors and you need actual numbers. And for you to get actual numbers, it means you're selling something that is worth paying for, right? That's basically what we try to figure out. A business where, it's able to generate some money by itself very early on and, continue to grow. Again, all of these things happening have just been a product of our experience, from scratch. The following year in 2018, we continued to grow. We helped our users save about 5 billion the next year. And we started to get interest from investors. And we pretty much just had one meeting with our investors, and they didn't ask us for any documents. They only asked us for a story. What were we trying to achieve? I think we had been interesting to them for a very long time. They actually were following us on social media. So you know how you're building a business, you talk about what you're doing in very interesting ways. That also helps because you don't know who and who is watching. So basically, we had just one meeting. We told our stories, what we're trying to achieve, X, Y, Z, and we closed that $1 million in about 2-3 weeks from then. And for us, it was very interesting because, at that point, we now decided to acquire a microfinance bank. Also thinking that we're trying to do this bank thing, but really that's not what we're trying to do, right? And even after acquiring the microfinance bank, we didn't even have to continue to operate like that. You would remember, if you are a very fervent Piggyvest user, if you started using Piggyvest from 2016, you realize that before Piggyvest, we were actually called Piggy Bank. So it was piggybank.ng from 2016 to about 2018 when we decided to change our name from Piggy Bank to Piggyvest, right? And that's when we realized that, what we're really doing is fund management. It's not banking. So you would never, ever see Piggyvest offering loans to its users directly, right? So because we feel like what we're trying to help people do is build wealth, right? So we figured out, that in 2018, and then we changed our name to even offer more investment opportunities, right? And then again, doing all of these things, there were a lot of challenges, quite a number of things that we had to go through, but thankfully we were able to surmount it and move past all of those things. And we continue to grow. I remember the month where we did just 1 billion in that single month. I think it was January of 2019 or so. And it was at that point that we figured out that, okay, this is something that we need to pay very close attention to. And it continued to go from there, right? And then, so for Piggyvest here, we don't like to sell. We don't like to sell just saving. We believe that for people to be able to save, they need to be able to grow their wealth. And one of the ways people are able to grow their wealth or grow their income is is when they're able to start up businesses, right? And empowering businesses is something that is very, very dear to us, because if we're able to empower businesses, it means we're able to create more wealth, in the country, and people are able to save more. So very, very soon, or rather, I think it's already out, there are some things that we're trying to do with the market that would actually help a lot of MSMEs grow. And one of those such things that we're putting together is called patronize.co. Patronize.co is a simple solution that allows businesses payment easily. We're able to do a lot, in the retail space, and this is something that is very, very. I mean, I'll be speaking to Mr. Ayer about this, later on. But Patronize.co is something that we're setting up to help MSMEs grow their business. Right? There's a lot planned, and again, these ideas are not just coming because we feel like doing something else. Right? It's come from data, from knowledge of having built this over time to a point where, okay, for the next phase of our growth, we need to help people make more money, right? That's the only way they can actually have some funds to save. And then there's a lot we're doing on that front. And again, maybe hopefully I get a chance to speak on that or share more details on that. But again, I've mentioned quite a number of things. As a business, you just need to focus on those key things. And most importantly for us has been speaking to your customers, focusing on what the feedback is, making sure that you're able to understand what they're saying. Even as a small business, no matter what you're doing, whether you're selling cakes or shoes or whatever it is, there are certain tools that are very, very clear, to everyone. One of them is Instagram. Instagram is like a large billboard. Everyone. I look at it like a market square, right? Everyone has their own corner, and some people figure out ways to do these things, and some people, are not able to. But when you're in a market square, you need to find ways to stand out. And you can only stand out with the value you provide, right? And the value you provide has to be clear, not just clear, it has to be communicated. People who are making billions, millions on Instagram, they don't have an office, it's just an Instagram account. And they're selling communication, effective service delivery. So there are some things that Nigerians love, they love when people are very customer oriented. We're very needy people, or rather, it's very emotional, sentimental people. So we like to feel like you care about us. So as a business owner, spend time and focus on your customers. Ask them questions. Find ways to build loyalty programs. Find ways to show that as a business you understand their pain. You're not just building a business for building's sake. You're building to help solve a problem. For us, it was very easy because we're solving our own problems, right? So we were the customers that were the people that could not save at the time because we're young and spending money anyhow, whatever it was, we're broke. So we're trying to solve our own problems. So a lot of businesses that thrive today thrive because the management or the owners of the business understand the customer's pain. Just so that you're not just providing a very haphazard solution, you're providing something that actually works and meets, the pain of the customers, right? So if you follow these steps, or rather, if you pay attention to some of these very tiny details, you realize that you won't have to do so much. For us, for about 5 years, we didn't have to do over-the-top marketing. All we focused on was the product, making sure that the product does exactly what we wanted to do. And then we told our users, if you tell your friend about Piggyvest and they're able to sign up, do X, Y, Z, we'll pay you 1,000. That was one of our strategies, right? So again, word of mouth marketing is the best form of marketing any business can have. Today, all we're doing is just increasing brand trust, right? But we've spent years and time, and brand marketing is not something you can pay with money for. No matter how much you have, brand love is something you build. You actually take your time to build. sometimes, people think they can come and hack it by spending money on marketing, but that's not always the case. It doesn't always work, very well. But if you pay attention and you focus and you try to take things very gradually, you see that those things are very, very valuable. It will come in handy, in future when you're trying to scale and do other things. For some of us, because we understand some of these things, if we're launching a new product, we can go at it at scale because we already understand some things, right? So, but when you're starting out very early, it's very important to pay attention to your customers. It's very important to do all the necessary things you're supposed to do. You might not know it all from the beginning. So, to focus and ask questions, attend programs like this, very, very important, very, very helpful. Ask for help where you need it, and I'm sure we will all figure it out. Thank you so much for your time. I hope I haven't exceeded my time. Thank you so much, guys. Can someone hear me? Okay. So yeah, happy to take questions if there are any, and
Thank you so much, Josh. Please, let's give drum rolls for Josh and the Piggyvest team. Drum rolls for Josh. Ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka. Josh, thank you so much. I mean, Josh, you really missed. We have a massive crowd issue on our hands here. We have over 700 people in here, and it's crazy. So we thank you so much for helping us do this. This is great. Sadly, you couldn't come around, but I'll be in the office when I get back, and then we'll celebrate together. Thank you so much, Josh. Bye-bye.
all right. All right, bye.
So just for our guests that just came in, while we were talking, Honorable Akin Alabi came in. You know the man has been abusing me since, so at least he cannot hear. He's a local man, so he's outside there eating amala. He doesn't want to sit down in this place. We also have Honorable Fakorede. He also came in. Why are you doing partial? Why is the clap bigger? Because he's a young guy. Yeah. We also have Pamela. Pamela is here now. So give them drum rolls. Drum rolls for Pamela. They don't know the meaning, but give it to them. Give it to them. Ding, ding, ka. Ding, ding, ka. Ding, ding, ka. Should I tell them about our rules, or we should let them break it? Okay. So they can buy you pizza. The problem with pizza be say when I go fight on top, because this crowd is too much. You cannot fight. You share it. We'll cut it tom-tom. Everybody will tom-tom, tom-tom. If it's half an inch, you put it in your mouth. Like, what's that thing they give in church? Only coffee. Why they laugh now? I never go to church because of it for like 2 years. May God help us. So, the next session is right? Is an AMA. I've known her since 2011 when I'm hyping her. Anybody that's worked with her say that she leaves an impression and she's the most amazing. My EA chairman that is in charge of speaker management called me and said, where do I know that woman from? That she's such an amazing human being. just by calling, phone call, how much more if you interact with her. Edememe is an expert. She's a chartered accountant. She's an all-round amazing fellow. Please, drum rolls for Edememe for session on how SMEs can effectively manage accounting and taxes. Drum rolls, drum rolls. Dum, dum, ka, dum, dum, ka, dum, dum, ka.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a pleasure to be here. Can I ask that we all stand and stretch our feet a little? We've been sitting for so long. Yeah. Do what I do. To the left. Are you hearing cronk, 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 cronk? To the right. To the left. To the right. Now let's hands up. Let's try to touch our toes. Let's do that again. Our hands up. Let's try to touch our toes. Okay. One more set before we go. Let's touch our knees with the opposite hand. It's easy, it's easy. No, not elbow. Great, thank you everyone. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you. Like I said, it's such a pleasure to be here and to share of the wealth of my accounting and tax experience with every one of us in this room. I have close to 13 years experience with KPMG as a tax consultant. Interestingly, I'm no stranger to entrepreneurship because growing up, my father was a builder. He used to do projects for Guinness, Nigeria Breweries, City of David, a number of companies. And then my sister runs Onomene Couture. She's also a fashion designer, and she made this gorgeous dress I'm wearing. Thank you. And then my brother, Eroms, is into marketing, so he does jingles. He does jingles for InterSwitch, CAF, PZ, a number of companies. Yeah, so believe me when I say that I've lived probably all my life with entrepreneurs. And interestingly, I started my foray into entrepreneurship in July. So even though I'm new, please welcome me to the club. Okay, great. So my topic is how SMEs can effectively manage their accounts and taxes. Next, please. I thought there was a clicker. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So my presentation will be in 4 parts. The first, I'll be taking us through effective bookkeeping practices. And then I'll be taking us through cash flow management tips for us as entrepreneurs. And then I'll be giving us an overview of the Nigerian tax system because that's also important. Because I find that entrepreneurs are sometimes so focused on the commercials that we forget that there's tax. And the interesting thing about tax is that when it comes home to roost, it usually pours. And so that's important. And then the last thing I'll be taking us through is how to manage our taxes and how to manage engagement with tax authorities. Yeah? Okay. So first, basic accounting principles. If you go online, you'll find that there are about 10 or 20 accounting principles. So what I did here was just highlight the ones that I think would be very, very important because I'm mindful that I have only 20 minutes for this session. So I just highlighted the very critical ones. The first is, there is something called an accounting equation, and it's that your assets will be equal to capital. But that would only happen where you are the only one who is bringing resources into your business. So the easy way to look at it is assets, what I own, liabilities, what I owe. Yeah. So if you're the only one bringing in the resources, your assets will be equal to your capital, because capital is what you use to run your business. If you have a third party bringing in resources for your business, then your equation will expand a little from assets equal to capital to assets equal to capital plus liabilities, because you now be owing that third party. Are we together so far? Awesome. Okay, and then the next thing is the principle of the double entry system. And what this says is that every transaction must have 2 entries. So it's taken from one and going to the other. So for example, if you pay for printing, what would happen is you have taken from where? To pay the vendor. Where have you taken from? Cash, bank, wherever it is, to pay the vendor. And then you have also incurred printing costs. So there are 2 accounts. Now this is important if you decide to keep a T account. As you will find when we get into the slides some more, I think that we should all look into accounting software, yeah? There's a lady I buy shoes from on Instagram, Have That Shoes. The very first time I reached out to her to buy a pair of shoes on Instagram, I think the pair of shoes was about $8.5. And then I told her, this is the shoe that I want. And then she sent me an invoice for $8,500. And then as soon as I made the payment, she sent me a receipt, an electronic receipt. I was impressed. And then I had to ask her, what is the name of this app that you use? And she said it was Invoice Manager. That's the name of the app. So it automatically generates invoices and automatically generates receipts. And then she's also able to track her payments on the same app. And so I asked her, how expensive is it? She said in a year she pays between $10,000 and $12,000. And I think that's a fair price to pay to have your records properly structured. So you might want to check it out, Invoice Manager. She says that 7 to 10 days is free, but otherwise you have to pay. But I mean, paying $12K in a year is a good deal. So you might want to consider that. If you're going with an app or a software, then you don't need to do the double entry. The app will do that for you. And then revenue recognition is on accrual basis. So you will recognize revenue not when you receive the cash, but when you have earned it. And you earn revenue when you have provided the services or supplied the goods. So even if you sell to someone and the person doesn't pay you in the next 60 days, you have earned that revenue, even though you haven't gotten cash. So that's very important because accounting, accounting standards require you to calculate your revenue on accrual basis. Okay, now, effective bookkeeping and accounting practices for SMEs. I think it's important to track your revenues and expenses. Some of us run businesses without knowing how much have I made this week? How much expenses have I incurred this week? Is there any of us in that bucket? It's okay. Own it with your full chest. We're all here to learn. Okay, I see some hands. It's important to track it. It's important to track it. It's important to know where it is that you are now. Why is that important? I give some reasons. It helps to keep your records organized. You want to know where your business is at each point in time. It also helps you understand what is driving my business's profitability. What is driving my business's growth? So if, for example, you sell about 4 products and you find that one of them is bringing in a lot more money than the others, even though you're putting in the same effort, then it tells you that maybe you should focus your attention on this a little bit more. But you wouldn't know that if you're not keeping proper records. So it's important. It's also important because it helps you, like I said, it keeps you organized. You're looking to grow a business that is world-class. DUTUM mentioned it, that you might need to start small, but you should have a big goal for your organization. So you're looking to grow a business that is world-class and you want to have proper records. You would also need this when you want to get funding. It's important to have a business plan. I'm not going to flog this so much because DUTUM also mentioned it when he was speaking. A business plan would give you clarity because it will force you to think, like, how will I get investment into this business? How will I ensure that this business outlives me? And if you don't have it, please try. You might go online and find that there are some websites that have drivers, or for a business plan, you can use this template, but it won't take out the fact that you need to do the work. So it's important you need to have a business plan. It will help you track your progress, and you would also need it for external funding. Because before people will give you their money, they need to be sure that you can grow their money. So you need to be able to show them that you can grow their money. Okay, the next is maintain internal control. Some of us here, I'm not sure how or there might be some of us in this room who have 9 to 5s. So you're doing your 9 to 5, but you run a business by the side. And when that happens, it's likely to have enough time on your business to track what's going on. So that's where internal controls come in. How do you ensure that there's no fraud happening in your absence? How do you ensure that the stock that is going out is actually yours? I'm sure you've heard instances of people working in one place, and instead of selling the goods of the owner of that place, they buy their own goods and sell. Yeah, so how do you ensure that that will not happen to you? You must put in place proper internal control. And then this is very important. You need to be able to separate your personal finances from your business finances. I was speaking to an SME owner recently, and I needed to make a payment. And she was telling me to pay. It was a personal transaction, but she was asking me to pay into her business account. And I told her, no, you can't do that. Because when the tax authorities come for an audit, they're going to be looking at your business account. So how will you prove to them that, oh, no, this one was Ajo? How are you going to prove it? So clearly separate your businesses from your personal finances. You must treat them as separate. Remember, you're building a world-class organization. So you must treat them as separate. What belongs to the business must be seen in the business account, whether revenues or expenses. What belongs to you as an individual must sit in your own account, whether revenue or expenses. Okay. And then it's important to diligently manage your accounts payable and accounts receivable. We'll touch this a little more in the cash flow management system, but it's very important. You have to pay attention to how much am I paying out and how much is coming in. Because at the end of the day, cash is king. It's not enough to sit down and say, oh, I'm making profits of 10 million, I'm making profits of 10 million, but only 100,000 is sitting in your bank account. Have you had any company that went under because they were not making profit? No, what you'd like to hear of is companies that went under because they didn't have enough cash. So it's important, you must keep an eye on your accounts receivables and your accounts payable. Like I said, we'll come to that in the cash flow management. And then others, you need to maintain records of all costs and revenues for at least 6 years. Nigeria has a statute of limitation of 6 years. What that means is that the tax authorities can come in 2021 and say they want to audit 2015. Yes, there's a statute of limitation of 6 years. And so when the FIRS comes now and tells you they want to audit 2015, if your business has been running for that long, then you have to provide the documents. So when you're operating now, remember that the documents that you're gathering now, you need to keep them for the next 6 years. Because tax is now the new oil. The tax authorities will wake up one day and remember, there are some companies that we've not audited. And you might think, oh, they won't see me. But it's possible that they will audit a company that you provide services to. And then they'll see your name. And then they'll secularize that company and ask that company, please give us the details of this company. And the law says that that company has to oblige them. So the company will give them your details, and then they come to you and say, CAC says operation in 2001, and so we want to audit from 2015 to now. So it's important, if you haven't been keeping proper records, start now. Start now. If somebody is supplying something to you, ask the person to give you a receipt, an invoice. Because you will need, with tax authorities, it is show me. It is show me. They are not, so it's not, but see where I wrote it now. This is my handwriting. If you check all through the book, you see it's the same handwriting everywhere. That's not going to work. It is show me. Prove to me that you incurred the cost. So if you don't have third-party invoice, then the tax authorities are going to say that that cost was not incurred. And what that means is that you'll be paying extra tax. Okay? And then it's also important to schedule times for your bookkeeping. I recognize that not all of us have gone app or gone software. So maybe we still keep our records in our exercise books. It's important to schedule regular time. For when you go back to your books to say, oh, okay, I wrote in this book, XYZ paid me 20,000 naira for one dress. I wrote in that book, I serviced the generator for 2,000 naira, and then I bought lining, I bought this. You need to put it all together in one place. So you need to schedule regular time for that. You don't want your records haphazard all over the place. That won't help your business growth. Okay, how to manage our cash flow management. It might seem like I'm rushing, but I don't want to overstay my time. Okay, it's important to know your cash conversion period. If you've never thought about it, I need you to think about it today. How long does it take me to convert the raw materials that I have into goods or into services? How long? So if, for example, you provide services, maybe an online course, how long does it take you to do your videos? How long does it take you to put the online course together? That's the first thing. And then the next question is, how long does it take to convert those goods that I've already put together, those goods and those services, into cash? So the first step is, how long does it take for me to put these resources together and make them into a good or a service that I can sell? The second step is, after I have sold the goods or the services, how long does it take to get cash into the bank? That's your cash conversion period. You need to know it. And it's better if you're able to track over time so that you can say, oh, as a company, our cash conversion period is this. And then you should also be asking yourself, how can I shorten this period? Because as a business, you should be looking at efficiency. Deolu spoke about it. Efficiency. You must be nimble. How can I shorten this period? Okay, if it's taking me 20 days to create an online course, what can I do to shorten this period? Is there an app that I can use to make this faster? Is there somebody that I should be talking to? Is there someone's experience that I should be leveraging? You should be looking at shortening your cash conversion period. And then the next tip, accelerate cash inflows. Like we said earlier, cash is king. So how can I ensure that money comes in fast? The first idea there is deliberately and proactively get your business in the faces of people. You might be here making a revenue of 800K or 1K, whatever it is, but there's capacity for more. And that more would only come when your business gets into the faces of many more people. So you should ask yourself, do I want to start doing ads? Because the more people see you, then the more people will likely order. If your business is in the face of 200 people, if you get it in the face of 2,000 people, it is very likely that you'll get more customers. So how do I get more eyeballs on my products? How do I get more eyeballs on my services? Do I need to do paid ads? Do I need to do referrals? Do I need to tell existing customers? If you bring one person, you get, like what Piggyvest was talking about. For everybody that you bring, I pay you 1,000 Naira. You must sit down and think of what strategy would work for your business to get more eyeballs on your products. Okay, and then you need to boost your account receivables. So you may be asking yourself, do I want to limit my credit sales? You might say, this business, if you don't give credit, nobody will buy. But there are some businesses that people buy and they pay 100% upfront. But at the end of the day, you need to know what works for your business. So you should be asking yourself, do I need to limit credit sales? How do I follow up on amounts owed? Before I even start the work, then I get a 50% deposit. The key is to get more money in now. The key is to get more money in now. A lot of entrepreneurs do work and then the person says, oh, I'm not interested anymore. But your time has gone in and you cannot recover it. So you need to have a system where if it's pay on delivery, then they must pay you on delivery. If not, you don't drop the goods. If it's, oh, I'm supplying, then you can have a system that I will supply you after you pay me 50%, and then maybe 10 days after on the day you pay me my balance. It's important to keep an eye on your cash inflows. And then also supply to specifications. You don't want your business to be the subject of what I ordered versus what I got. It's very, very important. And it was like, Deolu, were you there when I was preparing my slides? Because you touched on almost everything I have on this slide. Why Deolu said that, in particular, I put there, it helps with referrals and positive review. Okay, so it's very important. Supply to specifications. When people ask for A, let them get A. Cash flow management, you also need to keep your books accurate and current. I spoke about that already. Separate your personal finances from business finances. Maintain cash reserves to cover unexpected expenses. So if there's a period in my business where money is not coming in, what cash reserve do I have now? Is it savings? Is it donations from family and friends? What reserves do I have to fall back on? And then you can also consider delaying or reducing expenses. Do I have to incur all this cost now? Or can I delay them? Okay. I have 5 minutes more, but I'd like to go through the tax management system. Can you oblige me? Thank you. Okay. The tax system in Nigeria is such that there's direct taxes and indirect taxes. Direct taxes are the ones that, for the most part, you assess yourself: the personal income tax, the company's income tax, the petroleum profits tax. The indirect taxes, which is the focus of the government, because it's easier to administer and it's easier to collect, is indirect, i.e. VAT. If you go to supermarkets and you check your invoices, you will see that they've billed you for VAT. Yes, so that's indirect tax, and that's the focus of the government. In terms of who imposes tax, it's done on a federal, state, and local level. So the federal government imposes some taxes, like the CIT, like the VAT, DGT, for the most part, and then the state government is personal income tax. The local government is all those, your radio license, TV license. So every tier of government imposes taxes. And then, unfortunately, our tax to GDP ratio has continued to hover around 6%. If you compare us, yes, if you compare us to other African countries, you would see that we're lagging so far behind. And really, the disparity it begs the question: is it that companies know that they should pay tax and they're not paying? Or are companies looking at this as a social contract? Why should I pay when I don't see what it is that the government is doing with my money? But we're hoping that with this session and with all of us aware of our responsibilities as citizens, then we will pay the right taxes, pay them on time, and then help increase this ratio from 6%. Okay, to manage your taxes, okay, that's my second to the last slide. The first way to manage your taxes is to comply with the provisions of the law. That's the best and easiest way. What does the law say? Do it. When does the law say I should do it? Then do it on that day. It's very important. Compliance is the cheapest way to manage your taxes. The next is also keep better documentation. I already said this. And then stay aligned and informed. How do I ensure that my business processes help me do the right thing when it comes to taxes? How do I ensure that I put in place a system that helps me remit withholding tax and VAT when I should? It's important. You need to go out from here after this session and be thinking of how can I better my systems, how can I better my processes so that I am more tax compliant, so that I keep better records. And then it's also important to engage in regular capacity building. Does anyone know in this room that the Finance Act 2020 exempts small companies from paying CIT? Does anyone know? Okay, a number of us know. Were there people that didn't know? Okay, I see hands of people that didn't know. Based on the Finance Act 2020, if you are a small company, and the Act defines a small company as a company with revenue less than 25 million, then you're not liable to CIT. You are not liable to CIT. If you make between 25 million and 100 million, instead of paying 30% taxes, you pay 20%. Now, this is an advantage for those who have limited liability companies over those who run enterprises or partnerships, because only companies have this exemption. So if you're looking to register, then maybe you should consider that. Okay? But the point is that you must get knowledge. The tax environment is changing. You must ensure that you also stay in tune. Now, how to manage tax authorities? It's very important to ensure that you have resource persons who can deal with them. When the tax authorities ask a question on this transaction, you must be able to explain it. When the tax authority wants documentation on ABC, you must have it. It's very important. Everything is documentation. I once had a client, there was a global acquisition, and so company A and company B both had subsidiaries in Nigeria. So company A obviously subsumed the company B. And they laid off all the staff of Company B without asking for any support documents. And then it was around that time that FIRS came to audit Company B. Recall that they had laid off Company B's employees, and there was nobody to provide the documents. So we had to start, but you know that they have a financial statements. The financial statements was audited. So if somebody had audited it, the person would most likely have seen the expenses before signing off. The person would have vouched the revenue before signing off. But all of that was unnecessary if there were documents. So it's very important, keep documents, and then also ensure efficiency in your processes. If the tax authorities come and ask for ABC, and you're giving them the ABC, there's no reason why the audits will be prolonged. And then you must also know your rights, because sometimes the tax authorities ask for things that are beyond their powers. So you must know, what does the tax law say? What are my rights as a taxpayer? Very important. With this, I've come to the end of my presentation, and I hope I was able to help you with tips for better bookkeeping and accounting practices. This is the point where I take a bow.
Excellent. I remember was up. Tolu came in. Tolu, she's been waiting downstairs because, because of the situation at hand, So she then came in. She's going to take us effective communications. But before then, a few ground rules, or just a few housekeeping. Sorry. We have these links up, right? So if you have feedback for us, please share your feedback real time using this link. If you have questions, use this link. If you have feedback on this session, so that we can quickly, iterate, we can quickly improve on any elements of the session, please share feedback with us. If you also want us to, take any urgent questions that you have, we're going to have a panel session later that will address, questions. But if you have any questions that you have now that you'd like us to treat urgently, please share using those links. They are very short links. Once you click it on your browser, it's going to take you there. Okay, so next on our agenda, ladies and gentlemen, give a drum roll for Tolu Lokwe Olorundero to come and talk about effective communications management. I'm going to go around and look for you now, if you're not doing it.
Maybe we should turn this to a concert, right? Because I see that the drum rolls don't want to end. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here amongst very brilliant people. Some of the most brilliant, really, I would say, across Nigeria. My name is Tolu Lokwe Olorundero. Many know me by Tolu Coms. I'm a public relations consultant and a small business owner as well. It's a privilege to be speaking alongside very eminent people, interestingly, that I used to look at on Twitter those days. Oluwa, when am I going to meet these people? Or just let me be in a room where they are. So it's a privilege for me this afternoon, and I'm honored to do that. Let me say that I'm a daughter of the soil. Somehow, I attended the only polytechnic in Nigeria that has a definite article, the Polytechnic Ibadan. If you're an alumnus, like I am, please I've forgotten how we used to hail ourselves. Yeah, greatest bagba, because even my uni is the same greatest bagba. Olabisi Onabanjo University alumnus students. We are here fully representing. We are proud institutions that we've come out from. And we are ambassadors of those institutions, helping to retell the stories of the history that we met. Okay? It is by the grace of God, really, that for every place that I've worked in, the question is always, so what school did you go to in the US or UK? Olabisi Onabanjo. and the Polytechnic Ibadan. Those are my institutions, and I'm proud of all that has happened over the past year so far. This afternoon, very quickly, I'll just be sharing my experience based on practical strategies and tips that I have used to grow my business, a public relations consulting firm, one of the very few in Nigeria. Many have agencies. We are a consulting firm. And then, of course, my small business, which is now a side hustle. I sell some things online on Instagram because I got bored. I had a baby. I got bored during my leave. And I said, why do I need to get a shop when there's Instagram? Let me just test if somebody will buy. So on the 31st of May in 2018, I think it was around 1 a.m. Just woke up, opened an Instagram account. Boom, that business started. And for the first 6 months, I left my salary aside and focused on this business. Okay, there's a free resource, there's a complimentary resource. By the way, as a business owner, as much as possible, try not to say that you are giving something free. If they are not buying it, it costs you something. So it is not free. You were either spending sleepless nights, you had to read something to put something together. So for you, it is not free. Okay, so I have a complimentary resource here somewhere that you'll be able to download, and then also read practical things that I did, samples of templates that I sent on Instagram and on LinkedIn to get some of the businesses that I've gotten. Do I have the clicker for this? So what are some of the effective and affordable branding tools and techniques, thank you, that you can use for your business? I'll leave the statistics very quickly. I've been listening as I came in to all the speakers who spoke before me. Very interesting conversations. I like the story around what happened in Bayelsa State. Is Jelu still here? Oh, you just stepped out. Okay, so I liked that story about how networking and connections really pave the way for businesses, and particularly how it is referral. One of the key things you need to remember, if you don't take anything away from here, it's good to have lead generation strategies. It's good for you to have a marketing funnel, but you see the fastest process for getting new clients, whether you're a product business or you're a service business owner, is referral. The turnaround time is faster, and the money is likely better, okay? Especially if you have served the previous clients well. Just before I go into a slide, if you're a product business owner here, can I see your hand? You sell goods only, whether online, offline, a store, whatever. I sell goods, physical products like a phone, whatever. I sell clothes, I sell shoes, I sell diapers. Okay, so if you're a service business owner, may I see your hand, please? You provide, you see, I love service people. You know why? That's what I do. And the interesting thing is that many times when people come to talk about strategies for business owners and SMEs, we conflate the things that work for a product business owner to that which works for a service business owner. The first thing you need to remember from my session is that people only do businesses with people. Nobody cares about your business, honestly. I don't care, right? I care about you. How are you serving me? Who are you? What are you? What do you know? It is what you know, not what your company knows. Because, company is a name. It is the people that make up the company. So I'm interested in you as an individual. What do you know? Who are you? What are you doing? Where are you going? Who are the people you are interacting with? One of the beauties of the service that I offer is that as much as my personal network continues to expand, that network invariably impacts on the clients that I serve. Because at one point or the other, public relations will require you to collaborate and partner with other organizations or with other business owners. Now, what I then do is I carry my own clients along. If I know somebody today, for example, and tomorrow my client requires a collaboration with that person, I stand between them as a midwife to get that connection and that introduction across. Okay? So very quickly, I'll talk about the branding. Hopefully you'll get the slides. I don't want to read through them. What are some of the myths? What are some of the things people say that make us think, oh, PR, communications, branding, not yet time. Some of those things is too expensive. It's only rich people that can afford it. What am I selling? I'm just selling shoe or thrift clothes, 3,000 naira. If you're from Lagos and you're getting at Aswani, I don't know where they buy it in Ibadan, right? But I'm selling 3,000 naira clothes, 4,000 naira clothes. What do I need branding for? What's the importance of it? So one of the things that stop people from actively and strategically implementing branding strategies for their businesses that they think is so expensive. It's only for rich people. Even if you're doing a small business, if your daddy or mom is funding you, then you can be concerned about branding. Today, we're going to very quickly debunk that myth. Let me tell you, from my own experience, I grew up selling ice block. Who knows ice block? You know this ice block that they sell to guys in traffic who hawk water? That's how I grew up. That's what we used to go to school. Okay? So there's no connection anywhere. There's an uncle anywhere. I mean, each of us, I have 3 other sisters, took our destinies by our hands. So I've heard Edeme, for example, talk about how, our dad was a contractor. He was doing stuff with Pepsi. Was it Pepsi? I think you mentioned one. Nigeria Brewery. I mean, some of the very big names that you'll be in your house are like, God, when will my time come? You talk about your brother who does jingles. You talk about your sister as well. I mean, they sound very nice. They also talked about connection with Bayelsa State. And for some of us here, it may be like, these things, they are far. You know, maybe you are living at Bodija or Bere. You know, Bere. How will I get to the governor's office? I mean, Deolu was talking about the speechwriter to the governor who was calling the wife and I was like, okay, but then it is possible. Okay, it is possible. One of the strongest things that have defined my progress and growth as a business person is access to internet. And the strong belief that the internet, depending on what you use it for, you can decide to be solving people and trolling people. Right? It has democratized access, right? The places where you could not go before that you had to book an appointment. Today, you need to just word your DM properly. Ensure that you have a good digital footprint and you will get a response. Okay? So today, your appointment card or that note that you have to send to anybody is your LinkedIn profile, is your Twitter profile. For service business owners, let me give you this quick cheat sheet. One of the fastest ways for you to get noticed in your industry is no longer LinkedIn, it is Twitter. And I'll tell you why, if I have time. Okay, so it's only organizations that are in established places. You have a big business office. Those are the people who need branding, and it's about advertising and direct promotion. Throughout my business, the 2 businesses that I run at the moment, we've never spent 1 kobo, not $1 or 1 cent, 1 kobo on advertising. And we're doing well, if I may say so myself. So these are some of the attributes or the things that comprise branding for any organization or any business. I mean, you can talk about all of this. One thing, especially for you as a business owner, that you must realize and accept is that your personal brand is critical to your small business success. For those of you who are very conversant and active on Twitter, you would have seen that people very recently, in the last week or 2 weeks, there's been a debate about how, it's only people who are not, who don't have real stuff, who are not well-grounded, that focus on personal branding. You want everybody to know you, but you are not focusing on developing yourself as a professional. There is that part of it. Okay? One of the things I say is that don't go and put yourself out there when you know you don't have any value or anything. As popular as you are, that's how popular your disgrace will be. So don't try it. If you know that you still need to build capacity, right? Build the capacity in private. You know this thing that tech bros say now, build in public, or how do they say it? Allow them to build in public, they know themselves. You see us that are not doing tech, as it were. Please build in private. You can share your learnings. As you share your learnings, people begin to flow for your thought processes and they watch you evolve. So that the day you get a really good contract, people can trace where you started and they will say, but we know him, we know when he started tweeting, we know when he went for that course, we know when he did X, Y, Z. The challenge comes when an entrepreneur suddenly, in quotes, becomes successful when we then go online, which is our encyclopedia, and we go online and we find no footprint at all about what this person has ever done. Nobody has heard of them. Nobody has seen them anywhere. They don't have colleagues. They don't have friends. Nobody to say, I know this person and their results. That's always the challenge. Then you now start hearing people say, oh, it's one uncle that gave him connection. It's one auntie that opened the door. Oh, it's because his mother is a PDP person. For those who are conversant on Twitter, you will know what I just referred to. Yeah. Anyway, so again, it's very important for you to build your personal brand. So long as you have value and you know what you are doing, you know your stuff, you know your work. Okay? There is no way that branding can take over the place of competence in your industry. So there is this as well. And then, of course, affordable tools that you can begin to use. For many of us here, so long as you're a social media user, you likely are familiar with these things. But for your business, what's the importance? Right? For example, why do you need Google Analytics? Why do you need MailChimp? Why should I pay attention to ensuring that the customers who have bought from me once must continue to buy? In this instance, I will tell you about my side hustle, which I operate under a different persona. My name is Tolu Combs. That's my corporate outlook. If you are able to download the resource that is in this slide, you will see the name of the second person who is a mother, a wife. She can gist on Instagram, and that business stays only on Instagram. You will never see Tolu Combs saying the same thing. And the reason for that is that the target audience for the side hustle business, right? The way they interact when they need that product is different from how they would interact when they need to speak with me as a public relations professional. The beauty about the things that I do is that they are interconnected. The type of people who can buy the products in my side hustle, I sell imported diapers. The type of mothers who are able to afford that product are the same type of people I would need to submit my proposals to when I go to the organizations for public relations service provision. Okay, so I am duty bound, right, to ensure that I come correct, even though I'm selling diaper, right? So that when they eventually interact with me as a public relations consultant, who say, hey, that's why you're doing it like this now, but no, right? It's an understanding that one of the most difficult areas in Nigeria is that we don't have a culture of service. Customer service is zero. Anywhere that you see a business actually providing professional customer service, except something goes wrong, they will stay with you until your business ends, or one of you, Sha. Right? Yes. Because I mean, it's like, and that's how we then started to define our own product business. We are not selling the product because guess what? If you go on Instagram today, if you're a mother, you will know. Many people are selling diaper. Too many children in Nigeria, always giving birth. So everybody needs the product. Hello. So that you can focus on your real work, which is your office work or your business work, as the case may be. So what we then started to say is that we are actually selling a service. We are selling time. We are selling professional service. Because even though you are coming to buy diaper, the way we will interact with you, you will think that you've just got to a private wealth firm. You know how they do at these banks. Once they quickly size you up, especially when you're just coming in. They size you up. They offer you a chair. They'll give you water. They'll give you coffee. It's because they are anticipating that something will come out from your pocket. Okay? That's how we treat these people. Right? Just so that, I mean, you enjoy that first experience so much. You enjoy that first experience so much. You don't think of going to any other business provider for that particular product or service until your child stops wearing diaper. And that's been the key to the success of that business. From the time a mother gives birth to the time a child stops wearing pull-up diapers for potty training, about 3 years, have a customer in that person. Repeat, at least every 6 weeks, that woman will come back to buy. So why won't I spend time to make sure that I get her interested and hooked to me for 3 years? Instead of struggling, begging, going to other people's Instagram accounts to be posted, that's a strategy. You go to an Instagram page that likely has your target market, and then you keep posting there with the hopes that people who are able to afford your service also come to your own page. Okay? Why spend all that time when you can have a system to ensure that you retain the clients and you keep reminding them? When it's 5 weeks to the time, you've already completed. Hello, ma, how are you doing? How is my baby doing? How is work today? No, most of the time, what would then happen is that, oh, I was going to reach out to you yesterday. I forgot. Please, could you send diaper to there? Oh, of course, ma. We'll send diapers to the house. I just want to make my own money. Okay? Yeah. So, I mean, you can do all of this again. This is a resource that I said in this book. Let me tell you very quickly about the service business. I said that we have never spent 1 naira in getting clients for our organization. We believe very strongly that public relations works. We believe strongly that public relations work. And it doesn't, public relations mean that you are not paying anybody to put your story in the front of their own audience. Okay? And so how do we really demonstrate? How do I convince you that what I'm saying, because people don't believe it, okay? But how do I convince you that what I'm saying is true, has results, and it works? What I've then done is to use my own business as a template for it, to say, if you can work for me providing the service, and I'm using public relations strategies to sell a public relations service, then you better believe me that it's working. When I started full-time, this business, I've been running it as a side hustle from uni 2006. I started doing it full-time in 2019, at the beginning of 2019. And so what I did then was first to identify who are my target audience. Joe spoke about know the key decision maker. Okay, and so for our own business, what we did was to target 1 minute more. Okay, what we did was to target the key decision makers in the industries, the CEOs, the GCEOs of these organizations. And then I sat down and I wrote a very compelling pitch. The sample is in this book, and it's complimentary download, by the way. So it's not like I want your money. Well, I mean, I want your money, right? But for this one, let's be very clear. But for this one, you can get it. I mean, when I wrote it, I was just bored because there was nothing to do at home. But yeah, the ones that worked, let's put it together. And so you have templates of how I was able to pitch the diaper business to wholesalers, and without having one stock anywhere. I didn't have a shop. I didn't know where I was going to get the products from. We got an order for 1.8 million within the first month of the business, using just sending DMs to people on Instagram. And then I had a good problem of getting where I was going to get the goods to supply. But that's another story. And then we did the same thing also for LinkedIn and the public relations company, Motion Communications. And so I identified these people, and the strategies I used to identify them is also included in the book. And then I crafted a compelling DM. So LinkedIn will take a while in terms of sales conversion, but eventually I got a meeting with a group chief executive officer, one of the tech companies, not this recent ones, one of the old tech companies that paved the way for these younger ones. And by sending a LinkedIn DM, I got a contract of 10 million naira. Guess where I stay, by the way? I stay at Yanopaja in Lagos State. So don't think that, oh, she's in VI, so she knows people. No, I say those things very deliberately to tell you that regardless of where you are living, if you have a phone, it doesn't have to be iPhone. Somebody gave me this one, Neo. Me, I will not buy iPhone yet with my money. I use Android, okay? And I use it very well. 5 years, it will not go away because I manage assets well. Whatever I buy must give me returns before I buy another one. That's my own, that's my own financial, that's how I plan my finances. Anyway, so if you have a phone, right, and you have internet access, instead of you to go and be trolling people on Twitter, guess what? You are there trolling people. You are there looking at Saga and Kilonde, Nini, doing, I don't understand that guy's strategy, but let's leave it all. But then, instead of you focusing on them, spending all your data watching these people are closing deals online and they are not leaving their house. So the question for you seated here today, am I going to leave this SME bootcamp to continue to troll people, or decide that I too make money on this internet that we are all using? I got 10 million naira by sending a DM. I'd never met the man before. I just saw him online. By his designation, I didn't have a name I was looking out for. I just saw that this designation is the type of person that we can pitch our service to. I sent a DM to him. He eventually responded and said, oh, typically it's my PA that manages my LinkedIn page, but I just decided to look at this today. This sounds interesting. Let's have a meeting. I met with them, did a presentation to their board, and got the deal. Guess what? Me, myself, and I, at that time, was a full business. I was the entrepreneur, I was the public relations consultant, I was the secretary, and you know what I did? And I mean, I share a lot of my stories on Twitter specifically. After a while, I found out that you are the owner of your business. You can't also be the face asking for money. Excuse me, sir, invoice is due. No. So I created another person. Well, I can tell you, but I will not tell you whether it's me or not. But then there is a joy in my company because we also want to make sure that when you interact with us, right, you experience joy, peace. Her name is Joy Erishe, the evidence of work. So there is a joy that is sending invoices to people, right? Guess who is at the back of Joy? Joy Nonu. Okay, so you need to make sure that you as a professional, his persona is different from the person who is always asking somebody for money. You know how it looks when, okay, so now you've gotten a deal, you are sitting with GCO, and then after you leave GCO, you are going to sit in accountant's office. Oga, how far now? Is our invoice ready? Are you not going to make? No, don't downgrade yourself like that. Create a persona for them. Oga, how far? Our invoice is due. Are we going to get it within 72 hours? You as a business face cannot do that. I'll stop here. Please download the book. Everything I'm saying.
Drum rolls for Tolulope, please. Ding, ding, ka. Ding, ding, ka. Ding, ding, ka. You see, some of the politicians in this place have been lobbying me outside there that they want to speak. We will keep them here. They will not speak. Will they speak? Not yet. You know, I need to give some of our previous speakers their awards now. Juma, okay, Twist is there. You know, they've done amazing. I mean, I cannot even begin to appreciate enough. I mean, what they've done already. So I'm going to start with Adememe there. What is the Olu? We need to get the Olu, please. So I'm going to start with Edememe Ola DG Wusu. Used to be Edememe Adene. Now the way we know that year, guys. Now my brother, he did well. I mean, we have just a token for you. This and there's also one or two other things in there. Thank you so much for doing it. Thank you so much. I don't remember. Oh, okay. Did you get it? Or you want us to do it again? Okay, you keep it for her, right? Who else? Oh, okay. Tolu. Where is Deolu needs to come and pick his own. Tolu. So is it Tolu the secretary we are giving now? Or Tolu the money hustler? Or Tolu the consultant? Or Tolu the janitor? Now joy where we give. Make a cancel the name. Bring me by you. Have we had fun though? If you have had fun, say yeah. I know the ways make God call me since January 1985. But if you like say na me go call myself last. Please let's give drum rolls again for Tolu, aka Joy. I will share you. I will see you call out your name. Drum rolls. Ding ding ka, ding ding ka, ding ding. Na concert. Thank you so much. May God help us. The way this man they snap picture, go think say we pay him. We don't pay the guy. Now volunteer, now free. The guy can't snap for us. Him himself went to the website and said he wants to come and give us photography. May God help us. When you not get money, they form convener. They go to say, they go to say, I pay the guy now. The guy will snap me. Crack, 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 crack. Look, they will did all these things for us now. We not, you see this thing, we can't pay for this thing. And came all the way from Bayelsa with this thing. This thing is heavy. Can't you see how big it is? How many events you don't go where the drop big like this? You don't bribe that guy. You planted him there. You planted him there. I go to come out for this place. Now PDP convention is supposed to go. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a fantastic drum rolls for Doctor of Vet Con Jam Brand and Design. Drum rolls, give. If you know the drum roll, this man go release doggo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please don't let them forget their bag. This is why you are keeping it for them. Many people don't forget these bags. And then, sincere apologies. See, we don't already pay for branded bag, but as they're not good deliver, we can't quickly go buy this one. I tied it there, but you go still manage it like that. Quick problem solving. May God help us. Who else? Is there anybody else that I've not called? Okay, we'll do the next batch. We should do for Josh and Piggyvest, even though they are not here, but we'll do it later on. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call on the next guy. I mean, you see this guy all the time. He's always in one trouble or the other on Twitter. If I hear bring that boy up. Bring that boy up. Can you remember? Let me do this. Ibadan one governor say, move up on move up on Oh, but my constitutional authority. I'm happy for you people. I mean, I'm happy for you people. You've come a long way. You've come a long way. Now, Ibadan is I know the PDP. Why want to campaign for free for government? In fact, I've reversed everything I've said. Now, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Pamileri, aka Pam Pam.
Good afternoon. First, I always say this whenever I'm outside. You guys need to, take it easy on me. I'm a very shy guy. So I will not be able to look at you guys directly, but I'll try and flow. Okay. So to the beginning. Let me move this by from me. They gave me the wrong topic. I don't know why you gave me that topic. Yeah, I was supposed to speak on maybe influencing or something, but I don't know why you're going to look for that big English topic you gave to me. How was it looking? Okay. Emma Binu. So. Ibadan people. Oh. So my topic is how to leverage digital content to engage customers and grow your business. Okay, so I'll just do, guys, I'm just here to have fun here. So I won't be so serious and I'll be looking at all these things and I'll just try to explain. These are the things you know on a normal day. You've heard it, they tell you every time. So basically, over time, so let me just, I think I have to go to the middle. Over time, social media has evolved drastically. It is no longer just a place to catch fun and meet new people. It has also become a marketplace where brands can meet new customers, blah, blah, blah. So aside from the regular thing we do, we just don't post anymore. Now we have influencers that are making money. Some are even buying beds, all thanks to God. Some are building houses off social. You can easily post your business. Some left their 9 to 5 just to face social media influencer, brand, content creation, and all those things. And you're making money off it. Years ago, we were on Twitter to just, Badoski, years ago, we just tweet catch fun and days of tutorial. If tutorial follows you 6-7 years ago, you've blown. That is how big he was on Twitter back then. So back then, we were just having fun and everybody was just doing their thing. Posts, look for anybody's trouble, move on. My own trouble landed me is slap, by the way. But again, so that was social media years ago. But now everything is changing. I left my 9 to 5 to face this thing. And it's paying way more than I could ever think of. I could buy a small car and all those things. So, okay, I think I'll be blocking this. So I will be speaking on this aims to show you how to grow your business using the 3 major social platforms. You have a lot of platforms, but the popular ones, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Secret. People feel like Facebook is dead. Is anybody still on Facebook here? Nice. Instagram. Twitter. Oh, nice. Okay, but Lagos people feel like Twitter is that Facebook is dead. No, Facebook is just our parents that are there. They send business and the rest of it. But what business owners don't understand that if you have a 100 million budget, I would advise you spend 70% on Facebook, probably the 25% on Instagram, then that 5% on Twitter. Secret. Because the Facebook still has the most engaging, it's still the most engaging platform. Unless we are just lying to ourselves. We all know, don't go to Instagram, we put pictures, like and comment, and that is all. We love to comedians, and that is all. It doesn't die, it doesn't convert. Honest truth. It does not convert. That is why most businesses still spend millions doing Facebook promotion. Oh, thanks to God, Facebook owns Instagram now. So, yeah. So, Twitter, for example, have a very precise bio. Your bio profile is the first thing people see. I don't want to come to your bio and I'm saying slave queen, even though that's a bio, even though that is an occupation now. People slave for a living. You know, we have sugar mummies and the rest of it. So you have to, what do you want people to know you as? If I'm coming to Sheon Fakorode's page now and I'm saying, you don't even have anything in your Bible. I'm coming to Badoski's page right now. The first thing I'm going to look at, aside from his handle, sometimes handle doesn't make sense. No, it's too long. Well, I probably somebody else to talk about proper branding. But so the first thing I want to see on your page is what do you do? And another thing that we have to understand that our attention span is actually very little. We get distracted easily. Right now, I may want to go to your page. Sorry, what's the name? Sorry, ma? Huh? Okay, Muchel. I may want to go to Auntie Muchel's page. And while I'm on that page, looking at something, oh, nice page, something will probably pop up. And I can click on that. Trust me, I will forget I was on a page. I've moved on. So your bio, number one, has to be catchy. I don't want to see your bio and you're writing one long episode. I don't have time. You get? So people, we don't have that time. We don't have that patience. Patience. Nice. So we don't have that patience to be on one person's page for that long. So your bio has to be very catchy. You get straight to the point. See, while I'm talking, it's kind of long. So keep up with trends. Twitter, everything, you see things come and go. But how do you keep up? How do you jump on trends? How do you take opportunity of trends? Now, Chedi Balabala was trending some days ago, Abi some months ago. Now, different things happen every time. See, I'm very shameless. I can jump, I can Chedi Balabala, forget it. So how do you use Chedi Balabala for your brand? You sell clothes, you sell perfumes. You can use the soundtrack. You can be changing clothes, doing boom. We have TikTok, create content on all these platforms, jump on those trends and post them on Twitter. Post them on your social. Don't be stagnant. Like, no, I am a fan of be pro, strictly business. But sometimes you just have to do all these things to make sales. Another one. Okay. Okay. Engage with your audience. The nature of fans and customers on the platform. This is a gift in the goods and services you offer and interact with them. If you search for, there are a lot of people look for things every day. Sometimes aside from Lagos traffic, the best place I think you can sell anything is on social media. Because in Lagos traffic, you can buy a house, you can build a house, you can do anything. I'm being honest. In Lagos traffic, you can buy anything. I was working and they're even selling dogs in Lagos traffic. How now? Yeah, so you can, aside from Lagos traffic, social media is the best place you can sell. I'm a fan of referrals, but on social, if you don't understand the power of what we have, that's why the government are trying to, they're clamping everything and suspending everything. They say we should not be. They want to take us to 1985. Yeah. So this thing we have, it is very powerful. Trust me. So key that we've not even started making the money of it. I read an article and someone said that in this part of the world, the revenue we've gotten off the strike is not even up to 2% of what we still get from it. So that's why I go build off this social. So you have to engage with your audience. Look at what people want. Look at what they're interested in. Take others through DM, reply and DM. Perfect. Some of you don't reply your DMs after 8 days. People don't have that patience. Then you now say, another thing I think we need to stop. We need to stop this thing. DM for price. Why? Why am I going to DM you? So if Shehu DMs you like, he's a commissioner. Commissioner is 35K. So if somebody else invested of 50K because you have to be profiling us. Tell us the price because that is. I'm like, okay, we don't have to. So how much is this? What color is available? It is stress for even you that you are selling. Say everything at once, then I go 35K. If I can afford it, I will DM you. If not, I will move on to the next person. Stop saying I should DM you for price again. We will not. Showcase product through tweets. The way you tweet your product. So another thing is you have to have maybe a sapam during seeing. Whatever, I'll come back. Okay, so the next one is Instagram. If you are not on Instagram, who is not on Instagram here? Do you have a business that runs on Instagram? Okay, let me ask you this way. Do you have a personal brand? Who has a personal brand and a business page differently? Oh, nice. People are trying. Then who is combining both accounts? You are using your personal account for your business account. Okay, fair enough. I'm using my account for both. So it's not a bad thing. Depends on what you're doing. I'm not selling anything. The only way I'm selling whatever I'm doing now is myself. So it works for me. You get. So for Instagram, post regularly. Consistency is necessary to achieve success on social media. You need to post quality, engaging content every day. If not every day, maybe have a timeline basically. Don't post on Mondays, the next time you're posting is on Fridays. Why? And you have a lot of content you are auditing to yourself. Could make sense. Post engaging content that your audience will love. See, there's some things you actually don't love, but these people want it. You are not working for yourself, you are working for these people. It looks like a 9-to-5 boss. If your boss tells you do this thing, you don't have to love it. You are getting paid to do it. So you have to do it. So you don't have to actually do what you actually. Sometimes you have to leave your comfort zone to do some things, but you don't have a choice because that is what is bringing food to your table. So post engaging content that your audience will love, not what you personally love. They actually don't care about your mental illness, your mental state. Like, use relevant hashtags. Hashtags are actually very important, especially when you are jumping on trends. You get. So when you post, this is what everyone is talking about. Do something in that direction. Use the right hashtag. 1 million people are seeing it. They click on the hashtag. They will probably see what you are selling to. So that works. Use the right hashtag. Perfect. Use strong call to actions. Call to actions are actual words. you used to tell people exactly what you want them to do. When you post up, when you put a post up and want people to respond in a certain way. But remember to always put up a call to action in your picture or caption. Examples include order, buy, reply, comment, click, share, feel, and read. So another one is engage with your audience. This is a trick on Instagram. So if you post a picture now and you click and five people here comments, that's a 5 comment away. Take your time, reply the 5. Go back, you see that OTD 10. So Instagram is showing 10 people. Instagram will show you 10 comments. The way the Twitter algorithm works is, the Instagram algorithm, the moment they see that, 10 people commented, in space of 2 minutes, they show it to more people. 20 comments, they show it to more people. 50 comments, they show it to more people, because they actually show our post, your post to is 0.1% of your following. If you have 1 million followers, probably just 10,000 people are seeing it at the same time. So the moment it's more, you engage with it, there are more engagement. Instagram don't care if you are the one replying people. In fact, sometimes I turn my comment section to chat. I reply everyone, they reply me again. I take my time to reply everyone. Before you know it, the post is getting to more people, or explorer. Then it gets to explore. That is how your comments, your posts go far. And the customers that are coming to look at, they're not coming to read the comments. They're like, on this post, 5,200 comments. Wow, that means you are doing something right for people to actually comment. So people don't actually see that, it's just 50 comments now. That you are the one responding. They won't take time to read it. So that is where it works. Moving on to Facebook. This is what I said. Facebook is still the best place to promote anything you want, no matter what you're selling. Facebook is priority. People feel like it's dead. I've been in meetings, clients tell you, no, we are not doing Facebook. I just like, you guys don't want to sell, you want to sell. So Facebook is actually very, very key and very important. Give out freebies. We all love giveaways. Cherry, free money, that's the best way to sell. Lately, banks that are strong, now they're now doing giveaways. Banks are now doing giveaways on social, but they can't do it on their platform, so they have to use the influencers to promote their business. So giveaways is freebies, people love it. One of the easiest ways to grow your business on Facebook is through giveaways. Offer your audience freebies that could be in form of free item or service, discount. This attracts people to your page and also serves as a medium for free publicity, as people would inform others in their network to come and participate. That's for giveaways. Organize Facebook contests. Okay, you can organize Facebook contests where winners will be rewarded at the end. This ensures that people are personally engaged in your brand. Moving on to the next one, use sponsored ads. Very key, very important. With as little as $1, $2, you can never tell how far that content will go. You don't have to spend millions to promote whatever you're doing. You can just have a targeted fee. Okay, in the month, I want to do 20,000 sponsored posts. You'll be so shocked the attractions you will get that month from the past. I prefer, forget that I'm an influencer. I prefer doing sponsored ads than using influencers, because I will get results for my money. I could easily track it. That this I can see it. Maybe it's probably posting in this peak period. You get so sponsored ads sells so much, and it is very key. You have to embrace it. Finally, things no one told you about content creation. So it is normal to have creative block. It is normal. Like you can't think, and there's no content coming. It is very normal. It's not like you're a door or something. It is actually very normal. When you are in a creative zone, don't waste it. Use the opportunity to create a marathon pool of content. And there's some time you're like, wow, I have this idea. Don't just have that idea. Other people have that same idea at the same time. So what are you doing with those ideas at that point in time? So create as many contents as possible. That you can spread. You don't have to post everything at once. You can create different dance steps. You can create a lot of things. So you can easily spread it across. So never share your content at once. Always have a content schedule or calendar. Follow it very well. So this helps your brand. And when people see the way you post, the only way to get better is to practice whatever you're doing. Always put your audience at the center of your content, put yourself in their shoes and imagine what they want. So as I said before, it is not about you, it's about your content. You're trying to place these people and it is whatever they want, I give it to them. If it's, go to your page, look at your most engaging post. What is it about? Is it a video or a picture? If it's a video, what kind of video is it? Do another video like that. Check the comments. If they like it again, then that is what your audience actually want to see. Stick to it. That is your selling point. Always have an objective. Create to meet a need, not just for the fun of it. Do you want to entertain, inform, educate, or sell? Always have a clear objective before you begin. So, as I said, don't, because, oh, Pamela is a lifestyle influencer, have to be a lifestyle influencer. That may never be your way. What if food is your thing? What if baking is your thing? What if traveling is your thing, even though it's expensive? It could be anything. So choose that one thing that you could do seamlessly. That if they wake you up, do this, you do it with ease. So you have to find a mojo. Number one, that's the very key before even going to anything. Find a mojo for yourself. So what do I actually want to do? Am I doing this because Pamela is doing this or because I can do it? So, oh, that's on my slide. Sorry. So, why are you doing whatever you're doing? Always have a clear understanding. Okay. See, my time has paused, so it has paused. Okay, always have an objective. So why are you doing whatever you're doing? Is it to entertain people, to inform people, to educate, or to actually sell a product? The seventh one, learn to maximize the use of your content. You can adapt the same content in different formats to reach different demographics. E.g., one content can be edited into a reel, IGTV, YouTube video, boomerang picture. It could be anything. You have lots of options. You can wear one clothes. Tell us 20 ways to wear agbada. It will sell. If you go to YouTube and search for funny things, you'll be amazed the number of views those kind of things have. Go to YouTube, search for how to boil water. We know it, but we're just curious that what is another new way you're boiling your water. Go and search for how to boil egg. People actually created videos and they have amazing views on how to boil egg. So it could be anything. Tell us how to fly. Tell us how to do anything. You'll be surprised the number of views it will get. People already know this thing, but they're just curious that, okay, so what's the new thing you have to offer? So let's run sponsored ads. Your content is useless if it doesn't get seen by the right audience. So why are you wasting your time? Why are you putting so much effort when it's not even getting to people? You understand? See, if you can try all these things, with God by your side, everything is possible. Eshio.
So Pam has taught you how to be an influencer now, Abi. So all of them be influencer now. Like by alone. If you see Pamela outside, bill him. He get money, die. Those influencers, you see, but those kids there. If you see the guy, where they put your head inside? If you like, bury your head. If you see the guy outside, bill him. Make you bill him, then get money, die. If you are not influencing for your business, I don't know what you are doing, no. Because you have to be influencing you have to be the number one ambassador for your business. And not be all those ones where person go write story about economy, and I will come post still, and they say underwear for there. For the comment section. That one will be branding, that one is spamming. So again, we want to take feedbacks, we want to take questions. I hope they can see this downstairs. Please, can you help me zoom this, WebTV? Help me zoom it for them downstairs, please. There are a lot of people asking for the link to your book. Yeah, he needs to get it so that he also beams it along with this, so that they can go and download. If you have any other thing to share with our people, we have a foundation here. He will talk later on that can offer you free legal services. Yeah, and it's not bobo. You sign up to the this thing and you get free legal. There's a lot here. Akin Alabi is still coming. Fakorede is coming. We're going to give 3 people 250K, 120, 80, 50 after the pitch. There's a lot more going on. We have just lights, finger foods. It may not go around. If it doesn't touch you, don't be angry. That's your own calling. Now, everybody, look at some people's own is to eat, some own is to be hungry in the morning or hungry in the. You see, these days, 111 is even a liability. You cannot even eat 3 times a day. Are you a glutton? Now it is 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, or half. You know, people will now be telling you that they are dieting, that they are living a healthy lifestyle. And a lie, they don't get money to chop. Sakpa don't blow people. What's going on? I want to come arrest me. Told you are going. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call the guy that broke record. You know, he broke record in Nigeria. You see, all these old men, they don't want to include us in politics because they know we are transformational in our thinking. You know, but I mean, Seyi Makinde did an excellent job, you know, by giving the youths a chance. And this guy broke record as the youngest commissioner, you know. Issa, you are here, you know, ever. Ladies and gentlemen, drum rolls, massive drum rolls for Shehu Fakorede.
Thank you very much, my dear brother, Ayo Bankole. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. All right, so I don't know about you, but I'm very, very excited, you know, to be here. And I'm particularly happy that Ibadan is opening up to more of these, you know, opportunities, especially in form of learning, you know, disseminating information, you know, like this. I mean, Ayo came all the way from Lagos. He has always been doing this in Lagos, and then we feel that, okay, yes, a lot of things that happen in Lagos, we should also bring them, we should facilitate them to the city of, you know, Ibadan. If you bear me witness, you know, we have a lot of, you know, most of even, I mean, I'm talking data, most of the IT guys that we have, the ones that, you know, they are today very popular, they are doing big, you know, in Lagos, you know, a number of them actually migrated from Ibadan to Lagos. So, and, you know, one of the things that, you know, we are doing, and, you know, of course, you know, that, you know, His Excellency, Engineer Seyi Makinde is doing is to make sure that we have enabling environments, you know, here in Ibadan, that people will start migrating from Lagos to Ibadan to do business and to live. All right, so before I go on, I mean, Ayo sent me several mails alongside Chioma, and yeah, that's the name of my wife. Please, can you celebrate my wife? At least for releasing me on a weekend like this, you know, when I'm meant to be spending, you know, time, you know, with her, and then, you know, performing my words as a husband. So the email that was sent to me is how MSMEs can leverage opportunities that are available for youth in Oyo State. But then, you know, I took permission from Ayo that I'm going to slightly, you know, do something else, because I feel that it's going to really, you know, help and assist us. But before we go on, what I would like to, you know, talk on, you know, now is what I've tagged RSVP. I mean, of course, I know that that is perhaps, you know, a word that, you know, a lot of us are quite, you know, familiar, you know, with. But before we go on, I just have, you know, a short giveaway for like about 4 persons. So maybe I'll take them from each quadrant, you know, in this, you know, all before we go on, because it's really, I want to use that to also explain what I'm about to speak about. So I want a volunteer here, if volunteer for a freebie. Okay, yes, you. Someone at the back there. Okay, the lady. All right, someone here. All right, you. Yes, you. Yes, you. Yes, you. And then the last person. All right. So how many guys do we have? So let's balance the gender. So yes, you, please. No, yes, you. All right, thank you very much. So the first, person. Hello, are you with me? What's your name, please? Kende. Did you come here alone? You came here alone, or you came with your friends? Okay, you met them here. All right. Can you tell me the name of the person sitting by your right hand, your left hand side? Do you know his name? Do you know the person sitting by your right hand side? Do you know her name? What's her name? Adiola. So what about the person on the right side? Is he a guy? Oh, that's why you don't know his name. All right. Okay, so that's good. Okay. All right. So of course, nevertheless, I'll give you the opportunity for the first freebie that I'm giving, and that's going to be monetary. So where's Hector? Okay, so that's Hector. So you just drop your details with Hector, and he's going to extend it to you. So I'm sorry, what's your name? Josephine. All right, so Josephine, you might probably be thinking that I will ask you what's the name of the person sitting. But I know we Nigerians are very smart. I'll be so disappointed if you don't know their names now, because I'm very sure they would have whispered it to you or written it somehow to you. What is the meaning of RSVP? Do you know the meaning of RSVP? Can you, let them help you if they know? What's the meaning of RSVP? All right, so can somebody help her? All right, please, can you help her? Huh? Yeah, what's the meaning in French? How do you pronounce it in French? Eh? All right, which means, all right, so you two kindly see, Hector, so I don't know if you would like to share whatever it is with, the person that assists you or not. So the person at the third quadrant, who is that person again? Okay, the lady. All right, so how many people have you been able to meet today? 3. All right, who are they and what are their names? What do they do? Okay. Okay. All right, please, can we give her a round of applause? So please also kindly drop your details with Hector. The fourth person, what's your name, please? Ikpadiola. All right, so can you just give me the names of 4 resource persons that are spoken here today? Just 4 of them, their names and their surnames, simple. Hello, I'm with you. Eh? Dr. Diolu what? Dr. Diolu Dele, okay, good. Okay. All right, too. Huh? All right. Tolulope what? Olorun. Olorun Dero. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. So you also kindly drop your details with Hector. So what I really want to talk about in the next, say 10 minutes is what I've, called RSVP. And then I'm not, going with the French, RSVP. I'm just basically talking about relationships, service, volunteering, and partnerships. And the reason why I'm doing that is because of the fact that when we come to events like this, I really don't like when, and that's why I'm quite impressed, with the speakers, because they are not talking from what they, maybe put together from some textbooks and all. They are talking, from their wealth of experience. You can see practicality in the things that they are talking, about. They are sharing their lives. So that is why I want to, also bring this home, to share, with you, personally on relationships, service, volunteering, and part. I mean, a lot of people see Seun Fakorede today, and then a lot of people ask questions that how did you start? How, where, what were you exactly doing and stuff like that? But, it's only the few people that understand or that knows the story that can tell you that, look, whatever you see or whatever you know about Seun Fakorede today, it is not a function of overnight, it's a function of overtime. So the Seun Fakorede that, for those that know me 10 years ago, they will tell you that the things that he's doing today is still very much, consistent with the things, he was doing 10 years ago. The Seun Fakorede that is holding this, mic with a red cap that is speaking with you, he's not speaking like this because he has to talk, like an honorable commissioner or like a responsible, person because he's, having this opportunity. No. It is because, all through his life, he has managed to be honorable in the things that he's doing. So that is why we should all learn that at every stage and at every point in our life, when people are not watching, we are doing the right things. Because you never know when the opportunity will come. In 2019, when I just got the call, and then, I was offered, an appointment as Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sport. I was 27. That was the youngest in the history of Nigeria. And yes, you can clap. I was the youngest in the history of Nigeria to have attained that position at that age. But you know what? When the position came, that was not when, I started calling my friends or maybe my mentors that, sir, please, can you recommend to me what books I can read on leadership? No, because it would have been a total failure if it was at that time that I started learning on leadership and administration. So that is to tell you that, look, those things that you are doing now, a lot of times that you are discouraged that, well, nobody is even, looking at me. They come, they say, start, if you cannot afford the shop or a store, a physical store, start online. But I've even been trying for the past 3 months. I've not been able to get more than 20 followers. Look, don't worry. Just, keep at it because it's just a matter of time. By the time you have an opportunity that can announce you better, things will definitely fall in place, for you. So that is why, when people are not watching, guys, make sure that you are putting in the work. I tell people that it takes so much energy for an eagle to actually lift itself off the ground. But you know what it does when it gets into the sky? It doesn't, bother flapping wings unnecessarily because the kind of energy, the eagle will consume, to actually flap. I mean, I don't know. I've also not experienced it before. I've not experienced the live eagle before, but I've seen a lot of documentaries. And then you can imagine how heavy that, that flap should not slap you. You might not remain a normal person, again. So, but when the eagle gets up there, I mean, it takes so much to fly, to lift itself off the ground. But when it gets there, it is not energy the eagle uses. It is wisdom, which is the understanding of difference and the ability to anticipate consequences. So the eagle knows that, look, if I continue flapping like this, I'm going to exhaust my energy. So what it just does with wisdom is it simply connects and plugs itself to the direction of the wind. And it is the wind that will do the rest of the job. And that's why you look at it that it's just having, fun, just gliding, through the currents in the air. That is wisdom. So a number of times it will take so much effort and work to be seen. But when you are finally seen, it doesn't necessarily take effort, to sustain yourself at that level. It takes wisdom. And this wisdom is not the wisdom you start building up for when you get that opportunity. So that is why at the planning stage, at the forming stage, of your life, that is where it is required for you to give maximize relationship. I asked a few, of us, to stand up, and then I asked that, do you know the name of the person sitting right beside you? Some of us take these things for granted. Some of us are always too, full of ourselves. We are the fine boys, we are good looking, we are the fine girls. We have a very beautiful smartphone. We're already, doing Snapchat that, we're live at SME, blah, 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 speaking all the phone. You don't care about the person sitting right beside you. You don't even know who this person is. So, but what if you live here and then maybe sometimes later in the night, maybe channels or any, media presence here, they are just, showing what happened today, and then they are interviewing the person that sat, beside you. And this person is saying, hello, my name is Sean Fakorede. This is what I do. Recently we actually got, a grant of $1 million to do this. And then the service that you offer is one of the services that this person needs. Is it that time that you now start looking for how to connect with this person that, oh, can I have, I was the one that was sitting beside you. That is why it's important. Relationships are very, very vital. When I became, commissioner in August 2019, between the first time I heard that I was going to be commissioner and when I was, inaugurated, the space of time was like about 4 or 5 days. I am not kidding. I never knew that was coming. So just imagine that, there are a lot of people, that perhaps they know me, but maybe for some reason or the other, they didn't take, seriously our relationship. By that time I became commissioner, a lot of people were calling. But at that time, how many people do you want to actually open up to? Do you get? Because at that, when you are in that kind of position, it's a vulnerable position that you don't even know who is coming to you, to take undue advantage of you. So you are trying to be careful. You don't want to fall into the wrong hands. But if you've been able to manage that relationship, people don't write on their forehead what they are going to become tomorrow. So what you make of this kind of gathering is those powerful relationships and network. In 2015, I floated Home Advantage Africa. And when I started Home Advantage Africa, I said to myself that I'm not going to be like my other friends, who will, write letters, to banks, to multinationals that you have to sponsor this event. I said to myself that I know a lot of people, my mentors that even have proposals at MTNs and co, that I'm not going to go through that route because, people don't want you to use them, as a test run. So people want to support something that is already existing that has a potential of success. So I said, look, we will just start with whatever we have. And we started. I think everything I had then, with me as a student, when I was, I was just, finishing, was about maybe 240,000, naira. And I said, okay, this 240,000 naira, I will put it into this conference. At the end of the day, the conference cost about, 600,000 plus to do. But I made up for the rest of the money in relationships. So that is to tell you that relationship is another form of currency. So when, I have a friend who is one of the best, cinematographers or, photographers. I just call him that, hey, can you help me do this? He said, no, because I identify with your vision and your dream, I will do this for you. I have a guy who is very good with graphic designs. And I say, okay, please, we have this conference for African millennials. Can you help me with this? I said, Sean, because we believe and identify with your vision, we will do it for you. And that was how we're able to spend relationships instead of money. And that is why gatherings like this is very important. And please don't abuse it. Don't meet somebody today and the next thing is you are DMing the person that thank God I met you yesterday. Oh, my birthday is in 3 days time. I know you are a photographer. Please can you give me a free photo shoot? It doesn't work like that. Because in relationship, look, as much as it is good, to take the advantage, but don't necessarily be the one that is always taking the advantage and not ready to give it. If not, such people will just run away from you. A lot of us have, a lot of people that you look up to, that you have been sending DM from time immemorial. They might not answer or open your DM, or even when they open it, they might not reply you back. Because when you message them, you just want to take. Just like, thousands of other people want to take from them. And they are not Jesus Christ. There is a limit to what they can give. So they will not attend to you because they know that you are not going to give them anything. And don't say to yourself that, oh, I don't have anything to give. There's always something to give. Your service, anything, it could be something. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've been able to do R and S. I will save V and P for later someday. God bless you.
Honorable Fako. You know, if a people, they are very loud. Oh, you people. They are very noisy people. But even the way Honorable they talk, he was trying to talk like an honorable. But he was talking like an Ife, Aluta. You know, you have to make sure that you don't do that. They will run from you. Wait happen. Great Ife, wait back Nakajare. Great Ife, they might love 15 years in Lewe. Àwọn tó lọ Convener, wọ́n ti di manager. Ẹ̀yin ṣe fẹ́ nà mí ni. Mo ti pa àwọn bouncer wá o. Tẹ́ ẹ bá nà mí, wọ́n máa bọ́ǹdù yìí ni. Kí ló ń ṣe? Mo rántí bàtà lọ when we went to, for the sake of those that don't speak English, that don't speak Yoruba. But I will say be entering it with Yoruba small sharp because we are in Ibadan. When we went to Ife, the first time I met this man, we went to Ife to go and collect award. And I said, VC said, the youngest commissioner. This university in Nigeria will only farms you when you are doing well. See, if not because it's an event, if I swear for those people, we go catch them. You know how many people have lost Canada because of transcript? When you come reach Canada finish, come they do well. They will now say, that's our alumni. Alumni kill you there. Alumni wank your mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have bumper sessions coming up, right? Bumper sessions. Please follow, if you are not following us now, follow all our social media handles. We are going to be sharing slides from this session. We're going to be sharing content in the coming days. We are going to be sharing other tips, from these sessions. Anything you want, you have to follow these handles. There is no, did you add Facebook there? You didn't add LinkedIn there. We're on LinkedIn too now. I don't abandon LinkedIn. This is also the same thing for LinkedIn anyway, so. All right. Apologies, so if Nagala wish you manager, you see that gala, now makeshift plan, because as you see, say, car don't plenty like this, we guys quickly enter call and go. Before we brought, we don't say like we do. We don't carry coffee cups, smart chops, finger foods, gizzard. You eat all this wish to. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, there's a company that was founded about 30 years ago in this Ibadan, and has grown to become one of Nigeria's most formidable construction companies. And that business was built on the back of relationships, networking, solid networking. Today, the MD, second generation MD, is in this company here to talk to us. He's also one of our partners and a very good client. We are a strategic consulting business in Caladium Consulting. We support businesses with business plans, strategy development, and DUTUM is one of our fantastic clients. Please let me close that door. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a solid, he was the first person to get here this morning. Give a solid drum rolls for Mr. Temitope Unshewe. Drum roll. Solid.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. How are you guys doing? I said good afternoon, everybody. I think it would be good to do a little stretch since we've been here since 9 a.m. Can we just rise again like Ede? Edememe. All right, please, just a little stretch to the left first. Come on. And then to the right. I'm literally just going to copy what she did. And then, what did she do next? Olodo, no. First, she went up, yeah. So this one, stretch as far back as you can go. Stretch till you hear a crack. And then bring it down. And then stretch again. If you didn't hear a crack the first time, you should hear a second time. Crack, crack, crack. And then bring it down.
Some people back for here don't turn plywood.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, no, before that, let's just okay, not that one. Just shake it off like a footballer.
My leg don't rust.
Just shake it off like a footballer. Shake the legs off like a footballer. And then finally, do a little boxing move like Muhammad Ali. You're not doing it like you have to bend your head. There has to be some, as if you are weaving from. All right, thank you very much. You can have your seats. It's important that we stretch a little bit so that we're not stagnant. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizers of this event, Lagos SME BootCamp, which is now Ibadan SME BootCamp, Caladium Consulting, and I appreciate all those who have spoken before now and those who will yet speak. My name is Proshare. And this morning when I came, I got the memo that I started at 9, so even though I didn't know when I was speaking, I came at 9, and I saw a long queue outside, and I told the organizer, I said, I'm sure you're going to need additional room today from what I can see outside. So I'd like to shout out to those who are downstairs. They can see the screen, right? They can see us here. If you're downstairs, you can shout. Let's see if we can hear you from downstairs. Can we hear them? No, we can't hear them. Anyway, so this afternoon, I'm just going to be speaking very quickly about a subject that everyone who has spoken before me has talked about, either directly or indirectly. And it goes to drive home the point that if you are going to do well in any business that you are in, is all a function of relationships. It's as simple as that. And relationship lies heavily on your person. So we're basically talking about interpersonal skills and understanding how to build relationships. If you're going to do well in any business, it doesn't matter what the business is, the stronger your network, and it's almost cliche, the higher your net worth. You can literally get about anything you want if you have the right relationships. Did you hear what I said? Just about anything. And you know, Ms. Tolu that spoke earlier spoke about, you know, some people talking about knowing commissioner, meeting this, knowing that person. You don't have to know them now. You just need to understand that you have what it takes to meet them. Are you getting my point? You don't have to know them. And the times we're in with the internet and social media, about anybody is at your fingertips if you just position yourself right. During COVID, a friend of mine hosted, and he has in the last 1 year, hosted some of the biggest speakers around the world. He has hosted Grant Cardone, hosted Brian Tracy, hosted John Maxwell, hosted Wes Brown. And all of that is via the power of social media. If you craft yourself well, position yourself well, you can meet just about anyone that you want to meet. A little story, you can go to this thing. Okay, why network? Business network, I've spoken about that, types of business networks, and this is important. So you're asking the question, you're saying, you've talked about, I need to build network, I need to build network. How do I build the network? What are the best places to build the network? You're a student now. What associations do you belong to? What clubs do you belong to? Who are the people that you relate with? Are you a part of your professional associations? Do you, have you joined any other, body apart from your studies? You see, getting a first class is good, but getting a first class is not enough to make it in business. In fact, I dare say you do not need a first class to be a successful businessman. You don't even need a 2-1 to be a successful businessman. It's good. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but that is not what you substantially need to be a successful business person. What you substantially need is to build the right relationships. This cannot be overemphasized. And you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised what power the right relationship has. You'll be surprised. I'll tell you some stories this afternoon, and it would make you understand what I mean. So, this company that I'm today the managing director, one of the businesses that I run, was started by my father in 1989, right? And I've been a part of the business since 2009, building up from, where they left off, right? And when I started being a part of the business, I used to, it's difficult to say that there was nothing, but there was really nothing in terms of, business material or capital. There was a business that was running, but there was nothing to, exactly. So there was a need to create those things and begin to engage, right? So sometime in 2014, a friend of mine that we went to study together was visiting the country. And he told me that his brother, just be listening to the story so that you understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about network. When you say something is a network, it means that the chain can be long, right? Do you mind closing that door, please? The noise is disturbing us. It's a distraction. So he visited the country. I live in Abuja, and he told me that his brother just got awarded a contract to build infrastructure in a new city that was being developed, and he would like to invite me to come for that. So, as someone who was learning that in business you need to build relationships, I went with him to that event, knowing fully well, I didn't really have any expectation, but I just thought, it would be a good place to meet people. And this is very important. When you are building networks, you're not necessarily building networks because of what you want to get tomorrow, right? It should just become second nature to you. It should become a part of you, right? You enter any room, meet people. You enter the bus, meet people. You go on a flight, meet people. Meet them, just continue gathering them. Gather it and follow a process of becoming registered in their mind, and you also register them in your mind, right? So I went for this event, and at the event he introduced me to his brother, who was the one that was launching. The minister then was Bala Mohammed, and they were breaking ground for the new contract they just gave them. I remember very well, it was 67 billion in 2014. So, you know the scale of what I'm talking about. So I met his brother, and then his brother introduced me to another brother. Be following the channel. So, of course, as always do, I'm always handy with my business card, right? So exchange, oh, this is my friend, this is what he does. You know, he's into construction, blah, blah, blah. You know, so his brother just got awarded this thing, introduced me to another brother of his. Then that brother of his introduced me to his business partner. Can you see the chain? So me, my friend's brother, his brother, then his brother's business partner, right? Okay. So immediately after the occasion, as I always do, you know, send a message, whether text, WhatsApp, oh, it was nice to meet you earlier today. You know, it was great. It would be nice to connect. I sent to his first brother. And then the brother called me. I said, oh, by the way, that's the one with the main contract. Oh, by the way, and what I was aiming was that, okay, they gave you 60-something billion, at least, even if na subcontract, 500 M, is nothing to that 67, just arrange something for boys, right? That was my target, sincerely, right? So he invited me. He had a hotel, and he said, oh, by the way, there's just one small road path, like a jogging track. Can you come and do the asphalt? I said, no problem now. I got there before they even talked. I finished, the place was shining. So, you know, well, that your friend is a correct guy. Oh. And they were talking about me in their family meeting. So his brother that he had introduced said, hey, he's a correct guy. We have one road leading to our new club that we're building now. Maybe you should come and look at it. So I now went to that guy's club as well. And then they talked about the show video of exactly how they wanted to look. Before they finished speaking, before money entered, then I had finished the road. Right? Now his friend, his business partner, who was part of that business, now came from Lagos. I said, this road has already finished. We have not even finished talking. He said, oh, who did it? He said, this guy. So his friend now called me. I said, oh, we were very impressed with what you did, but I don't really have much to do in Abuja right now. Anytime I have anything to do in Abuja, just know that you are my preferred contractor. Done. That was 2014. Now, a year later, the guy, I don't know how, he just remembered. He called me out of the blue and said, by the way, just for the purpose of this, I'll mention figures. So, the road track in my friend's brother's hotel was like 2 million naira, right? Then the road leading to his other brother's club was like 1 million naira. Meanwhile, my target was like, you know, but those ones, I did it as if it was 1 billion. I was there, you know. So a year later, his business partner now called me out of the blue. By that time, he and my friend's brother were no more in that business together. They had gone their separate ways, right? He now called and said, oh, I don't have anything going on in Lagos, in Abuja right now, but I have a project I'm about to start in Lagos. Do you think you'd be interested in working in Lagos? Why not? Are you sure? Long and short, 2 weeks, submit tender, negotiate, blah, 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 blah. In 2 weeks, we got a letter of award for 836 million. Now, I still didn't believe. So I said, I know this guy is loaded. He's now saying he's going to advance us 20%. I said, 20%, this guy, now 20%, we're talking, what's 20% of 836 million? Help me calculate. 160 something or 180 something? I said, this guy wants to just send 160 something million to my account. Bros, calm down. We went to the site, everything submitted documents. Oh boy, like play. Oh. They wired the till. Oh. When I received the alert, my phone dropped. I invited my wife for a conference. I said, honey, there's a problem. He said, what's the problem? He said, I just received an alert that I'm not. I gave her the phone. She said, why are you shaking now? Is it not what you have been praying about? Before the realization. Can you see the chain? So, And then I went, I did the work, everything we're doing. There were issues on the project, but you see, when I engage on the project, I put everything of me. That client would think they are my only, right? Everything goes into that delivery. I'm not even following the slides again, but everything I'm saying is inside the slide. Are you following? They say effective communication, develop long-lasting relationships. Is that not what we're talking about? So just be following the story. It might be the only thing I say today. So, as in that project, that guy was the developer, but he was not the only party to the project. So he had investors, he had bank financiers, he had people who were part of the project. So the project encountered some issues along the way, but I didn't know that everybody that was a party to that project was watching. You just don't know who is watching. You don't know any time who is watching. A few years later, I was at the airport and I bumped into someone. It was like, how are you doing? Have you finished that project? It was like, okay, by the way, I've now started my own company. That time you were building that hotel, right? I used to work in the company that was one of the financiers. It was not the owner. He used to work in the company. So we were very impressed with the way you work. We used to talk about it in the office. Blah, 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 blah. By the way, I've now started my own company. And I do the same thing. We're about to build a office block in Admiralty. Will you be interested? Are you whining me? Are you whining me? Will you be interested? What? So before long, and then he gave me his number. You know what? He remembered my name. I could not remember that we even saw. So as soon as he gave me his number, I said, do you have your card? And that was when I saw his number. I said, go out. But packaged the whole greeting very well. I didn't know that I didn't remember his name that day. Right? And then I followed up. That opportunity did not become a reality until about 3 months later. Message every now and then. How you doing? Let's meet up for brunch. Let's meet up. Going to network, you will spend money. And there are levels to this thing. Let's meet up for lunch. Let's meet up for dinner. All of those things is part of business development. You are spending money. It looks like it's not going anywhere. That is where, in fact, you know something? That hotel project, we will meet in the office. The guy will say, in the evening, meet me at the lounge. The details of everything were completed in the lounge. They were not in the office. Me, I'm Spirikoko. What are we going to do in the lounge? Let's go. No, bros. If you want to do business, you have to be open-minded. You have to be open-minded, right? It does not mean that you compromise on your values, but you must be open-minded. Are you following what I'm saying? Are you following at the back? So, anyway, that project gave birth to another project, a mall, that we're currently finishing. That first one, the person met me there. Now, the owner of the original financing company, again, they have already split ways. One day, somebody just hinted me that guy is going to start a project soon. I looked for his number, sent him a message on WhatsApp, said, I've been doing some research and I found out that you guys are planning something big. So, Tokwe, how did you find out now? So he said, but we have already made up our mind on who we are giving. I said, no problem. I just wanted you to know. And I kept on messaging him. One day, it was before 6:45 in the morning. He said, Tokwe, I couldn't sleep last night. I said, what happened? He said, I just didn't have peace and I've decided that it's you that I'm going to give that project to. Now, look at the chain. Now, what I'm saying to you right now, we're doing 3 projects in Lagos, all in large sizes. But the source was that meeting I went for in 2014. Leisurely walked into a groundbreaking ceremony that resulted 3 weeks later in a 2 million project. And then 2 million resulted in 7 million, the same source. 7 million jumped to 836. The one we started now, for security reasons, I will not mention the figure. One source. And you know what every one of them say? They are not giving the company the project. They are giving me the project. Why? And this is where I'm going to round up this morning or afternoon. People do business with people that they know, like, and trust. KLT. If you can remember those three, people do business with people they know, like, and trust. Know, like, and trust. So in your mind, you need to think about that cycle at every point in time. Where am I right now? And I tell you, I am a moving networking machine. And the inspiration comes to you at any point you engage. As I was sitting here now, and this is one thing that is very important for you in business. Don't wait to take action. As soon as the inspiration comes, as soon as you learn something new, take action there. This gentleman who spoke, Pamela earlier, I thought Facebook was gone. But as soon as he finished speaking, there now, I've gone to update my Facebook picture. Now, just now. That is how to be a successful businessman. Now, just now. Because he's the expert. He knows what he's talking about. I have not posted on Facebook in about 5 years. I post on Instagram, it shows on Facebook, right? But when he said Facebook is still popping, I don't go update picture. Say, my guys, I still there. Are you getting what I'm saying? People do business with people they know, like, and trust. So at every point in time, what are you doing? You are trying to figure out, who do I know? How can I move that relationship from just knowing to liking? And how can I move that relationship from liking to trusting? You see, the day they trust you, they will put anything in your hand. Anything. Anything. And you don't have to, you see, there are other elements of this, but we are focusing on networking and on relationships. There are businesses that people have given me just on the basis of that principle of know, like, and trust. That they know that if I put it in this guy's hand, he will not mess me up. That is all you need. That if I put it in this guy's hand, he will not mess it up. Yeah, there are different levels of relationship, and this is very important. You need to have a 3-dimensional relationship cycle around you. That is, relationship up, relationship at your level with your contemporaries, and relationship with people that you call below you, quote and unquote. Everybody is important. If you're a Bible student, you would have read the story of Naaman. It was Naaman's servant who made him get his healing from leprosy. He had been counseled by everybody. He did not listen. But the servant, now this is the part of the story that got my attention. It was not just that the servant advised. It was that, one, the servant had access to advice. Some of you, small money, driver can't talk to you again. Small change, nobody can see you again. You are carrying mopo around. Or for what? Who is looking for you? Not approachable. You have disconnected yourself from some relationships. Some of you, small beauty that God gave you, not be you give yourself. Now God give you the now God give you the beauty, as they call it. Beauty. You are dripping glory. Nobody can talk to you. You are going up and down. Nobody. It is not by beauty that they make money. You must be approachable, and that is the 3-dimensional level of relationship. People ahead of you, you must know how to engage, and everybody needs a skill. There's a skill to approach people ahead of you. You must be adding value. Otherwise, they will not pick your call. If all the time you are DMing, please, I need help. They will not answer you. Do you know how many people are asking for help? You need urgent 2K. Always urgent 2K. They will block you. And you have closed. There's a skill. If we have more time, there's a skill in approaching HNIs. There's a skill. There's nobody that doesn't need people, no matter your level. And there's a secret that works all the time. I'm a Bible student, so I make reference to it. A man's gifts makes room for him. There's nobody that doesn't like gifts. So whether you are dealing with somebody senior, somebody at your level, you go, I don't go for empty-handed, brother. Even if the person makes more money than me, is a token. The person can be a billionaire. He's doing birthday. I can't go empty. No. He will remember. He will remember. And even if he doesn't remember, let God remember. You are looking at the keys to opening doors. You are going for a meeting with someone at that level. You must know how to approach. What is it of value? They need something. And this is where the hard work comes in. You must be deliberate about your networking. Deliberate. You are going for a conference, a seminar. If I go for conference and seminar, it's as if I'm going for exam. I've checked the list of everybody speaking. You know, a friend of mine followed the governor of Lagos State to Japan because of a project. The governor did not know anybody was following him. He found out in the news that governor is going for a meeting in Japan. He has been looking for a way to present something to governor, and people have been blocking it. He knew that in Japan, that was maybe you have one. He flew to Japan and presented the thing. Governor said, I've not seen it. I've not seen it. This is the first time I'm seeing it. Made a call. He has done the project now. He has done the project now. There are levels to this thing, you know. And at every level that you are, you must know that you must continue to network forever. I sent my business development guy on a mission when I said we are coming to Lagos and we are on an invasion mission to Lagos. Everywhere you go, you'll be seeing DUTUM everywhere in Lagos. Watch the next 5 years. Watch it. So I sent my business development guy to an oil and gas company. He went, block it. And I said, okay, wait. Who is the MD of the company? He told me. I said, I must know somebody that knows somebody that knows him. That is the way it is. So I was just scrolling Instagram one day, and I saw a colleague of mine attended a course together. They were on boat cruise together. Are you whining me? Boat cruise. Before I said, guy, I saw you on boat cruise with so and so. There's something of mine in his hand. He said, no problem now. I'll text you his number now. He texted me his number, and then he had called him that somebody is going to call him. I sent him a message. He said, come tomorrow. I got there. He called the head of procurement that had been blocking my guy. As soon as I entered, I said, you look like a very prosperous contractor. You are the kind of people who like to work with. I said, you are speaking right. So he called the head of procurement that my guy had been trying to find. He said, this man is my guy. We know we are very close. Make sure you take care of him. How are we close? We are close by reason of the person who sent me to him. The same way, you must learn because he is sowing a seed. The next time he needs something from that my guy, because I gave my guy feedback how he treated me. In fact, my guy asked me, so how far? What has happened with that something? What did he say? And I gave him feedback. Said, I didn't expect any less. Because why? When it is his own turn, because we all need each other. Nobody's an island. Don't deceive yourself. Nobody is an island. Let me round up, sorry. So anyway, long and short of the story, of that story, in like 4 weeks, contract, we've executed now, we are finished. But I kept on telling, every time my business development guy will be telling, I said, look, people are not understanding this thing. This thing is not by preparing slides, by speaking English. When you identify, now you need to start strategizing. Who do I know? Who can mention? Even God needed people. He said, come, let us make man in our own, us, Almighty God. He needed people. Jesus, when he was here, he had 12 disciples. Now look at Jesus' strategy. And this is very important as I round up. In your life, you must have three categories of people, apart from the dimensions that you've heard of. Three categories. You must have the general acquaintances and friends. Right? Those were general people. Then you must have your inner circle. Jesus' inner circle was his 12 disciples. Then you must have chamber. Jesus' inner secret chamber was 3. Peter, John, and James. Are you seeing? And this is how you must live your life. You must be a friend to everybody, but you don't have to be inner circle with everybody. You must be approachable to everybody. You see, when you see some people, you say, he's always in party. He's doing business. You are building, because somebody is looking, the next time you are having a birthday or your son is doing whatever, they will come to. You will talk, you gist, you do. Remember the model. People do business with what? People they what? People they what? People they what? Let's say it again one more time. People do business with people they what? No. People they what? People they what? So let me give you an assignment. Before you leave here today, at least get to the level of no. If you are a games man, you can reach the level of like. Like for example, me and Edememe, we're already liking each other. Not like that, oh. She's married, I'm married, but we are liking each other on a business level. The way I've been speaking, I can see Deolu is flowing. We're already knowing and liking each other. They don't trust me yet, but because of Ayo, they trust me. For example, there are certain places when you, like the course that I attended, that made me know that guy, is a level of course that when you are in the course, you know that the people that are attending this course, they have reached a particular level. It's a Stanford course, right? For West African business leaders that have reached a particular, so there is already a pre-qualification that has happened. So when you are in that circle, you are free to engage. When you want to do business, you think, who within this circle can I speak to first? So what am I saying? When you are trying to build network, try and imagine those kind of places. Some of them are free courses. Some of them you pay. For example, and I'll tell you, the first time I got into that course, I did not have enough money for the fee. So this is real life. But I knew that that course had something important for me. So I wrote them an email because I was faithing it that before the time they will tell me to pay, the money will come. But it didn't come. These things happen sometimes. So I sent them a message. I said, look, right now our business is going through some restructuring. And we have taken an executive decision that this is not the right time for our MD to be absent from work for a lengthy period of time. As a result, we are asking for a deferral of the admission till next year. They wrote back, do you need a scholarship? Do you need I said, no. It's not about that. It's not about money. It's about time. So they deferred my admission till the next year. So what am I saying? When you identify something that is good, go for it first. Some of you are too afraid. When you see Harvard, it's not people like me they are looking for. Me from Bere. It is you they are looking for. You go first, find out. Some people, they have already eliminated themselves. It says, no, it's not people like me they are looking. Go first. Apply. Some of them have scholarship. Ayo. I think we should have it.
Please, let's give a standing ovation to Mr. Unshewe. Mr. Unshewe is an amazing man. Ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka, ding, ding, ka. Maybe they've given you people. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. T. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know, in fact, see, let me tell you the story of how, in fact, unfortunately, I can't share those figures. How I got to know Mr. Unshewe. You see, and it connects to what Pamela did earlier and what he said. I did a thread on Twitter, right? I did a thread on Twitter for WebTV, Proshare people, right? Then a gentleman saw it and called me and said, "Oh, I like this thread, such a brilliant content that you write, blah, blah, blah. You know, I've been looking for someone to help my small business do some restructuring." You see, when I say small business get level. Not your type of small business. So, you know, these are, then we spoke. And then that was how we got the job. And then we finished the man's job, excellent work. And he thanked us. And then one night I was in a, you know, Mr. Tokpa is a man of God. Me, where? Anyway, I sat at a table with a couple of people. Whatever we were doing, don't ask. But we were just sitting down somewhere, and things were going in the throats, and things were going in the belly. And I got a call. "Oh, my name is Tokpa Mushewe. Oh, are you related to? Oh, yeah, that's my brother. You know. Oh, how is the business going? Blah, blah, blah." That was how we started working with him. You can see the network, the link. So, whatever it is you are doing, please internalize every lesson you are taking from here, and please learn how to use it, right? Up next is a man that has written 2 mega bestsellers. You see, let me tell you something. The very first event that we did in 2018, Akinalabi was there. He was campaigning then. He drove all the way from Egbeda Onoala, that is village, to to Ikeja. And this is the first time we are in Ibadan. He's here again. But before I call him, so that people will not be too tired when he comes, I need us to, all of us now, let's stand up, Everybody stand up, stand up, stand up. Everybody stand up, stand up, space out, space out. All of us. I hope the guy downstairs. So, somebody will coordinate the guy downstairs for me.
You need to make sure that they are standing.
To make sure that this game I want to do. Hands up. Say that after me now. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up, yes. Hands up, yes. Hands up, yes. Stretch out. Stretch out. Swing out. Swing out. Hands up. Hands on, yes. Bend down.
Louder.
Bend down. Lean right. Lean right.
Thank you.
Lean right. Lean back. Lean back. Lean left. Lean left. Hands on shoulder. Hands on shoulder. Look at hands on shoulder. Hands on shoulder. Your hand must be touching the shoulder. Hands on shoulder. Hands on shoulder. And you do that. You must do that.
Because of when we
some people, their backbone don't congeal. What's happen? Now floor now they sleep. Jumake, please let me call Egbon. I told you guys that this session was going to be bumper pack. Did I not? Has it been bumper pack? If it has been bumper pack, say yeah. You know why I have refused? I have refused to go and read the comments, the feedback. Make you no go be say una dey tell me say the gala and coke no reach now. So, ladies and gentlemen, drum rolls for Honorable Akinalabi.
Hi guys, how you doing? How's it been so far? Learned a lot? All right. I'm not going to take much of your time. I think I'm the last speaker here.
No, I am still going to school.
You. I speak Lehimi. Ṣé wọ́n lẹ́yìn egun ńlá ní kẹ́yìn gbalẹ̀ ni? All right. I'm happy to be here. Ayo is a great guy. And I'm happy at the growth of this event because I was at the very first one. We had about just 70 people attending. And I remember giving some tips on how to fill his halls with attendees. Because this is something I do. I've been doing it for over 15 years or so. And I'm happy that it has grown this much. There was an overfill and a lot of people are downstairs, I think. I believe you all know me, right? Anybody hearing about me for the first time? Anybody that's been living under the rock that's just hearing about me for the first time? All right. For those that are hearing about me for the first time, I'll just advise you to just go to Google and search Aki Alabi. You're going to see more about me. All right. When we discussed about me coming here, we didn't actually talk about a particular topic for me to speak on. There are many things I can talk about. I can talk about my story. I can talk about my book, Small Business with Money. I can talk about the latest on how to sell to Nigerians. But when I saw the material sent to me, it said nuggets from Aki Alabi. So I'm not too sure exactly what that means. So what I like to do in this kind of situation when we don't have much time and we don't have the prepared speech, what I like to do is to just turn the entire session into like a Q&A. Rather than me spending the next 20 or 30 minutes or so saying one thing while you expect something else. I don't want to give headache medicine to the person that has a fracture, right? So I'm going to give about a couple of people the opportunity to ask me pertinent questions about anything, about what you've learned all through today, about business, about anything. Even as a member of the House of Representatives, as a politician, you can ask questions as regards that. And I'm going to do my justice to throw light on it. And as I answer those questions, I will remember some things and share with you. And I believe we'll have a fulfilling time at the end of the day. Do you think that's a good idea? Yes or yes? Yeah. All right. So do you have a second microphone for someone to coordinate? And please, when we do that, there's no need to introduce yourself. There's no need to tell us where you live. And there's no need to say thank you for coming here. I've been a fan of your work for... Nobody gives a fuck. So please, go and just ask direct questions, please. Where's the mic? Yeah. Choose at random. Be the one to choose. Start with the ladies, though.
Thank you, sir. My question is, as a lady, I'm a student. I'm into business, my academics, and I want to combine politics with it. How can I do it easily?
You can't do it easily. That's the long and short of it. You can do it. People, I think what you're asking in essence is that how do you juggle a lot of things? Because people ask me all the time, you're a politician, you're an entrepreneur, you write books, you're busy, you're active on social media. How do you do things? How do you combine all these things perfectly? The answer is I don't. I don't combine them perfectly. Something has to suffer. Something has to give. Maybe for some people, one particular aspect of the business is suffering. Maybe it's your education that is suffering. Maybe it's your policies that is suffering. Maybe it's your family that is suffering. Maybe it's your health that is suffering. Something has got to give. You can't do everything. So you just make sure you pick your priorities, the things that you can afford to fail at, and give it your most concentration. Next patient. Sorry, next person.
All right, good afternoon, sir. So if you have a chance to try to like maybe reset your finance, your life, so how can you, okay, so let me put it this way.
So shy.
No. So let's take for instance that, okay, you want to like okay, all right.
Please, it will come back to you when you get yourself. We remember him, we'll come back to him.
Why shall you shy?
Good afternoon. So, like an intending author, how can the person become a bestseller author like you?
Well, that's a huge question, because it's something that I'm actually going to write a book on. It's something I'm going to run a seminar on. So it's not something I can answer in a few minutes. But I'll still say a couple of things. First of all, you want to be a best-selling author. That means you want to sell your books, right? It's not like you care about other things. You just want to sell the books, right? So what's your aim? You want to sell, or you want to teach, or you just want to be on record that you're an author. So if it's just to sell, then you have to consider a lot of factors. The topic you're writing on, it's important. It's got to be what people want, something they're desperate about, something that's very, very hot. You just can't write a book and say governance in Nigeria and expect it to be a bestseller. It's not going to be a bestseller, right? So you got to write about what is very hot and given concise ways to achieve that thing. And I believe you're talking about non-fiction books. I don't know about novels. I don't know how I'm going to market it. But if you're talking about non-fiction, how to, right? Find a hot topic. Then push it as hard as hell. That's it. I'm not the one selecting. See, be beside the person you want to select next while someone is already.
Okay, my question is, how can a cybersecurity personnel come in anything with contact with politics? How can a cybersecurity personnel has anything to do with politics? And how does cybersecurity personnel has to do with networking? How does all these works together?
Politics doesn't care what career you're coming from. Cybersecurity, we don't care. Teacher, writer, has nothing to do with politics. So, except I don't get your question, cybersecurity person or a medical person coming into politics, you're all on the same level. You're going to do the same thing. You all need to do the grassroots work, right? I've been having political meetings outside here since when I was waiting. My people came from Ekbeda. Today's our Congress, those that understand politics, our local government Congress in APC. So my people came, we selected our new woman leader, new chairman and all that. So we've been having meetings here. So you just get to the grassroots just like anybody. If I get your question, I'm not sure I did do. Who?
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I know you are a man of many pacts. So I want to ask a question, sir. How do you manage your failures? Because I know you have several setbacks. How do you manage them?
I don't manage them. I don't manage them. What's there to manage?
Like, how do you manage the failure? When you fail,
Hang on.
Okay, sir. Like a good example was you lost the first election.
Yeah.
How do you feel? How do you manage for it to come back again?
Of course. Look, it's because my answer is simplifying this thing. This is a question a lot of people ask. Right? I'm just trying to simplify it, and that's why a lot of people now find it funny. Look, I think a lot of seriousness on life coaching, motivational speaking, has made people come up with so many theories about how things work. Right? I lost an election. I was not happy. A lot of time I spent, a lot of money I spent, mental health, family suffering. Of course, I was not happy. right? So I'm not happy. In life, many people will be happy. Many people will be sad. Today you're happy. Tomorrow you're sad. And should I go again? That was a personal decision. Let me try. I could afford to try again. If I couldn't, I probably wouldn't. And if I feel for whatever reason I'm not doing again, it's fine. There's no problem there. If I decide I'm not doing again, it's fine. And I decided to try again. And I won and I was happy. So how did I manage it? Because it's normal. You can decide you're going to get into your car and move, and your car did not start, or you hit someone and you couldn't make it. That's failure for that day. What will you do now? You go home now. Also, if people make too much fuss over these things, you fail. Tomorrow you succeed. Like, how do you feel? We watch football. How do you feel when your favorite team loses the game? You're sad. Right? And when you win the next game, you're happy. They knock you out of the Champions League quarterfinal this year. Next year, get to the final. That one, semi-final. Another one, you win it. What do you want Arsenal fans to do?
That's your question.
Thank you.
I don't want those in front to keep turning their necks, so let me come back home.
All right, sir. When one of the speakers was talking, that was Mr. Benga Totoye or something.
I don't care about his name, just want
okay. He talked about communication, some of the problems small businesses have when they are starting up. In that startup level, he mentioned communication and income, but he dwelled more on communications. Now, I want to ask, as regards the income level, now, as a startup business owner, you are supposed to invest in your business. You are supposed to take care of yourself. Definitely, you will eat. And then you're supposed to live. How are we supposed to use that money coming from the business to do all of the things that we are supposed to do?
Well, good question. You don't expect to feed out of the money of a small business. You shouldn't. Because I believe we are talking about very small business here. Like, the business is still looking to feed off from you. You now want to feed from the business. Who is feeding who? Who is feeding who? The business needs money. You need to keep taking out of whatever source you are. Maybe you have a job, you are taking a part, you are putting in it, or you are collecting pocket money from your parents, or whatever way you are using to make money. At least before you started the business, you're making money one way or the other, right? So you are taking the money and putting it into the business. You now start the business, you now want to start taking. No, you don't do that. Let the business grow. Let the business be able to take care of to at least get to a stage where the business can pay you a salary, right? I believe at the beginning, the business can pay you a salary, except it's a business where you're starting with like millions and you want to maybe collect 200K from there every month. And you've calculated it at least to an extent, next 2 years, your salary is more assured. There are different circumstances, different scenarios, just depending on the size of the business, depending on your own aim. But what I know is that basically, you should be putting money in the business, not taking money out of the business, especially at the beginning.
Yeah. As a business person, what is the greatest mindset you should go in with?
I think this kind of questions are for motivational speakers, not me. Really? I don't know. Next question.
Good afternoon, sir. As an entrepreneur at the startup level, how do we deal with clients who actually promise to get back to us and not look desperate?
Everybody that inquires about your business, it's not everybody that become customers, right? There's something we call conversion ratio. Those that show interest versus those that actually buy. Okay? So if you have a bookstore, for example, You should be able to measure your conversion ratio. How many people walked into this bookstore and how many people bought, right? So let's say 1,000 people walk into your bookstore and 10 people buy. That means if you want 100 people to buy, you need to get 10,000 people to walk into that bookstore. Okay? It's scientific, it's simple mathematics. Or you can also try to improve your conversion ratio. 10 people out of 1,000. Can it be 20? Okay, maybe you have someone that will try to guide them through. Can you make them more comfortable? Is the layout well done? Same if it's a digital business. How many people are visiting your website and how many people are visiting your website and how many people are buying? How many people signed up? And those that signed up, how many people came? This seminar, how many people signed up? How many people showed up? Right? Those are the statistics you know. So you can increase your conversion and also increase the number of people that view your offer. Okay? But depending on the kind of business you do, one of the things that I shared in chapter 2 of my new book, How to Sell to Nigerians, is you got to find a way that those that just came to window shop, either online, always find a way to get them. Be it a free report, be it a free gift, or just get your details so that you can follow up on them with your new offers, new products, new services. Then you can increase your conversion ratio that way. Depending on the kind of business, you find a way to do it. I've got some of the copies of my books, of my 2 books outside, about 20 copies each. If you want to buy, you can step out and buy. Next question.
There are 2 things I so much admire about you. Number 1, you are influential, and secondly, you are a best-selling author.
Oh.
Now, I want to So now I want to know the strategies, how you built influence and how you made yourself a best-selling author. I just want to know this. You built strategies and how you became a best-selling author.
Well, in strategy of building influence, there was no particular strategy. All I was that offering value, right? It wasn't like as if I set out that I'm going to give value because I want to be influential. No, I just giving out value is the best way to do things. So you give out value in every way, from your communication, from your interaction with people. Just continue to give value, and those that you give value to, in terms of teaching, can give in terms of advice, can be in terms of jobs, can be in terms of money, right? Just give, and over time, if you do this consistently for years on end, you're going to have a large pool of people who you've been able to touch their lives. And even if you didn't touch their lives directly, they will be telling some other people that this guy is a great guy. So, in fact, those ones are even more than those that you actually touch. The word of mouth is actually bigger than the ones you come in direct contact with. So, I think that has helped me. About becoming a best-selling author, there are techniques, and that was what that guy asked the other time. There are techniques to selling books, right? From the title, the topic you're teaching, to the author. If the author is someone that is known, that can help. I mean, if we all hear that Osama bin Laden wrote a book before he was murdered, we all want to read it, won't we? Right? So, the name, the title, your distribution, just a lot of factors will help. It's a huge topic on its own, and I'm actually going to write a book about it. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, how do you graduate from your idea level to the startup point? Okay, you have an idea, you know that, okay, you want to do this thing. How do you push yourself from that point of, oh, I have an idea, to actually now starting it up?
Well, I don't have a particular strategy of doing it because I know that I have so many ideas that have just remained as ideas in me that I'm yet to do. That I will actually need a strategy myself to know what I will do from that idea stage to getting it out. If anybody can teach me how to do it, means I'm going to do it. But what I know is that if you want something so badly, you will do it, right? What is the alternative of not doing it? Is that better? So you have to weigh it. You have to put it in context and look at it and say, this thing I say I want to do, this course I want to go for, this business I want to start, this pitch I want to make, is it a great idea? Then just, if it's crucial to you, it's only logical that you damn all excuses and get up. And when hunger fire you, where were you? Get up. You don't have a choice. Yeah.
Sir, sorry, I just want to ask that how did you start politics and what are the techniques?
I grew up, my father was a politician. He contested for House of Reps once, but he didn't make it. That's why I dedicated my win to him in 2019 when I won. And I actually lost in 2015. And my dad lost before. I lost in 2015. But we went all out in 2019. It's not going to delay. So I grew up liking it. I used to follow my dad around. I remember vividly Second Republic. I remember Olunloyo defeating Bolage. I remember vividly Babangida Zone experiment to SDP. I've always wanted to do it. And when I became independent, I said, okay, I'm going to join the ranks and do it as well. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My question is, as an entrepreneur and a leader, how have you maintained relationship with your workers in such a way that you ensure maximum productivity out of them, and you're able to retain them?
I noticed a lot of business in this side of the world. They try to, they hope they get the right staff. Like one staff that will be so good, that will be so honest, that will be so dedicated, and pray against the ones that will not be good. Nothing wrong with that. But I found out that it's not about relying on the goodness or badness of a staff. It's about setting KPIs, setting what they can do or what they cannot do, what they should achieve every day, every week, every month, every year. And you're going to be strict about it. There's no familiarity in that. This is what you need to do every morning. Accountants, you need to count the number of the pens here, and you need to send it to the auditor. And the auditor needs to send it to the CEO to also confirm. The line of operation is clear. That's why you see a lot of staff in Nigeria, a lot of individuals, they fail and do badly in companies in Nigeria. But when they go abroad, you see that they are in a decent job in McDonald's, Tesco, working, and there's no problem at all. Because those ones don't care about the individuals. They have the system. They have the structure. Concentrate on building a system. Concentrate on building a structure so that if one goes out, you just replace, you just chop and change. You're not hoping, that guy is a loyal staff, is the one that will come early in the morning and bath my kids for me. No. What time should staff come up? What time should staff resume? 8. If you are late, what happens? Okay, if you are late by 10 minutes, we can forgive you if you are late 10 minutes in 3 times in a month. If not, this bonus you are supposed to get is out. The 20K bonus for this month. If you're late more than 3 times, you are not getting it this month. And this is what you're meant to do, and everybody can see. So that even when you want to fire the staff, and when you look at the KPIs, and you're showing him, we say, if you're late 3 times, we're going to remove this, but we clear your record after 3 months. But if you're late again, this is what we'll do, and this is what we'll do. You yourself, you'll be like, yeah, they're supposed to fire me. The staff will be like, yeah, they're supposed to fire me. Yeah. You put structures in place, put systems in place. That's the way to get the best out of people, not hoping you're going to find that great staff.
Okay. Yeah, you are the one. Sorry. You want riot?
Thank you, sir. So I actually want to ask if someone from a poor background has already identified a problem and has given a solution to the problem, but he doesn't have a way to go because the people around the person doesn't know what the value the person wants to give others. How do the person go about it?
What do you need those people for? Are they your partners? Are they your
the
business
family
partners?
around, like a poor person that comes from a poor background.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the connections. He doesn't go to Convener University.
Yeah.
He doesn't go to OHU. So are you getting me? Maybe the person went to Ibadan.
Ibadan, my lord.
Sir, please. Sir, please, am I communicating? Okay, sir. Now, this is what I meant by the word. For instance, now, rich people have their own family, they have connections, they have people that works in so places. But for that person that doesn't have people like that, but he has already identified a problem that has already has the solutions to it, but he doesn't have a way to go. Like he doesn't know how to implement.
Are you talking
it.
about the person can't raise money to do it, or what?
Yes, the finance, how to launch it, how to make it real.
Well, if you're talking about someone is poor, can't raise money, or the person already has a way he's going to do it, is just not getting support from family, which one of the two?
The both.
Okay.
So, now let me use myself as an instance.
Okay. Allow her.
My both parents are my both. Sir, please can you hear me? Okay. My both parents are artisans. They are actually trying to give us the best, though they don't have much. So my mommy once worked in Baggy.
Yeah.
So she sells what's it called, shoes.
Yeah.
But the long run, she was not able to continue the business.
Yeah.
But as a person, I was like, if she has a good record, if she has a good record keeping, at least at the long run, she should be able to know that something is wrong with her business.
Okay.
So that's the problem I has identified. So like if I can be able to come down to people's in that market, in such markets, all these people that they have low educations.
Why don't you bring out your products first and see whether they're going to embrace it or not? What product do you have to offer them? Is it an accounting service? Are you an accountant offering them accounting service? Is it a software that you're trying to offer to them? Is it a book you're trying to offer to them? If it's something they want, you can offer it to them. By the time you make a pitch around to 100 people, maybe 10 people will take you up. I mean.
So I'll walk to each musical business and tell them this is what I have.
You create, you know the business. You're the one that knows the business. You create a sales pitch, am I going to walk into them, to their shops one by one and talk to them? Are they on Facebook? Should I create a pitch for them on Facebook and blow it on Facebook? And is this sponsor post or promoted post on Facebook, what they call it? You push it and target that location, right? There are many ways. The thing is, do you have an offer solving the problem? If you have an offer solving their problem, then let them see the offer. Until they see the offer, you cannot be in your bedroom saying you have solution. How do you go about it? There are many ways to go about things now. You can knock on people's doors. Learn face-to-face salesmanship, right? Walk to them and tell them they have this problem and you can offer them this service for free for the first 1 month. That's going to help them. Some people will take you up, and the few people that take you up, you show them quality service and they'll start referring you from there. We've spent quite some time on you. Let's move on to another person. Who is with the mic now?
Thank you, sir. Actually, my question is based on product sellers majorly.
Product
sellers majorly. Okay. Especially compared to the service-based businesses. Okay, physical product and the digital products. Naturally, we learned that when we want to sell, the first thing is to actually attract the customer in a way that they come to know us, then like us, and trust us. How do we compare the same process using digital products compared to physical products? How can we build that same level? For example, let's say I sell shoes, for example. And in digital products, for example, you can offer a free content out, then sell your premium offer. But in case of physical products, what can we actually offer out as a magnet?
Same kind of education, right? Converting American size to UK sizing. Short 2-page report.
Wow. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, guys. We had 2 more questions, and these people came from downstairs to ask questions.
All right, so, that's good.
Yeah,
give them the chance.
Thank you, sir.
You know this entire speaking time. We are supposed to have speaking time and questions, so we are merging everything together. So don't make it too brief. Give as many people as possible.
Thank you, sir.
I already waited hours anyway, so it's better I just cuckoo.
As a small
much as I
business
can.
owner, I deal with foods and events. And is there any tips to give I'm young, I know. And if I have a big job,
How old are you?
Me?
No, me.
I'm 27.
You are not young, girl. You are not young, girl. Ah, I know you're young, girl. Efile. Okay, go on.
Yes, putting myself
Yeah, food
among
business.
Yes, food and events, putting myself among big people, e.g. dexterity and all that. Let's assume I have a huge work now, maybe decorations. I have fear in controlling people, maybe cooking, decoration. And is there any tip you can give to, especially people that are older? Especially people that are older. So, is there any tip?
Koyemio.
You did not understand. Okay, I have a job for wedding now.
You have someone
Yes.
contracted you to do a job.
Yes,
As
cooking.
a chef, caterer, right?
Yes,
Okay.
decoration and all.
Okay, you do
and
everything.
I can't do it alone. Yes,
Yeah.
I will have people around me. So telling people to say, okay.
Why are
do
you
this,
taking
do
jobs
this,
that
do
you don't
this.
know about?
You said
Why are you taking jobs you don't know about?
I can't do it alone. I can't do them alone.
I don't understand. Why did you take it in the first place?
I can't do it alone. They are more than me.
Sorry, hello? Sir, I think what she's trying to say is, so there are some jobs that you can outsource, right? So how do you manage people who are older than you and you have to order them around?
Why don't you find those that are not older than you? If that's a problem. If that's a problem for you, if you cannot they say speaker don't talk something about above, below, and something earlier. We are not here. See, if I can be like that too, they're older people, right? I can't order them around. But all these things, there's no one way. Over time, who are your trusted people? Who are the people? Who was the person that you called the last time? Was very rude. Didn't was saying because I'm older than you. You won't call that person again. You try and chop and change so you find the perfect team. Even when you find the perfect team, there will still be issues there and there. So as you go along, you manage these things. You can't get it right. They are not your staff, right? But do your best to just interview people at the beginning and see the person you feel like this one this one will not listen to me, Then also, obviously, I hope you're going to be fair. I mean, okay with we can be firm, but there are some people too, they'll just be ordering people around and being rude. We are rude in this country. There's one statement in my book. I said Nigerians are aggressive and rude as fuck. That's how I put it in the book. So, you too, a lot to be on your hands as well.
Thank you very much, sir. My question is, how do you manage yourself as an entrepreneur with the reality of Nigerian politics? We all know that.
What's the reality of Nigerian politics?
Corruption.
So how do I manage being an entrepreneur?
Yes, a honest entrepreneur and Nigerian corruption space.
I don't actually see the correlation.
Like, how does it not affect your personality? That's what I'm trying to say. You're always honest in your business, in everything you do. But
So why do you need to lie?
That's the norms.
No, I don't think so. I don't get it. I don't see, they're not mutually exclusive. I don't see the two of them as a competing thing, running an honest business and corruption. You don't need to be corrupt. You don't need to be corrupt, except your business is about corruption in the first place.
All right, sir.
Like, you're selling clothes. What has corruption got to do with what you're doing? People, you advertise on Facebook, you will deliver to them. What has corruption got to do with it?
All right, thank you.
Except to have a specific example, that's just a general world problem. Look, there's corruption everywhere. Just that Nigeria, we like to, our corruption, we'll put it on our forehead and we'll still chance the person that is honest. Right? There are two different things. You can run your business. What do you mean? I run a business normally. Next question. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. I'm an agriculturist. I'm into agriculture sector. I want to ask a question, sir. I've been trying to apply for many fellowship in Europe, in Asia.
Okay.
But some of the ideas I have is not the Nigerian environment is not conducive for these ideas.
Why
to
don't you
come
have
into
idea that's conducive for Nigeria?
No, this is it. If you have been into agricultural sector,
yeah,
some of the ideas we have in agricultural sector is young people.
Okay.
The environment we find ourselves are not really good for this idea to come into reality.
Okay.
For instance, recently.
So what's your question?
Now, as a lawmaker, sir,
Yeah.
how can you please help some of us in this agricultural sector to make this idea come into reality? For instance, recently, one of my friends said, the problem we have with the herders and the farmers, he developed a plan. Okay, now, how are you going to even sell this plan to the government to bring lasting solutions to this problem? But here, some of these ideas are not coming into reality because the Nigerian factor is really affecting us in agricultural sector. I'm a student of agriculture in University of Jos, but it's not easy. Please, as a lawmaker, please, can you help have an incubation center, sir?
Look. Except I don't understand. You have some ideas that is only okay for the developed world, not Nigeria. But you need government to make people want that idea in Nigeria. How? What's government's role in that? What's lawmakers' role in that?
Okay, this is what I'm trying to say, sir.
Yeah.
For instance, now, let's say the mushroom business.
Yeah.
A lot of people in Nigeria don't even know the value of this thing.
Okay.
And you want to make the Nigerian society go into eating of these mushrooms.
Okay.
Now you have
now make a law that they must have mushroom by breakfast.
That is not what I'm trying to say here.
Okay.
Now you as a young person have identified this problem. Okay, now the Nigerian society doesn't really know much about this thing.
Yeah.
And you've developed a plan for it.
Yeah.
But you've been trying your best as a young person to bring it into reality. But the society here is not favoring such, sir.
See, I have not seen what you've done for that mushroom thing that you're saying Nigerians, the society is not accepting it. Like, you have an idea, you spoke to one or two people, and you kept it under your pillow. You put it on your bio on Facebook, and you feel Nigeria is not accepting it. How many eyeballs have seen your plan, your idea? A book I'm writing, Why People Don't Buy From You. Number one is people don't know what you're selling. Until you have 1 million people see what you are selling, then you cannot be in a position to say people want this or they don't want this or Nigerians don't want this. You're probably in a market people are waiting for, but because you have actually you are not out there yet, it may get to the turn of the government to maybe edit one part of the law. And one thing you all have to understand in lawmaking is that it is the practitioners that bring specifics of lawmaking for lawmakers to do. Not go and make law to make agriculture fine in Nigeria. What's that? What do I know? What if there's no agriculturist in the entire house? The house is made up of different people. entrepreneurs, teachers, former police officers, former lawyers, different people. So your sector, you're the one that will Google and look for existing laws or the closest laws to whatever you want. And you now come up with so a Greek act that bans export or growth of mushroom. I'm just creating these examples, okay? That bans growth of mushroom, right? Or that says you can't export mushroom or whatever. You now look for an honorable member and say, we need this added or removed to this particular act. An act is a law. To this particular law. That is when I come. I say, okay, this guy says the so Mushroom Act, section 19(3) says the banning of mushroom. We now say, you know what? I'll now raise the bill. I'll sponsor the bill. And I'll follow it through to the house. It will get to public hearing where you practitioners will come and talk about it to make the law robust. We'll now try to pass it. But anything like make law to stop corruption in Nigeria. What's that? There are many laws that stop corruption. There's the FCC Act, there's this act, there's that act. There's Code of Conduct Act. There's so many acts. What part are you talking about? Stop the generalization. If you really want to get things done, you need to go down to specifics and do research yourself and say, what part of this thing am I actually looking at? And find that. Reach out to the organizers of this conference. Let me know. They will let me know. I promise you, I'll sponsor that bill. Yeah. You have recovered. Okay. So you have to consider. Oh yeah. I feel like you go ask.
Okay, assuming you are set to start afresh without your current level of wealth and fame, so how can you go about that?
Many ways to go about that, but what I will do personally, without anything but my knowledge is still there, Abi. Okay, what I will do, then it depends on starting again at what level. Am I under the bridge or am I in my father's house? There are different levels to how you rise, depending on where you're starting from. Everybody will all have head start more than at least one person in this world, right? There's this person that is Dangote's son. He get head start past you, right? There's this person who graduated from university. He has head start past some people. There are some people, they did only secondary school. They have head start more than some people. There are some people that have only one leg. They have head start more than some people. Right? So while you are saying somebody is because he's lucky to have this head start, that's how some people behind you are saying you are lucky you have this head start. Okay? So at what stage, if you are talking about I'm under the bridge, I'm just naked, I don't have 1 naira, I'll go around and try and be washing car for people or be cleaning people's car to have something to eat. Abi? But if you're talking about I get to a level where like I have accommodation, like I'm in my parents' house, right? The internet has made things easy now. Me, I'll just go online, right? Whichever way I can use to raise money, enter my mother's bag and take the money, and buy a cheap smartphone or whatever. Beg, borrow, go and hustle, work somewhere for 2 months, earn 30K, starve, save 2020 for the first 2 months, first 3 months. Put it together, buy the smartphone. I can start content on social media. That's why I said if my brain is still there, obviously, I'll go ham on social media. I'll grow followers. I do everything from controversy to everything. I'll go crazy. I'll criticize celebrities. I'll fight everybody. I'll get followers. And when I get followers, I'll just start into people's DM. Let me advertise. Let me push for you. 5,000 naira. Let me push for you. And my followership will keep growing, and I'll do that. Then I can sell information products. That's how I started my own business. I wrote it in the book. I can sell information product. That needs almost nothing to start. put up something that you know, put it online, some people will buy from you. So just yeah. That's what I did. I'm a living testimony of moving step by step, step by step. There was no major push at any time in my life. Yeah, one more.
So as a student who is into business,
Okay.
into the fashion business, what's the best way to manage your business with schooling without not getting into?
There's no best way. There's no best way. You have to find a way to manage it. You find out which one is important to you at a particular time. Your business, your school, your family. You find out that maybe it's not even business and school that's taking most of your time. Maybe it's your boyfriend. Some people are saying, how do I combine? There's no time, business and family. But once they finish class, 2 o'clock, do business 1 hour. My baby is angry. I've not seen him since 2 days ago. Baby is angry. You want to go and see babe. I'm not saying anything is wrong with babe, but that's your choice at that time. Life is choices, oh. And the best way to be happy is to learn to accept the outcome of the choices you make. There is no one way to be happy. There's no right way. The only wrong ways are illegal things. Right? Killing and all those stuff. Those are the only wrong things. But everything you do, the choices you make, there's no right way. Just be ready. Don't be jealous of those that have outcomes that chose a different path. And don't think when you enjoy the successes of the path you have chosen, don't let anybody guilt trip you. If you have, go ahead and clap. Go ahead and clap. Let's say we have 2 friends. I'm going to close with this. Let's say you have 2 friends. One decides, I want to go full-time business after school. One decides, I'm going to find a job, right? So one finds a job. The one that finds a job and is earning steady salary. The person that is doing the business, that let's say the business is rough, there's no need to be jealous about the path this person has taken, right? By him getting steady salaries, steady promotion, right? This is his own path. If this person succeeds, even maybe doesn't necessarily have to be a multimillionaire, but has a stable business, when this one is waking up 6 a.m. to go to work, and this person feels, I want to start my day at 9, this person should not be jealous of this person. That was the path that you took. And you have to be ready to accept that I chose this path. Like, I've decided to be a doctor. There's no need being jealous of a lawyer. I will take the accolades I get as a doctor. Like, 2 friends, this one say want to go and marry the 6th wife to a rich man. This one say, is this struggling boy, single, that I want to be with. When that one is marrying a rich man and this single man is giving her attention, that one is not giving her attention, she cannot be jealous because she has her own advantages enjoying. And this one, when your boyfriend cannot buy you that brand new car, you cannot be jealous of that one because you have chosen this path. No one is right, no one is wrong. Enjoy the advantages of your choices and live with the disadvantages. So I hardly have regrets. I hardly have regrets about life. Right? Till today in my crew, we always complain, like, wait till I find go politics. Because those that are not up to me financially, I see the big things that they're doing. But me, politics, everything, money goes. So we can't even afford much luxuries. But when I'm eating dinner with presidents in Aso Rock, nobody should jealous me. When I'm sitting down talking about Nigeria's budget, when I have the power with my pen, green pen, to be able to say this ministry, you're going to remove 20 million from that classroom you say you want to put it in this place. when I have just my signature, can move things in this Nigeria. Nobody should. That's the path I took. And if I lost the election, nobody should. I'm not going to blame anybody. I chose that path. So when you're making these decisions, be it your business, your job, your boyfriend, you can decide to stay with your boyfriend 24 hours and not go to class. It can turn out to be the greatest thing, and your husband becomes a big man, and your husband appreciates you so much and lifts you so high. Lots of you. Or you decide that the boyfriend should get out, and you end up being a spinster for life, and that one now goes to become great. You can't regret. That was the choice you made. So let's learn to live, enjoy our disadvantages, and accept the negative outcomes of our decisions. Okay? So with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to confuse you more. But like I mentioned before I leave, you all know that I wrote 2 fantastic books: Small Business, Big Money, and How to Sell to Nigerians. I'm sure you've all heard about it. You've seen testimonies abound. It's the greatest book you ever read. I brought a few copies. I don't know who they can stay rather than promotion in front. Maybe about 20 copies of each. So you can approach and buy, but I'm going to spend about 5-10 minutes from then. Maybe I can autograph for a few people that buy. So I can autograph for you, maybe like the first 20 people. How to sell is 5K and how to small business is 4K. So I can autograph for a few people, then I'll do that for about 10 minutes, then Odijomi Ojori. Adupe.
Thank you so much. Let's give a thunderous drum rolls for Honorable Caladium. That was a fantastic session, right? If you have gotten your bass goals, next time you go watch, you go look face before you ask some people some kind of questions. Is anybody from Egbeda or Noara here?
Mi ò pin owó, mo kàn ó dẹ̀ aggressive. Mi ò pin owó, ṣe give away now. Ẹ filẹ̀, ẹ jẹ́ kó náwó. Ṣé ẹ dìbò fún mi ní 2019 nìyẹn? Àwọn tèmi pọ̀ ń bí nìyẹn. And try àgbìyànjú omi ló pọ̀ jọkà lọ. Ṣé gbọ́? 2023 tún fẹ́ dé àtún fẹ́ ṣe lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. Ṣé máa tẹ̀lé wa?
Ẹ̀gbọ́n is a handful. Ọlọ́run ṣàánú. So, Mr. T, I thought I gave you your. Oh, okay. Okay, please. Let me give a massive drum roll for Mr. Tope Nushewe and the DUTUM group for supporting us. Where is she? Where is she? Hold this one. Or maybe you can carry both. Let me give you your phone. Okay, so this last session, I'm starting my session now. This last session before we give out our grants. Hello? No. It's one bag that's for him, but 2 awards. Okay. I'm going to teach you for the next 20 to 30 minutes how to write a business plan, right? Ooh. I'm going to where? Now, hello. Shh. Watch. I'm going around now. I'm looking for entertainers. Please shut the door behind you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Now, I'm sure your neighbor, you guys have mixed up a bit, right? Let's take another selfie with our neighbors. This selfie must be with your neighbor, somebody beside you, not just you now. I've seen a lot of pictures. Now, selfie with somebody beside you. Please, can you show? Please bring out your device, take a selfie with your neighbor. Please let me call my guys, please. And post that you are live at the effective business planning session with Bankole. I'm going to do, by the time we are done with this session, I'm going to teach you exactly how you can come in business plan, right? But first and foremost, I want to thank, give me a moment, please. Let me close the door. Okay. Where's my pointer? If you are enjoying this session, this bootcamp, say aye. Are you loving it? Have you learned? Are you sure? I need us to go and move. I want to thank my speakers. They've been amazing, right? Now, I want to especially thank this lady. There's a lady here that reached out to us and gave us this free soap. A couple of you may get, it may not go around. Yanex Group. She makes this fantastic. Madam, please stand up. Please give her a round of applause. She makes this fantastic processing liquid soap and is amazing. And she supported us with a few of them. You know, if you want to get from her, she's around. You could talk to her. She bought it at, I think, discounted prices. Please give her a solid round of applause. You can follow her Yanex Group of products on all our pages. Okay, so I'm going to run through a couple of things here. You know, why do you need a business plan? Guidelines to doing it, what the structure is like, and understanding market sizing. Okay, so I think some people from downstairs can come upstairs if they want. If you can't see the slide. Now, answering the why question, why do you need a business plan, right? This session has to be as interactive as possible. Can somebody answer? There are no right or wrong answers. Why do you think that people do business plans for your small business?
Because it helps you to know where you are going to.
Fantastic. It helps you know where you are going to.
For effective and efficient management.
Fantastic. So that you are able to manage your business effectively. Okay, so look, this person is, both of you are totally perfect, right? There are 3 to 4 broad reasons why you develop business plans, right? Is either you need it to effectively manage your business, or you need it to position yourself for competitive advantage. But most people write it when they need money, right? Somebody has told you they want to raise capital, or you want to take money from the bank, or your daddy wants to give you 3 to 5 billion, and he has told you, oh, I need you to develop a business plan, right? Now, most of us here, I'm sure our businesses are very small, right? A lot of times, you don't need very elaborate business plans. Are you following me? If anybody tells you that you need a very elaborate business plan, the person is just deceiving you. In fact, some of the world's biggest businesses, as at when they started, they didn't have any business plan. All the plan was in the head of the founders, right? But as you grow over time, you begin to need plan, right? And there are different types of plan that you can use. Now, for most of you small businesses, what you need is just a working plan, which you can do by yourself, which is what I'm trying to teach you now. As you then grow, as you evolve in your curve, in your growth curve, right? You can then begin to develop a full business plan. And there are many things that are usually in it. This is what your business plan summary would look like. And I will teach you how to develop each element. Now, what happens a lot of is that people will just write, for example, during the pitch submission, we had a lot of people submit different things. When you are writing your plan, you cannot to quote data from your head or write things based or emotion. It has to be market driven and data driven. That is, you cannot deceive yourself and expect that by a stroke of luck or wishful thinking, my market is going to buy what I need, right? At the minimum, your business plan has to be factual. It has to tell you exactly the reality of that market. Are you following me? Now, your business plan must always have an executive summary, because whoever you are giving or whoever is reading it needs to see the high-level summary of what you want to talk about. Most times, it goes for a working plan, you can have 10, 15, 20 pages. For a mini plan, 20 to 50 pages. For a full plan, as much as 150, 200 pages, right? Quickly, please. So, you cannot send somebody those documents and is that full. You need to have what we call the executive summary, which is a page of summary of what your entire document shows, right? Now, the first thing you do in your business plan after your executive summary is your company overview. How many of us have registered our businesses here? Do you have a registered business? Now, if you do not have if you have not registered your business, you are in the informal sector. If you are in the informal sector, your business can never grow beyond a certain point. Do you know why? Because of companies, there are a lot of big entities that will not patronize you if you are not registered, and you will find it difficult to open a bank account if you are not registered. Are you following me? So as you grow, you have to migrate from the informal space into the formal space, because you will get to a point that your growth can no longer accommodate. Even artisans that work with big organizations, they usually register their business, right? And they issue invoices. So when you register your business, in your company overview, you would have high-level information about your business name, the summary, who are the shareholders. In those days, you needed minimum of 2 shareholders. But now, I mean, the new Finance Act has allowed micro businesses to register with just one, which is excellent enough, right? So you don't need to go and be looking for somebody again. Only you can be your owner of the business, right? And depending on your need or your type of business, you can register a business name. You don't necessarily need a limited liability company, but it's good to register your business, right? I registered Caladium Consulting as a copper when I was a copper. That was when I registered the business, and I slept on it and came 6 or so years later to begin to use it. And today, I mean, in fact, the first job we did was less than 60,000 naira. And today we've grown the business so quite big. So it's never too early for you to register your business, and your company information in your business plan has to be solid. Now, not everybody here has high level skills with PowerPoint or fancy stuff, but the most important thing is your content. So, for example, you are writing your company information, right? You need your shareholders or whoever you want to select as your management. For example, look at what Tolu said. Tolu said you create identities from people, for your business. If you want to look for money from somebody, you can't say you are the only one in charge of the business. Even if it's your cousin that is a accountant or anybody, put their profile there, right? So that they know that it's not just you, there's a team behind you. It gives the business some form of credibility. Are you following me? Now, there are other things that you include. This thing is very important. This is your strategic intent. As a matter of fact, when we were reviewing your pitch decks, for example, the major thing we were looking at was your objectives. Does it align with our own? Right? And is under your strategic intent that those things come. So you need to define your mission and your vision. Now, you see, there is a way you codify your vision and your mission that shows that this guy knows where he's going. A lot of times, small businesses make a mistake of defining abstract visions, like big organizations. As a small organization, your vision should be smart, it should be specific and measurable. Don't just deceive yourself that, oh, I want to be the biggest shoemaker in Africa. You are deceiving yourself. You have not sold to more than 20 people. In a year, you don't sell more than 200 shoes. You are looking at Africa. Which Africa? I want to, by 2025, I want to have made 50 million annual revenue by 2025. Right? That's specific. When 2025 comes and you make it, you know all your plans will connect to that vision. Right? Depend on your size. You can say, I want to be the #1 brand in shoemaking. I want to be recognized, for shoemaking by 2025. I don't know if you are following me. So you have to be very specific. Please, can you hear me shut the dog? Now, your values, you don't necessarily need to codify this as an SME if you do not have a lot of people, but it's important for you to know it in your mind. What values do you want people to know you with, your business for? Is it excellence? For example, on our own side, our values, excellence is one of our values. That's why you come to our event, you see even our coffee cups are branded, you see everything, you see your name tags. Excellence, if it's worth doing, is worth doing well, right? If it is integrity, you can't use. And in Nigeria, integrity, everybody has integrity. It has become a buzzword, and we are the biggest nation of liars. So if you say something is a value that you want to run your business by, be ready to live with it. If you promise somebody you are going to deliver something by XYZ time, deliver it. If you cannot deliver it, give advance notice why you cannot deliver it. Right? And include it in your business plan. And I'm going to teach you later on about target customer. But your business objective is different from your vision. Your business objective is, what do I want to achieve with this business? Now, there is a principle called design thinking. Do you know design thinking? Now, at the core of design thinking is that, and that's why tech people raise a lot of funds, is that you should not only be doing your business from the angle of profit or from the angle of selfishness or making money. You should be doing your business from the angle of empathy, of solving problems. So everybody can be making shoes, right? But if I look at it and I say, oh, people are wearing shoes, but a lot of people, Nigeria is a poor economy. Most people don't have cars, so most people are trekking. And most of the shoes out there don't encourage people to trek for long. So I want to make shoes that are softer to wear, right? So that it can reduce the chances of arthritis. It's the same thing, though. I still want to sell shoes. I still want to make money. Abi? But I have created a unique need around that shoe. Are you following me? So, and that is what tech people do. That's why they raise a lot of money. Somebody will build an app that nobody is going to use. But he's going to tell you that he has found solution to saving culture or financial inclusion among Nigerians. And they are going to waste millions. Because those that are giving them the money are looking for people that are solving problems. So that is the angle. For example, Mr. Super just left. DUTUM Construction. Their mission is to support the infrastructure development of Africa. And they've designed it in a way that the vision shows. They have graphics for it. I don't know if you are following me. So whatever it is that you do from today, when you talk to people about your business, don't just say, oh, I make shoes, oh, I'm a fashion designer, I make clothes, I make this. Go and think tonight about your value proposition. What makes you different from the next person that is making hair? Are you following me? Everybody makes hair. What is that unique thing that you do? What is the problem around hair making that you can carve as a niche that differentiates you from everybody else? Are you with me? If you are with me, say yeah. So, I already spoke about this, about as a small business, don't compare yourself with the large company. Large companies can afford to have broad visions. For example, Apple, look at Apple's vision to make the best products on earth and to leave the world better than we found it. Is Apple, what do you want Apple to be saying that their vision is? To be the world's biggest phone maker. They are already the world's biggest phone maker. To have revenue growth. Apple, their airport alone sells $23 billion. Their airport alone makes more money than 10 other tech companies, the entire tech companies. And they sit on hundreds of billions of dollars in cash. That is, they can buy Nigeria and use it for plantation. So, but as a small business, your vision needs to be very specific and measurable. This is an example, for example, and this is a United Nations definition, hello? Tomiwa, please. Now, look at this. By the end of 2019, XYZ will lead the global community to resolve pressing issues by implementing measures to impact the environment through 20% reduction in emissions. Specific. By the end of 2020, I want to have grown my business to a 2,200 unit production, something. Specific. So when you come to events like this, somebody talks to you, oh, what do you do? So what are you looking to achieve? You are very clear. You are not beating. I get tons of DMs about ideas. People have all sorts of ideas. Okay, so what do you need? They don't even know what they need. They just know that they need something. Don't always be in a perpetual need situation. If you need support, be clear about your vision, be clear about your objectives. When you want to achieve those objectives, what value you are bringing to the table. Do not think that you are the only one that has an idea. That idea you have, 100 million people have the same thing. It is about the clarity of your own idea and the specificity of what you want to achieve. Now, when you are developing your business plan, right? You know, I already told you in how you define, how you describe your business. I've already explained how you should, from an angle of empathy, showing the unique value proposition that you want to achieve. That's the way you should write it. And make it a personalized story, if possible. This business started based on certain experience, or in my community I noticed this problem, or in Nigeria there's so. I don't know if you get my point. And then you plug it into, you plug your business as the solution. Are you following me? Now, there's what we call macroeconomic analysis, and there are so many things that you can use, right? PESTEL simply means political, economic, social, technology, environmental, and legal analysis. Now, a lot of times some people that use these tools, they will just write high-level essay on those things. That is not what analysis is about. Macroeconomic analysis is about identifying economic indicators, and you are now going to write how those things will affect your business and what you plan to do to mitigate those problems. I don't know if you are following me. Because people are going to ask you, you say you want to do this thing. Have you thought about the fact that there's scarcity of raw materials? Are you following me? Someone is going to ask you, who runs a business here? Who can give me an example of their business? If you're writing a business plan, you've talked about your business idea, right? But, for example, look at Gokada. It was just one policy that killed Gokada, Abi, and Max said, right? That's political factor. So now, in business planning, you identify, okay, what are the political factors that can affect my business? You think about it. It doesn't have to be elaborate. I've told you, it's just a working plan. Government policy, FX. For example, if you rely on imported material, it means you need foreign exchange, Abi. Access to FX fluctuation, right, can affect you. So what's your plan to mitigate that? You can source for local materials. You can build partnerships, Abi, or you can be saving small in dollars, so that so all those kind of things, you have to list them out. And again, remember what I said, the most important thing is the plan for what you are going to do if those things happen. It doesn't have to be a bad thing. It can be positive, it can be negative, right? And these are examples of economic indicators. What's our GDP? What's our population? A lot of business people deceive themselves with population figure. They will tell you, oh, there are 200 million people in Nigeria. If I target 20% of that, that's 40 million. It's lies. Because you are forgetting that out of the 200 million people, about 65 to 70% live in abject poverty. So they are never going to be able to buy anything from you. Abi? So the only people you can even address are about 30% of 200 million. And out of that 30% that do not live in abject poverty, another 50-something% of them are stark illiterates. Are you following me? So that already knocks it off. Amongst the employed population, only 3 million Nigerians earn more than about 2.8 million naira per annum. So the economic situation is serious. I can't remember who was saying it, that they had to focus on top tier markets when they saw that there was problem. I think it was they were looking for, because those who can afford your product are very few. So in defining your target market, you have to use data that tells you the cold, bitter truth about your market. Are you following me? Are you sure? So that's the whole idea with these are just all sort of example: business, growth rate, inflation rate. So inflation is going. So if inflation keeps going, it means your costs are most likely going to be increasing. Abi now? So you need to factor that in. What am I going to do to prevent all of these problems? Am I going to stockpile? Am I going to be in partnership with other people that produce my raw materials instead of buying it? Or am I going to just forget fancy suppliers and go to a Congo market or Gbagi market? Are you getting what I'm saying? So that's how to write business plan from a macroeconomic analysis standpoint, because it's compulsory. You have to include it. How many of us have heard about SWOT analysis? Now, what do you think is the difference between SW and OT? Fantastic. Fantastic. So your SW, and you see, SWOT analysis is one analysis that you must never deceive yourself with. Even forget your business, even you personally, you should do a personal SWOT analysis of yourself. What are your strengths that you can leverage for this business? And what are the opportunities that you have? And this mindset of, I'm from a poor background, nobody's going to listen to me. Nobody will ever listen to you if you have that mentality. And you will never break even. It's not a course. It's not, I'm very serious. Because I'm also from a poor, so you cannot tell me I'm giving you prosperity. Because it is what you are able to achieve, what your mind has already conditioned you to believe is the limit of what you can achieve. Because if you in your mind, you already know that nobody is going to listen to you, it means you are not even going to make the effort to make people listen to you. And if you don't make the effort, then nobody is going to do it. I mean, Pamela ain't just left. It's not more Yalogi they call him. He's not from a rich home now. Is he from a rich home? In fact, they were abusing him that his mother says Ogi. That was how he converted it to money-making venture. He still turned it into a trend and then still made money from it. But if he had said, no, I can't be using social media and from a poor home, no, who is even going to listen to me? They will abuse me, they will laugh at me. The man will be there now, Abi. There are so many other people from poor home telling themselves they can't buy data. Because nobody's going to listen to them. They don't know people. I don't know if you are following me. But if you already begin to tell yourself that this is the minimum, I'm from a poor home, I cannot afford to have a bad result. I am from a poor home, I cannot afford to deceive myself. This shoe that I want to be making, I have to make the best of it and sell it to a few people. You cannot afford to go and relax and be expecting somebody to call you because you are from a poor home. Every day, you should be the one going out, looking for how to meet people, learning new things. Because remember what that guy Labi said, you need to be increasing your chances of creating a start. Right? If you are from a rich home, oh, excellent. Happy for you. Because at least your start is higher. I mean now. But where the problem comes is where you are now doing your SWOT analysis and you are deceiving yourself that you have what you do not have. You are doing wishful thinking. That's no longer planning. Wishful thinking is not planning. Wishful thinking should stop where you are praying to God. When you are planning, you plan for worst case scenario. If the worst happens, what's going to happen to me? You should never be too big to say, let me go and look for a job now. I think this business is no longer working. I mean, Nike, the founder of Nike did it. After he was running the business, he said, this does not make sense. He went to PwC to go and start accounting. And he was doing accounting. He left PwC again, went to take lecturing job. When he saw that PwC, the time he was spending too much was too much. The time he was spending on it was affecting the business. Okay, and he needed the combination. He went to go and be doing lecturing. For about 5 to 6 years, he was combining the business, Nike that we know today, with, he wasn't deceiving himself. A lot of businesses fail because the founders keep deceiving themselves. They are like politicians. Yeah? Imagine Fela is saying he wants to be president. Who's going to vote for him? In which community? Or me now, I should say, because I've done boot camp, if I don't want to bootcamp, I want to go and contest for presidency. That's clearly not planning. That's wishful thinking. You are not going to be president. It's not possible. You are not, your business is not going to become the biggest in Africa in 3 years. It is not possible. At least realistically, except a miracle happens. Now, another thing about planning is what we call the windfall element. Hello? If you are growing as a business, every year you are making 10,000, 20,000, 15,000. That's how you've been growing every year. Then in a certain year, you make a windfall of 70,000. And then you now blow. You buy new shoes, you put 2 people, You then give them, you buy car, and then you give them target and say, next year we are going to do 200,000 because this year we did 80,000. My sister, the chances that you are going to close shop is very high because it was a windfall. That's not your historical capacity. Are you following me? You see, these things sound funny when you are saying it, but this is what I do for a living. A lot of clients have this problem because there's what is called artificial scaling, artificial growth, right? You've gone to do past yourself because a windfall happened. So you must never deceive yourself. Opportunities does not mean wishful thinking. Tell yourself the truth about the opportunities that exist for you. You cannot be from a poor home and you are expecting that somebody is going to call you and just give you a job back. Or somebody is going to call you and give you one contract. How? Who do you know? So you have to tell yourself, okay, if I don't know so many people, how can I know so many people? Where should I be at? Where should I be going to? Right? What type of events should I be going to? How should I be meeting people? I need to read as many books as possible. You know you are not very articulate, but you are deceiving yourself that you are articulate. You are not taking courses that will teach you good English or good Yoruba, whatever it is that you need to. Stop deceiving yourself. You need to be very practical and develop a working plan that will get you from point 1 to point B. The more you spend deceiving yourself with aspire to acquire, the more you are likely going to at some point be giving up and be saying, you know how many people have wasted many years because they are wishing to travel out and they didn't have a plan B? Now, let me talk to you about industry market size. I think Akinlabi tried to do it earlier. Your market size, again, keys to what I was saying about vision. What's your target market size? If you are selling shoes, you are a student of UI, you are selling shoes, you plan to sell shoes to UI students, and each pair of your shoe is 25,000. You are deceiving yourself because you are using Instagram. Shoe that the guy will go home on vacation and go to Lagos market and buy for 5,000 or 2,500. Because you snapped it with iPhone and you put it on Instagram, it suddenly becomes 15,000. I don't know if you are following me. Now, there's luxury products, not luxury in the way that they've abused the word luxury. There are premium markets and there's mass markets. Tell yourself the truth. Who is within my immediate community that fall within the range of these price points that I have defined and can afford what I am selling? And then you keep drilling down, right? Check me. And then you keep drilling down up to the point where you can create a specific number that you become your target for the year. So again, let's go back to UI as example. Let's say, I'm just using as example. Let's say we leave UI, the total UI student population is 10,000, assuming you are in Faculty of Social Science. Faculty of Social Science people, there are 3,000 people. Now, those that you know within your primary circle, maybe there are 500. Within your secondary circle, maybe 1,000. You know what primary and secondary circle is? Primary is those you know directly. Secondary is those that you know, right? If you know that you don't know a lot of people in your primary circle, and your business requires you to know people, then start knowing people. Go and join SA, go and join JCI, go and join ANOPSA, go and do student politics. You have to build networks. I did all of them in UI. And when I got to final year, I abandoned them and faced only ISEC because I knew it was ISEC that was going to help me with the career I wanted to do. I'm a strategist because I attended a conference and we used balanced scorecard methodology to do planning for the year. And I said I was going to be a strategist. And the very first job I get was from an email from the national president of ISEC that ISEC alumni in Lagos should apply for the role. It was strike. We were on strike, 6-month strike. I had not finished my final exams when I went to apply for the role. I am not kidding you. And I met old ISECers. Me that I thought ISEC was going to be my leverage. Old ISECers, legends that we used to read about in books. So but I didn't give up. I was talking in that interview, and the guy asked me, "Do you know these things in books, or you are just talking theory?" And I said no, and I gave him example of projects that we did, and I got the job. I had not finished my exams. I am not kidding you. So it is not theory. It is not perseverance to acquire. There are tremendous opportunities and networks in those student associations. Whatever they teach you in class to use Akin like this is bullshit. Nigerian education is crap. Except maybe you are in a very professional, like maybe medicine, that is dependent on what you learn in class. The only thing that is important in Nigerian education is to finish with a good grade, if you can afford it. Again, SWOT analysis. If you are on a 2.2, you already know that you are going to finish with 2.2. And now you they go class pass. You are wasting your time. You have to immediately have a plan B, which is engage in more student type of organizations that can help you, that can give you a head start. Because your degree will not give you a head start. If you're already on a third class, you say you want to make 2-1, or you are rolling with people every day. If they call you for this, you say no, it's only fellowship. They will call you for that. No, it's only mosque. You're wasting your time. Those places are good, yes, but they are good for the spiritual side. Life is not only spiritual. See devil's children, they are clapping because now remember I said now there's market value and there's market volume. Value is how much do I want to make for my market. If I'm selling my shoe at 2,000, I want to sell to 100 people next year. If you want to sell to 100 people, it's hard work. You have to be planning it. How many people do I know? How many are in my class? Do I need to join ISEC? Should I join JCI? Should I join this fellowship? This fellowship, are they rich? Can I build network there? What kind of events? I'm not kidding you. That's how you do your plan. And you have your short list of 100 people you want to target. That's market value. The market volume. Value is 2,000 times 100. Revenue. That's market volume. Volume. Are you following me? Are you following me? Or is aspire to perspire I'm doing? Now, look at this interesting data. Look at these people here. Only 2.1% of Nigerians are relatively comfortable, that can afford to go on vacation, they can afford to buy what they want. They are just 2.1% of Nigerians. So if you are deceiving yourself that you are selling luxury products and you live in Oshogbo, my brother, you are deceiving yourself. Because what's the population of Oshogbo? By the time you see 2.1% of the population in Oshogbo, nobody's left. The only reason Lagos is an attractive market is because there are 20 million people in Lagos. So 2% of 20 million, what's 10% of 20 million? It's 2 million now. 2 million. Abi? 5% is what? 1 million. So the market is still big. Are you following me? But when you start going to states that are civil service states and you are not telling yourself the truth about that market so that you can address it in the way the market is designed, then it's wishful thinking. Are you following me? You people are not following me again. You are sleeping. Look at these people here. 58.8%, almost 60%. Look at the name of it. Ultra poor. Ultra. You know when poverty begins to have a fancy name? Ultra. Ultra poor. When you see poverty, then you know it's serious. So whatever it is that your business is about, know who you are targeting and don't deceive yourself about it. That is what planning is about. It's not, planning is rigorous. Including in your personal life, because if your personal life is not balanced or planned or stable, it will affect your business. If you know your business is suffering, but you like your business, you are passionate about it, go and look for what you are not passionate about that will make you money. When you have sufficient money, you can come and chase your passion. You think Tony Elumelu is passionate about banking? Now, the guy has bought an oil and gas asset. Is he passionate about oil and gas? He has started insurance. Is he passionate about insurance? The man is passionate about money. Then he likes teaching. Look at Akin Alabi. The guy, when The man started Naira bets. When he chop belefu where he starts to teach about. He said he likes teaching. Eh? It's like me now. Have you seen my throwback picture before? You know what I'm saying? You didn't see him. If not that time I call you, I make una come do SME bootcamp. When I go first look my shoes, eh? So please don't be saying that thing again. I don't want to be seeing it in your documents that I started this business because I have a which passion. Which passion? Passion of the Christ. Who is going to give you money because of passion? You think what's that guy's name? This guy will get Tesla. He's passionate about electric cars. Now the guy is busy going about flying to space. They enjoy in life because he don't get money. So please, your passion is good, but when you see that, look, there's survival. I'm working on a book. It's called, in fact, I won't tell you the title. You know what it's called? How to survive in a sachet economy. In a sachet economy. Sachets. Nigeria is a sachet economy. Everything is being sachetized. Sachet drink, sachet milk. You don't see these things in the Western world. You know see Domino Pizza. They had to create the sachet version. In fact, they started marketing about in Kekemawa. They are the owners now, Domino's and Cold Stone. They are the same thing. So, now, there's what we call Porter's 5 analysis. Yeah, I'm done now. There's what we call Porter's 5 analysis. Let me quickly tell you what it does before I go. Porter's 5 simply tells you 5 things that you can use to assess if your industry, if what you are doing is attractive from a competition standpoint. Are you following me? It's only in Nigeria I see people who study economics and they will finish school. You will put them into strategy department. They've never heard anything before. I'm not even joking. I have the most brilliant people that I'm working with that most of the things we are doing, they didn't hear it when they were in school. And they are graduates of economics. And what we are doing is the job of economics. See, whoever destroyed Nigerian education, God will punish them. See, bargaining power of suppliers. The people that supply you, what's their bargaining power? Do you have power to negotiate with them? Or it is the price they supply you that you are. Let me give you a typical example. Let me give you a typical example. I need people to give me examples of their business. So we use real case scenarios. So let's say you make, poultry. You make poultry. What are your inputs? Chicken feed. So chicken feed now, you have a poultry of 2,000 beds. Do you think that the bargaining power of your suppliers will be high or low? There are no right or wrong answers. Do you think it will be high or low if you have 2,000 beds? It's high. Why? Because the volume you are buying from them is not enough to determine price. Are you following me? The bargaining power of your suppliers increases by your size or the might of your supplier. Are you following me? Which is why you need to go and look for partnerships with small suppliers in the bush, depending on what you are doing for a living. I am not joking. If you make shoes, are you following me? Now I need to finish. Now, okay, it's working now. Now, threat of new entrants, especially if you are in technology. Threat of new entrants means how easy is it for people to enter into my space? If you are in an industry where everybody is there, and you know, especially these days, you can say apologies, but especially women businesses, women, you know, they're very passionate. Once women start something like this, everybody just goes there. Woo. Now, what is raining in Instagram? Glow, God bless you. All the yellow people are selling glow cream. People that I know that have been yellow since 1992. They are suddenly saying, oh, it's the glow something that helped them, something, glow with, look, your skin is going to be something. And everybody is buying, everybody is selling. There was a time it was wig. There was a time it was shoe. Eh? There was a time it was bone straight. So you can see that the barrier to entry is very low. Anybody can wake up and start doing it. Eh? Which goes back to what I was saying earlier. If you are in a market where threats to something is too low, you have to carve out a niche for yourself. There has to be a reason why somebody should buy from you. Stop telling me, if you come and say to me, you're telling me, you know, we will deliver, because deliver what? I can go to this guy. Somebody, your neighbor doing the same thing for cheaper price. What are you saying? Except you tell me something very different about what you do. I'm not going to buy from you. So if you are selling that type of product, yours should be different from somebody that is coming up with unique proposition. Don't deceive yourself that what you are doing is unique. It is not unique. Everybody is doing it. Are you? Anyway, so let me go quickly. Now, there's also bargaining power of buyers. The people you are selling to, what's their bargaining power? Are you at their mercy? If you are at their mercy, then stop deceiving yourself that whoever we buy, we buy. Whoever we buy, we not buy. So you need to know that, I need these people to buy. Price properly within your target market or your accessible market. There's what we call accessible market and there's what we call target market. Target market are those you are aiming to reach. Accessible is those that you can even access. Are you following me? Anyway, I still have a lot, but I have to finish. I've taught you marketing and modeling, but follow me on social media, Bankole, wherever, and I will teach you continuous nuggets about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are shorted for the business pitch, for the next 2-3 minutes, we're going to listen to you, and then we're going to wrap up. Please, where are the people that submitted their business pitches? Are you here? Please come forward. I think they're about. Huh? No. The people that got invites, that were shortlisted. Were you shortlisted? Who was the list? Who was the list? What am I doing? Yes. Just 5, whoever is here. Please, Jumoke, I need the list of those that were shortlisted. Okay, Stephen Adeyemo. Stephen, hello, one house, please. Stephen Adeyemo, please come. You have just 3 minutes to pitch your business idea.
By a raise of hand, how many of us have encountered difficulty renting out in Nigeria before? Renting out before? By show of hands. In 2018, I got admitted into Wafemi Awolowo University. I was so happy, I was so glad I got admitted. But something happened. I couldn't secure. Okay. Okay. Renting house in Nigeria is a long-lasting problem that is there to be solved. And by a show of hands, how many of us have encountered difficulty renting house in Nigeria before? Renting house in Nigeria before. I'm sure many of us have had this encountered. In 2018, I got admitted into Wafemi Awolowo University, but I couldn't secure best place on campus, and I had to source for another alternative, looking for apartments myself. And during that process, I got exploited. I'm sure we've all had this experience. But would it be interesting to let you know that you can save yourself time, money, and stress while renting house in Nigeria? I'm Adeyemo Muslim by name, and I'm the founder of Reservation, a house renting platform in Nigeria that makes it possible for you to access accommodation seamlessly. Presently, I and my team, I have a team member who is Bukumi Aluko and is certified by Andela on OPM. We are 5 in numbers working on this project, and I've already built my MVP. Like, we have a working application that is available. Last year, 2020, we were invited by Startup in Istanbul to exhibit at Turkey for our business idea. Right now, we are trying to raise the sum of $400K in dollars for us to build our application. And we have already done so much things. We have our website running, we have our app running, and we are planning to target 1 million Nigerians to be able to solve them this problem. And part of what we are trying to include in this our technology is that we are the first in Nigeria and also in Africa to integrate an AI technology prop tech application. We have AI technology on ground for our AI chatbot, AI search feature, AI payment, and we have AI payment feature. We are the only company in Africa that have ever done that. Our competitors include the likes of Property Pro, Nigeria Property Center, Fiber, and Kwaba. None of them have done what you are doing, and that made us to get an invite from VCs in Nigeria. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please sit down. Please sit. Sunday Kolawole. Where is Sunday Kolawole?
Good afternoon. I'm Sunday Kolawole Sholanke. I'm the co-founder and team lead of Pretty Point Recycling. So what do we do in Pretty Recycling? So majorly we focus on recycling, we innovate and create economic value from plastic waste. According to the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, in 2020, Nigeria generates 513,000 tons of plastic waste. That means all the plastic waste you see today, that's what we do in Nigeria. And where do they go to when it rains? You go into the clocks, there is still a problem. And whenever it rains, we are flooding over the city and destroys our ecosystems. And what are the root causes of this problem? Number one is what we see is there is clear lack of plastic waste collection infrastructure in Nigeria. There's high cost of haulage, and also there's a lack of data collection mechanism. So what is our solution? Our solution is junkyard mobile, which aggregate plastic waste directly from households, and these households, and we use this household, we use them using incentives. So that means you get value from your plastic waste, whereas the plastic waste you get value from it in the long time. So what do we want to do with the plastic waste? The first thing is we want to use the plastic waste to produce bricks for ties, for roads, and for other stuffs. Also, too, from plastic waste you get polyester, and polyester is the part of clothing material for every part of Nigeria. So that means we can create value from plastic waste. And for now, I can tell you, for now, we have a prototype of junkyard technology itself. And the market opportunity is very according to Buzzweight, Sub-Saharan Africa alone, waste management is around $31 billion. So that means it's a huge market. So how do we make money? We make money through sources of bale and plastic waste. We make money through sales of cabs to industries. We make money through subscription rates on junkyard to other certain facilities within Nigeria and outside Nigeria. We also make money by selling those Proshare to export companies in Nigeria and in Lagos and to the Europe market. So what is our competitive advantage? So one of them is incentive calculation. That means for you as citizen, you get value, real-time working model of our apps. You can see when the work is coming. And we can say for now, on partnership, we work more on partnership. So in partnership, as of last year, we signed an MOU with the state government with government of Oyo State, which allows us to have access to those facilities within the state. And also, we are proud to say I'm a Leap Africa fellow for this year. And recently, I was invited to Russia to come and speak on the prospect of cycling in Nigeria. So on our team, we have 3 members on our team. Myself, Olayemi Olaomo, who has 3 years of experience who manages our CTO and app development, and we have Malik Kolade, who is the project development team. So in a final conclusion, what we say is possible is not actually waste; it's rather raw material for other productions. Thank you.
Charity Nasamu. Where is Charity Nasamu? Oh, she's not here? Oh, yeah, sad. This list you sent to me is not complete. Deborah Adediran. Okay. Alice Adeyeye. Why are all the women not here? Is that you? Huh? Which one? Alice? Okay, Alice Adeyeye. Oh, you didn't apply? But you're looking confused.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alice Adeyeye. Yeah, what I do is that, okay, the name of my business is Save Belle Foods. And what I do is that from a locally sourced grains and legumes, fruits and veggies, I make baby food, which is suitable for swallow, pancakes, muffins, and scrapers. Because looking at, with my experience with the orphans and vulnerable children, I know how much value they place on giving these children complimentary food. And so these children, they are at a high risk of getting malnourished. And as a result of that, there are so many things that they need to give them in order for these children to be able to survive the life-threatening challenges that they pass through. So as a result of that, the business came up as a result of producing complimentary food for these children, and at a low cost and with the use of low innovation, such that our target audience will be able to afford it. And as a result of that, we actually want to cut down the dependence on imported food for some households, especially the poorest household who do not have the opportunity to go for the imported food. And as a result of that, these children, they lack food with the right nutrients in order to grow and in order to survive and thrive. So Save Belle Foods is birthed from this in order for these children to be able to survive, to live and to thrive with our products, and which we give to them at a very low cost. And it includes the right to children to live, and in order to fulfill their life destiny, in order to survive, and in order to become someone who they will be in future, and then to become transgeneration.
Thank you. Tawhid Alimi. Is that you? Oh, okay, thank you.
Good evening, panelists. My name is Tawhid Alim. I am the founder of Limta Farm and Agro-allied Service. I had an engagement with farmers in Awo-Ekiti, small-scale tomato farmers, and I realized that contrary to the wish of an average entrepreneur to work less and earn more, something we call working smart, these people are working so hard because of wrong input and they're not making much. Worse still is that if we want to buy tomato in market, what informs our choices is that this tomato should look so fresh, round, something we call Hausa tomato. But in the real sense, there's nothing like Hausa tomato or Yoruba tomato. Now, these farmers are losing the market to Hausa people just because, first, they're making use of poor seed. Number two, their agronomic practices is bad. Number three is that they don't have access to finance to set up a standard nursery plant. So what do we do at Limited Farm? We establish a seedling plant in Ekiti State, the first, which is relatively new, then by extension Southwest Nigeria. So what we do is that we nurse this seed for these people, not just that we enlighten them about the choice they should make. So first, increase their harvest. Then number two, produce the same standard of tomato and not lose market to the Hausa people. Then we make it available for them. They can either order for it online or come to our farm. Then number three is that we make it cost effective. The market is big. From our assessment in Ekiti State via consulting with ADP, we realized that Ekiti State alone, they produce an average of more than 400,000 tons of tomato annually. In one community, Ekiti, which happens to be the largest producer of tomato in Ekiti State, the market is around more than 1 billion naira. So the market is large. So what do we do now is that from a financial projection, one seedling costs just 10 naira. One seedling can guarantee these farmers 1 kg of tomato selling for an average of 350 naira. From 10 naira to 350 naira, the net profit is huge. So they have the choice to make this decision and buy it. So what's the marketing strategy? We organize free training to bring these farmers to a location. We get a database, we introduce our seedling to them, then we target to make sure that we buy. The strategy is that let us have an average of 25 farmers annually. That's all. So from a profitability projection, we will be able to sell an average of more than 300,000 seedling per annum, which is so enough to cultivate just 10.5 hectares of land. The market is still underserved. Of course, we have competitors. Competitors are seed companies, but then the sugar we have right now is that these seed companies are just concerned about selling their seed. So we can as well buy the seed from them, nurse it to seedling, and sell it to these farmers at affordable rates. So moving forward, right now, what we've been able to do, we are registered with CAC. We've been able to get training from Faith Foundation and other organizations. We've been able to have a plot of land where we demonstrate. We've been able to raise 500,000 naira from personal savings. Then we have team members, including myself, a team lead. I studied agricultural economics in school. We have a content creator, and of course, we have content like a technician who knows what you are supposed to do. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bankole-Akintujoye.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bankole-Akintujoye, a student of the University of Ibadan and the co-founder of the brand Soupy. What is Soupy? Soupy is an online homemade food brand that assists customers in preparing their favorite homemade soup. We major in preparing only soup and its variants, which includes stews, sauces, and also pepper soup. How do we achieve this? Because it's an online thing, we try to make everything easier for the customers. We've set up, made a partnership with a food app that customers can order from, and also we also put several platforms in place so that ordering from this thing will be as stress-free as possible for customers. How do we achieve this? Okay. After customers have ordered from us, we shop for the ingredients from the market, we prepare the order and deliver it to their doorstep. This soup is packaged into different sizes of bowls according to customers' needs. Who are our target customers? Our target customers are mostly students. I am a student, and I know many students face these challenges while on campus. Like, we don't have access to a homemade soup or homemade meal when we are in school. This could be due to the fact that, because of tight class schedule and also the stress involved in preparing one. So we make this easier for customers, as stress-free as possible for them. All they need to do is just to, when they order from us, we prepare the soup for them, and then all they need to worry about is just to prepare their maybe rice, swallows, or anything they wish to serve with this thing, and that's it.
Temitayo Johnson Laleye. No, this is the last person. Temitayo Johnson Laleye.
From converting zips to accessories, trousers to handbags, and cement sacks to backpacks, TJL Signature is a fashion accessory store that creates bizarre fashion items for adventurous students. As a student-targeted brand, our team is made up of students who are involved in the sourcing of raw materials, designing, creating, marketing, and selling of our products across their different university communities. Our current reach is primarily within the Southwest, University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, and other universities. And one of our major challenges has been large-scale production and the logistics involved in delivery. Some of our customers in faraway universities have had to pay as much as the price of a product to have it delivered to them. And of course, students don't find this very fun. They don't find it pleasant. So this grant will enable us to pad our cash flow to be able to produce in larger scale, as well as to be able to reduce the cost of delivery to our marketers in the different universities. Also, we have a current reach of about 3 marketers per university. We would like to increase that over the years to 5 to 10 marketers, expanding our supply and expanding our reach. Some of our clients have been departments of schools. We've had fellowships. We've had different event organizers patronizing TJL signature products. And this has helped to expand our reach and promote the authenticity of the brand. Now, TJL Signatures has helped me to grow from a dependent first-year student to an independent business owner, promoting our rich, vibrant African culture, empowering people, and raising a generation of strong African entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to deliberate amongst ourselves for just a minute on our top 3. If we require questions or clarifications, we're going to ask you, right? And then we'll announce our top 3. Please. We have a question for you. Please come. No. She's a lady. Please come. If you pitched, please stay somewhere close by, please. I need you to address concerns about safety of your products. What's the process and what are your safety measures?
Okay, for some of the raw materials that I have to dehold, and then there are some I have to ferment, and then there are some that I have to put on that dehydrator to heat. Dehydrator, yes. Yes, I have a small place that I use for them. Yes, the environment is hygienically okay. Yes, sir. So, to get other resources in order to expand. This is the pancake. This is pancake and muffins made from the cereal. Like I said, you can make it suitable for cereal, for swallow, pancakes, and muffins.
Yeah, I would say your pitch is interesting. It caught my attention, but you didn't mention anything about your team. Are you doing this all by yourself? You didn't mention how much you are asking for. These are very key. So I'm an investor. I want to know how much you want me to give to your business. You didn't highlight any of those, and that is very critical in your pitch, so to say.
I have team that work with me. I have a nutritionist. Then I have a business development person who helps in the marketing. And so I have a production manager. The person is in charge of the production, he supervises, and he makes sure that every package is well done. And for the fund, I'm looking to 600,000 naira to get some other materials, some other equipment needed for me in order to expand.
Okay, so do you think you need NAFDAC registration? So is there a plan for that? So okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, so I have a question for, you can go, please. I have a question for, what's the name of the cyclist, the person that recycles? Okay, so I don't think, maybe I missed it, but I don't think you told us from a competition standpoint, your product versus other concrete-based blocks. What is the efficiency level? What's the demand level like? Why would a construction person want to use your product over? Because does it absorb as much water as?
So we have a pilot done to that effect already. So I should have brought a sample today, but we have a chance somewhere in Lagos, so that has to be go to Lagos. So what happened is it's more stronger, it's more durable, and it lasts more. It lasts over 40 years before it can destroy. By our Tesla results. So we plan to sell them to house, to builders, to surveyors who build. But just that, it has to go to a process of like there has to be, we have to get SON to give us the standard and see. So what we want to do is we have a land UI already. So the plan is when we are starting our option in UI, we plan to use our site as a test run, whereby we can mold all the blocks for our grants and have them as a test run site. That's what we have now. Yeah, it's very cheaper and very cost effective. They even used to make to mold house.
Okay, so how do you source your materials? How do you source it?
Okay, I don't have that I could have seen it in the slide. Okay, so for house, we are looking at, because
No, what do you do now? I don't want to.
So what did I do now? What did I
How
do?
do you source those
Okay,
things now?
can you just go back now?
You don't need to project it.
Okay, no, not projection. We have a strategy of collection.
Just tell me what that strategy is.
Okay, so simple. So what we do is we place a bin in the central area, central location, and you walk in there, you drop. And also too, we have a question whereby we give those local women sacks, whereby they from their homes they park, and it's run by incentive. So that means you get money. So you bring the mayor, I'll give you money, I will give you money back in return.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for anybody else?
So what sort of volumes do you collect now?
So for now, we collect plastic bottles and cans.
I didn't say. I said what volumes? What sort of volumes?
Okay, we did a pilot some few months ago, and we did 25 tons between January and March before we stopped.
Okay, so the business is currently on hold.
Yeah, we are working. So what happened is, because when COVID starts, when COVID begins, there was an issue collection because of people interaction. So at that point, we have to sit down for a while. Then that's why we now bring in solution of the app into the system, whereby I don't need to contact you. There's an app where you can order for collection. I'll just come down and I'll just collect.
So you have not done anything since last year?
No, we've collected this year, and we have a facility already at University of
You
Ibadan.
said when COVID started, you stopped.
Okay, so what happened was, when COVID happened last year, we stopped a little. At that point, that's when we want to launch the collection phase. So at that point, we stopped for a while. And this year, we did a pilot design in Agbo. That's just between a small community itself to just see. So, and what we do majorly is, before now, what we do majorly is advocacy. So we do advocacy, and do advocacy, we collect advocacy.
Has the business made any money?
We do not really earn money at that start when we start in the first instance, because we want to test the market first to see the viability of the problem.
The market that will determine if. So have you sold anything?
Yes, we sold to. We have a partner that collects from us, recyclers in Lagos.
Okay, so but that's not the business. So what you're doing is you're a collection center for recyclers.
No, it's an MOU. So that means they're an off-taker.
And so all you're doing is you're collecting plastic and giving to them.
Yeah, for now, yes.
Is that the business you're pitching?
No, that's not the. So what I'm pitching, what we are pitching, what we're trying to run is, we want to. So now we're talking about an advanced approach whereby you collect, you can bail, that you can crush, that you can sell the crush.
So how much money are you looking for?
Okay, so for now, because it's a big project, so for now we're just looking at the money to complete the app alone, not for the full project. Yes.
The app is going to be for collection.
For collection, yes, that will enhance collection and reduce human interaction.
Okay.
So why if you want to collect the whole, why if you want to talk about the whole business itself, it's around $79,000.
Okay, I think, yeah, thanks. Let me ask. What's the other lady's name? TGL. Okay, so yeah, so you make bags.
Yes.
And what again?
Jewelry, throw pillows,
So
and
how do you source for your materials?
in local markets.
So just go to buy
And
them.
from leftovers of sewing, like
Leftover-
from tailors,
Okay.
leftovers from tailors. Yes, leftovers.
Yeah. So how do you? So okay, what's the collection? Yeah. So what's the collection? How do you collect them? So the tailors, you have tailors, right? So how do you go to tailors? Who goes there?
We go to their stores and
who is the who?
who is the?
Who is
we
the we?
our team, the
Okay.
TGL signature team has tailors that we partner with.
Like how
So
many
when-
tailors do you have?
About 6 tailors that we just collect excess fabric from. And then when we have large scale productions, we also buy from local markets like Aleshinloye, Bagging, and places like that.
Okay. Oh, thanks.
Okay, so the reason why your product is cheaper is just because you use scrap, basically, waste material.
Yes.
So what's the can you give us an estimate, the difference between what you sell and how a typical material of the same would go for?
And
How much a standard material, like if you were to, the regular guys who are not using waste material to prepare,
Okay,
and
so-
yours?
So we sell from about 2,000 naira, and Instagram vendors that most students patronize sell for as much as 4,000, 5,000.
So in the last 4 months, how many have you been able to sell?
Over 500 pieces.
So what's the profit margin for you?
About 30%.
30%. So why are you still looking for money?
The money is essentially to help us reach more schools. So what we run is like an ambassadorship with students in different universities. But because we cannot supply so much and give them our tie our money down, we need money that would keep our cash flow running even when we supply, so the business doesn't die.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry, one more question. Sorry. So if you don't have those tailors, will you still be in business?
Yes, sir, definitely. Because we buy from the market also.
I know you buy. So what's the percentage of what you buy from the market and what you get from the tailors?
So the tailors is basically like an agreement thing. So if they don't have, we just go to the market easily. It doesn't stop us from producing.
Okay. So the uniqueness of the business in getting the scrap gets eliminated, and then you just become a normal producer of bags.
No, sir.
But that's what you just said now, that if you don't have sufficient, then you buy from the market, which means you might as well just buy from the market.
That doesn't change the product quality, the durability, and the other services
And what
we
is
offer.
unique about it?
What is unique about our product? We offer customization. We give guarantees to our
Do you have any
customers.
samples here? What's that?
A bracelet from Zips. Zips.
Okay.
So again, very good question, Tim Tokwe. See, the reason why maybe you've been chosen or we called you out to ask you a question is the uniqueness of your business, right? So if you remove that part from your business, that's the core. So if I'm an investor, I'm looking at what kind of impact are you making to the society. That's why I will just go to another person and invest. But if you're pitching, you should pitch where your strength lies and where people, they just said people buy from people they trust and they love, right? It's an emotional decision. So we look at it and say, she's doing stuff from waste material, right? So I think you should think about it again. Make sure that, and that's why I asked the question, how many tailors do you have? So if you have only 30 tailors, be thinking of 50, be thinking of 100, so that you can have it. It's cheaper and you will make more money.
And remember when I was teaching, I was talking about the principle of design thinking and your unique selling point. And you see, we are drilling people on their unique selling points because the vision for the bootcamp is to support people in the productive sector. So there are fantastic people who did tech stuff and all that, but they necessarily did not qualify because of the vision, right? So and the reason why the differentiating factor between what you are selling and the next person making bags is that you make yours from scrap or excess waste. So you cannot be pitching and be saying, oh, there are times when I go to market to buy normal food materials. It eliminates that unique selling point. I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying. It does. Except if you are saying that what you go to buy is the scrap material, which is not the case. So that's just feedback, but that's okay.
Thank you.
Tomato Man. Where is Tomato Man? Apologies for calling you Tomato Man, but is that not what you are doing?
Of course. Thank you.
I didn't quite get your business model properly because
All right.
what's in a very quick response, what's your input and what's your revenue model? Your input is you want to buy seedlings from the north?
No. We are raising seedlings.
You are raising seedlings?
Seedlings, yes, to these tomato farmers. All they have to do is transplant, that's all. So what that guarantees them is that they have more output compared to what they have before now. Then number two, that they produce the same standard that we all will buy, so they don't have to risk losing that market to the northerners. Simple. So our revenue.
So it's northern seeds that you are raising?
No, it's not. There's nothing like northern seed, southern seeds. It's the quality of seeds. And this, Mr. AY, we have a lot of big tomato farmers now who produces standard northern tomatoes in quotes. And what they have to do is say buy seed, hybrid seed for let's say Premier Seed, East West
So
Seed.
what is the quality? What guarantees? Why are you saying yours is more quality? What's the unique thing about yours that makes it more quality than
Thank you. The current problem is that these farmers using this seed we are talking about because of two challenges.
So which seed are they using?
They go to this regular market, buy seeds from previous tomato, and how it works. Okay, the technicality is that in agric, there is first, say for example, if I should plant now, I harvest tomato. What they do is they share that tomato, get the seed from it, and replant. And the moment you keep replanting, the quality reduces. So what we are doing is that we get first generational seed, we nurse it for them, we reduce the cost of them setting up nursery which they don't have the finances for. So this seedling comes at a affordable price for them, so they transplant and they get better return compared to what they have before, and they don't risk the chance of losing market.
And they buy it for 10 naira.
Yes, 10 naira.
So how much do you get the seeds for?
Okay, now say for example, let's say I'm buying 4 grams of tomato seed, going for around 8,000 naira. Now in this 4 grams, I can get at least 1,000 seeds, like if I should pick it one by one, and these seeds have 98% germination rate. So I don't have to bother myself about, okay, would this grow or not? And we nurse it in a seed plate.
Okay. No, I think you've answered. So you've just, so from this, so is it only tomato that you do for now?
No.
All kinds of seeds?
Not all kinds of seeds. We stick with just vegetables. So tomato, lettuce. It's based on demand. We ask you, what do you want to plant this season? You tell us in advance. The advantage is that for all farmers, all these small-scale farmers, they have planting seasons because they are not using greenhouse system. So we ask them, what do you want to plant? You tell us. We nurse it for you ahead of the time you're going to plant, so it makes it easy.
Okay, so I guess my real question for you really is, for you to be able to do this in large volume, you need large expanse of land to build the knowledge.
I don't need large expanse of land.
Oh, you don't need?
I don't need
So
it.
how do you develop enough, how do you build the seeds into seedlings?
Thank you.
Enough
Please,
to
can you
sell?
even go to the last slide? I just want to show you something.
So,
last slide. Now, we have...
Okay.
Now,
Can you be quick about this other part?
Okay, yeah. Let's say, for example, I'm using this particular place we are. I can construct something like layers. Thank you. Okay. Layers. So this seed plate, if it has holes, like we could have some with 200 holes. So all I have to do is fill it with the medium to grow and plant one seed. The last slide. We don't have. Thank you.
Okay, but I think I get the point.
Yes. Okay. Now that's the exact thing I'm doing over there. So we have a nursery plant. If you check here, these are the nursery plates. So just plant one of those seeds inside, it germinates. So this is what to give to the farmers.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, you have a very interesting pitch, if you ask me. But the thing is, you are confusing us a bit. And then I didn't get it clearly when you mentioned 10 versus 350. Are you saying you get your seedlings for 10 naira and you sell them for 350 naira? Because that margin appears to be too extreme and too unrealistic. So I want you to throw light on that. And again, your seedlings, I know that fruits from like Cotonou, for instance, have better taste and all. You haven't been able to explain where you get your seedlings from. That's where my headache is. I'm struggling to grapple with that.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now I'm seeing the advantage of buying our seedlings. For these farmers, a seedling which they will buy for 10 naira will give them 1 kg of tomato, which will sell for an average of 350 naira. So for those farmers, it's a very big win-win for them. And where we get our seedlings from, we get seeds from reputable companies, East-West seeds. So we are fine with quality.
So based on the majority decision of the panel, I'm going to start from the last person. The last person that wins a 50,000 grant from us. Yeah, is this the second one up? They call it. Apologies, but second runner up is the Tomato Man. Please give him a round of applause. Please reach out to us after now. They are going to provide you with free legal services in addition to your money We're also going to do a profile, send us a profile of yours. We're going to help push you via all our social media platforms. I would also push you on my social media handles and all of that. You could also write about your business, what you do, so that we can blast it in our newsletter to members of our community who can support you, right? Yeah, if you also have people issues, HR, you want to source for people, you want Scholar Great Consulting, you provide that for you pro bono, right? And that applies to all the winners. Second runner up, first runner up, what's his name again? First runner up, no, that's the winner now. Yes, first runner up is the baby food winner. So we're going to give you 80,000 in addition to everything. They are going to provide you with pro bono legal services to support your registration and all those things that you need. We're also going to, I'm going to be tweeting about your content every time, and then you can also write a brief about your business so that we share it in your newsletter. We'll push you on Instagram, LinkedIn, everywhere, so that you can also reach out to Collard Gray for anything that you need. And the winner, for 120,000 is why are you shaking your head? TYJ. TJL. I mean TJL. Please, can you come forward? Let's take pictures.
Hello, everyone. So very quickly, thank you, Ayo, for inviting me. Thank you, everyone, for staying put. My name is Kelechi Ibe. I'm a lawyer. I'm also a tax consultant. I used to work with KPMG. So Ayo has announced the fund. So I want to say what we do. I am the founder of a non-profit called Green Reach Foundation. So please just check us out on social media. Green Reach, green as in GREEN, then Reach, RIDGE. So what we do is we found that small business owners don't have access to quality legal services. Some don't even think they need lawyers. And that's a different conversation entirely. But for those who need lawyers, some cannot afford to pay for quality legal services. Maybe you just get one local lawyer who does one stuff for you and all. So what we found is we can actually help small business owners gain access to legal services for free. So we've partnered with top law firms who have offered to give their services pro bono as part of their corporate social responsibility. So we have a tech solution where you log onto our portal, apply for legal aid for your business, and then we review your application and assign it to the law firm that is best suited to your business. And it's open to everybody, really. But for those who have been selected, we'll give you focus on you. But everyone else who is in this room and needs access to legal services, just go to greenaccess.greenreach Foundation. You can just search for it online, Greenreach Foundation. Once you can go to our website, greenreachfoundation.org, you'll see all the information. Click on sign up. You go to a portal, provide all the information we require, and then we'll let you know if your solution or your business qualifies for free legal aid. And everything can be monitored on the dashboard. You see your dashboard, you know when you've applied, when it has gone. I'll tell you later. Green Reach, let me spell it. Take it down if you're interested. Very quickly, we don't have time. www.greenridge. Okay, we'll send it to you by email. Then foundation, greenridge foundation.org. So when you do that, you would let you know if you qualify, and the law firms will not charge you any fee. If you need to pay any regulatory fee, maybe you want to register your business, you need to pay to CAC. For the ones we are going to register, we can handle that one for you for business name. But for the other ones, you will pay for the statutory fee. But for the professional fees, the fees that you would have paid to the lawyer for their services, that will be free of charge. And it covers everything else from your taxes to investment advisory to employment issues, every single legal issue you would have. Put your hands together for us now. We're doing an amazing job. So thank you very much, Ayo, for this.
So the convener of the UI Reconnect group is going to come and talk to us briefly about the UI Reconnect and how you can link up. Please welcome Tommy Wasi.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Please, do we have UI students here? Whoa, good ass UI. Okay, so fantastic. So you guys, how many of you know about UI Reconnect? Okay, great. So basically what we do at UI Reconnect is very, very simple. In another year or two, you'll be outside of UI and you'll be needing great connect to be able to have a better footing in life. Let me not scam you. When you pay for alumni fee, after the alumni fee, you probably not get a text or anything to confirm your payment. There will be no meeting or anything. And really, if you have to go further in life, like you heard the MD of DUTUM said the other time, your first constituency to affect your life, either positively or negatively, are the friends you make from UI or from your university. At UI Reconnect, we bridge the gap. We try to bring people and career opportunities, entrepreneurship opportunities together. UI is part of us as UI Reconnect also. And what we do every day of the week on our Instagram and every other platform is to try to connect from your youth corporate days to when you are actually at work. We bring you the best of connect that you can have with older UI people, whether at 50, people who have companies or people who just graduated and who have openings. So whether you're looking for job vacancies, the best placement that we can help with the access that we have to information and to all of that. So please, if you're not following us yet on Instagram, please make sure you do that. At UI Reconnect. It's that simple, UI Reconnect. And actually to even start with, at 7 p.m. today, we're at Golden Tulip, where we have a small session to meet with any UI student that is available. At Golden Tulip for 7 p.m. We'll be there to meet with you guys so that you can bridge that gap. It doesn't have to be hard until you get out of school. You can start the networking and the connection now. Thank you very much. Hi, how are you? Well done. What guy? You have a question? Okay, please go ahead. Oh, yes, because I'm very sorry. So it's only for UI students, only those who attended, the University of Ibadan, because we are building our community, that's our tribe. So while others are struggling for PPA, for NYSC, we want to be able to cater for people who graduated from the University of Ibadan and help their career growth faster. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Please, UI Reconnect on Instagram, at uireconnect@gmail.com. You can reach us anywhere. Thank you. And guys, really, so if you've had fun today, please give SME BootCamp another round of applause, guys. As a matter of fact, make some noise for these guys. So this looks very simple, but I can tell you that since March of this year, plan and money has been spent. People have not slept for weeks, for days, trying to make sure that this happened. Please, another round of applause for them, please. Another round of applause.